What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Phil Burnell, aka DarkSydePhil here, who operated a successful YouTube channel. Me! And I'm not paying taxes. I did nothing wrong. I need that money. I really do. I need that money. Oh, you donated and this is what you got. They're rich. I'm not. I've changed as a person. Rich is a whore.
Thanks for the money, stupid fuck.
Why am I toxic?
2017 would begin, and for most people, this would be a time for celebration. But for Phil, this would not be a time of celebration, because by the end of January, DSP would realize his views were down, and thus his income was plummeting.
When all of a sudden, in the middle of 2016, somehow my views plummet out of nowhere, even though YouTube is saying engagement is up, and likes are up, and people are watching for a longer period of time, and everything I'm doing is good, my business went like this when it came to profit. Okay, the real reason that I'm making this video right now, this is the real important part, all right, is because YouTube fucked me over, like, you know, it fucked everyone over last year, because YouTube is fucking over the content creators. They're changing the algorithms and not being transparent with us, or they're just so fucking stupid that they can't figure it out. They fucked it up and they don't even know what they fucked up. I mean, how funny was it when they came out with that video, what was it, last month, saying, well, you know, all the big YouTubers are saying that subs are declining when they upload videos. Well, we checked it out, we can't figure it out, so they must be wrong. They have definitive evidence. They fucking showed it. We've all made videos and shit showing views are down, subs are down. How can you say it's not true just because they're fucking idiots? I mean, I can't take it anymore. How inept can you be at your job and you're costing people their livelihood? Something that we've done. I've done this for 8 fucking years, and they're going to tell me I have to stop doing it because they don't know how to fucking run their own business. They fucked it up, and now I'm going to get fucked over, not them. They should be the ones getting fired, not me. It's totally ass backward here. When YouTube is telling me your viewership's up, your engagement is up, likes are up, dislikes are up, you made thousands of dollars less this month. You know what I say? Fuck you. I say fuck YouTube, fuck Google, fuck all those dumb fuck employees that don't know how to run their business and are screwing me over. After 8 years of hard fucking work, they don't know how to run their own business, but they don't get fired, I do. Because they fucked up somehow last year and either don't want to fess up or they're too fucking dumb to figure it out. I'm the one who gets fucked.
Little did he know was that the Adpocalypse was on the horizon, as YouTube was prioritizing more family-friendly content. Adding to his woes, his Connecticut condo would continue to be an expenditure in his life, and its value would sharply drop from its purchase price.
My hope was that in a few years after being out here in Washington, that the real estate market in Connecticut would turn around and go back up. I'd be able to sell that condo in Connecticut. I'm not even looking for a profit. I just want to get rid of it so that it's off. I'm not pissing money away on this condo anymore, okay? Which is really significantly financially hurting me every month. And then I would be in a better position out here in Washington, right? Sadly, it's the complete and polar opposite, and I have not publicly talked about this at all yet. My condo in Connecticut, I bought it in 2009. Today, it's worth, less than half of what I paid for it. It's only been 8 years, not even 8 years yet. It's worth less than half than what I fucking paid for it in 2009. So there's no way I can sell it, right? Because I owe more on the mortgage, way more on the mortgage I used to buy it than what I would get if I sold it. And I don't have any money to pay off this mortgage.
DSP would then reveal that he's deeply in debt, and he had taken out multiple business loans to keep his business afloat, and he had taken money from his parents.
My credit right now isn't great because I already have so much debt in my name from the move out here and all the things I've had to do over the past 2 years to keep this business afloat because I'm not making enough money to pay all these fucking bills that I had. So now I'm racking up more credit cards and I'm taking out loans and I'm doing all this shit to try to keep this business afloat. You know, I don't really bother you guys with that stuff because you don't need to know the ins and outs of all that stuff. Something's going to have to give. You know what I mean? And I don't know what I'm going to do. The only thing I can think of is to ask more money. I've already borrowed some money from my parents. Ask for more money, which they're not getting any younger, and they're certainly not making more money. It's ridiculous for me to have to keep asking them for money. What am I going to do there? I can't take out any more loans. I'm strapped. I've taken out 2 business loans since I started this business from the beginning, and since I moved out here, I've got these ongoing debt and everything. I can't take any more. I'm to the limits of debt that I can put in my name at this point without getting rid of some debt like that condo in Connecticut or getting rid of this expensive car.
DSP would go on to explain that he was looking into getting a less expensive car than his BMW DSP had the option of breaking the lease early back in 2015, prior to moving to Washington. You would go on to say that he was essentially blackmailed if you really thought about it, because they threatened to make him pay fees for breaking the lease early. So at the threat of having to pay penalties and fees, DSP would sign another lease for 3 years for another BMW.
The car we have now is ridiculously expensive. We're not doing it anymore. We can't do it anymore. The only reason that I got the car that I have now is because we moved here in the middle of 2014 and the lease on that car didn't end for another 6 months. And they told me if I were to turn the car in early on the lease, I would owe them thousands of dollars in penalties, which I didn't have. So I had to basically take a new car as kind of like, it was almost like blackmail, really, when you think about it. We won't charge you these $3,000-$4,000 in penalties as long as you take another car lease for 3 years, which is what I did. But now here I am 3 years later, and I'm in a situation where I can't even afford that car anymore. The monthly payment is ridiculous.
Phil would then appeal to his audience to support him because with this current YouTube ad revenue, he wouldn't be able to pay his bills by merch.
So the reason that I'm making this video is because I'm being matter of fact with everyone. Unless I can get some kind of miraculous change, or unless I can get more support via Patreon, via an insanely huge increase of views that I don't ever foresee happening, or via subs and people participating with bits on Twitch, daily, I'm not going to be able to do this anymore. If you want to help, all right, if you want to see me be successful, you got to act soon, because basically something has to change by March. By the time that this payment comes through from YouTube, that's so fucking low, according to what YouTube's telling me right now, I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills. It's either got to be pledging to my Patreon, all right? A lot of people say, well, I don't understand because the highest perk is $50. You could pledge as much as you want. The highest perk level I'll give you is $50, but you could pledge more than that if you want, and a lot of people have, and I want to say thank you to those who have done that since I started with Patreon. Or subbing to my Twitch channel, or using bits to cheer during my Twitch streams. Those are the 3 ways that you can definitively help me out.
A big comment on DSP's financial struggles would be, why doesn't he get a part-time job? DSP would explain that he can't get a job because that's not how life works, and he has to spend all his time on YouTube and Twitch.
How many people, of course, 1 million people, why doesn't Phil just get a job? Why doesn't Phil just get another job? Because then he could do the job during the day like he used to, and then he could do YouTube at night. And then he'll have double dipping. He'll have a stable income plus extra money on the side. That's not how life works, folks. It's just not. It's not how life works. Because if I have this full-time job, I'm not going to have enough time to be doing this every night anymore. I don't live by myself. I'm not a bachelor. I have responsibilities here with my girlfriend around the house and stuff. I'm not going to have time to do it. The little time that I have to cram in is not going to be 1/10 as much as I put into it right now to be able to do daily live streams like I do, to be able to put out the quality of video that I do. You're going to get so much little, all the attention. Just think about that. If overnight I stop covering every new release, I only cover 2 games a month. It takes forever for me to finish these games. And the video content that I put out is reduced by 2/3 to maybe 3/4. That's it. Viewers are going to stop coming. So I have to stay the course. I have to keep doing YouTube. I have to keep playing games. I have to keep doing everything that I love doing. So it's good because even though I'm struggling here and I'm stressed out because of the finances behind the scenes, at least I'm still doing something that I love doing, right? But something's got to give and something's going to give. I mean, hopefully maybe I can sell this condo in Connecticut, and that's a lot of money in my pocket every month that will go towards this and not be a big issue. Hopefully my credit can hold good enough so I can get a cheaper car later this year. That's just 2 of the things that I'm doing behind the scenes, and I hope it works out. But I need more. I need more support. As little as $1 a month on Patreon, a cheer here or there on the stream on Twitch. It's a serious and dire situation at this point. And the bottom line is, it's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's YouTube's fucking fault at this point.
By the end of 2016, KO Gaming, one of DSP's channels, was completely abandoned. But at the beginning of 2017, DSP would attempt to revitalize his channel by accepting community submissions that he could post on this channel. He would once again attempt to profit off This Is How You Don't Play by accepting these submissions. He would not pay these fans and only give them exposure with a top line in the description. DSP would announce that he needed graphic designs for his merchandise. If it was high quality artwork, he would be willing to toss them a few dollars, but if it sold really well, he would consider giving them a more reasonable pay.
If you want to make some artwork, high quality artwork for shirts, I'd be willing to toss you a few bucks. Now, I can't throw you $1 million, and I certainly can't give you a cut of every sale of a t-shirt, because the whole point here is fundraising for me so I can keep doing this as a job. All right? But I would toss, we'll talk, we'll negotiate. I have no idea what a going rate is. A few bucks here, or maybe, if it's a design that's so good that I end up selling a whole bunch of shirts and making profit on it, then maybe I would, I'd be able to give you something reasonable for it. But that's the thing, I'm in a situation where, oh man, if Phil would just have good designs, that's nice. Well, I'm not a graphic artist and I don't have money to pay anyone. You know what I mean?
The Adpocalypse would officially begin in February of 2017 after PewDiePie made some controversial content. Many advertisers would pull out of YouTube due to the controversial actions of PewDiePie, one of the biggest YouTubers at the time. This would cause DSP to fly into a panic, realizing that his ad revenue was dropping even lower than last month. DSP would blame YouTube and the fucking nerds at Google for his ad revenue dropping.
Basically, the bottom line is YouTube ad revenue, at least for me on my channels, is down into the toilet. Worse than January, which makes no sense because in January it was really bad. It always is bad in January because you had that big rush for the holidays, right? And then after the holidays, the ad revenue goes boo into the toilet for about a month. And then all of a sudden in February it comes back because you've got the Super Bowl, you've got big movies coming out, you get this big insurgence. Views-wise, all right, just to give you some perspective here, views have been pretty steady on everything I'm doing. It's not like all of a sudden I got this giant decrease of viewership out of nowhere and it plummeted and now, it didn't happen. What happened is the middle of last year, the middle of 2016, YouTube changed the algorithm of how to count a view. They didn't tell anyone they were doing it. They never publicly explained it, but they changed the algorithm. So even though people are coming out and watching my videos, not all the views are counting, okay? It's a fact. There's no fucking other explanation for it. Because the ad revenue had dried up from the holidays, that in January 2017, even though I worked my ass off, I did Dark Souls The Redemption run, I played Resident Evil 7, which everyone loved, right? Very popular playthrough, people really enjoyed the coverage I did of that game. And YouTube was telling me, oh, well, you still made a third less than you did the month before. And I'm like, this is so fucking bullshit. So according to YouTube, because they don't do a good job of securing ad revenue for the website, let's face it, that's a truthful statement. Because the bottom line is, you can't just buy ads when it's easy. Oh, well, in the holidays, it's easy. Everyone wants to advertise, so it's easy because we make a ton of money. So everyone should just backload all their fucking videos to the end of the year so they can make a shitload of money during the holidays, and then it dries up in January, so go on vacation in January. No, fuck you, Google. How about you do some actual fucking work, and you actually reach out to the advertisers, and you explain to them you're going to have programs that are going to target certain demographics and a certain group of people based off of the information on your site so that they will pay you money to advertise even in a dead month like fucking January. But they don't do that. They're lazy fuckheads. So they just, oh, well, ad revenue is always bad in January, everyone. Wishy-washy, just fucking let it go. It's stupid. Point, I've been doing YouTube for 8 years. I've been doing it for a living for 6. This is the epitome of bullshit. This is called a complete lack of accountability by a major corporation that basically thinks that they're hot shit. Google thinks they're hot shit. And when I see something like this, I say, this is bullshit. And I'm not putting up with this shit anymore. I'm really not. I'm not going to let myself get shut down by a bunch of fucking nerds who work for Google who don't know how the fuck to do their jobs. I refuse. It would be one thing if I totally ruined my own self here and I was here and all of a sudden one day, I was caught off camera saying racist remarks and that was the end of it or something like that. Last year, the incident, right? That could have been the end of me. We got through that. We've been through so much shit together. In the 8 years I've been on fucking YouTube. Do you really think that because a fucking nerd at Google doesn't know how the fuck to actually enable ads properly or count ad revenue or whatever the fuck they did wrong, do you think I'm going to let that end me? Fuck no. We're going to find a way to fix this, all right? Something's got to give. And I'm not giving up on my business after 8 years. I refuse. These motherfuckers are going to figure out what they did wrong and they're going to fucking fess up because I'm not. I refuse to go away when I didn't fail,
Due to his rapidly dropping ad revenue, DSP would panic and cause tension between himself and his partnership network, Machinima.
I wrote my partnership company, Machinima, because I need to get to the bottom of this. What the fuck is going on? First of all, I thought maybe the reporting's wrong, okay? So I wrote them this notice last night. I said, I need an answer. Because this is insane. How am I supposed to pay my bills when you're now telling me I'm making 50% less money than I used to, and it has nothing to do with me? My views are only down like 13%, so it's not me. This 35% dip is insane, and it's YouTube, not me. okay? Whenever I write to Machinima now, I basically kind of get an answer, but it's not the answer I want, and I have to go back to them 3 to 5 times to get the answer I want. So this time, they came back to me with data. And they said, well, Phil, if you look at the amount of ad impressions you had in January, and you have the amount of ad impressions you've had in February, and they did all this math, I'm not going to get into the fancy part of it, but to know is, why is it then, if the ad impressions are the same, why am I making 35% less money? Because that makes no fucking sense. None. Now, I'm waiting for an answer from Machinima. I'm going to pound the fuck out of them. If they don't answer me, I'm going to get an answer. I want a fucking answer, because this is my livelihood, and no one has a right to just take my livelihood away from me like this. They've already fucked me with their bad copyright system and the false copyright strikes. They fucked me by taking my YouTube channels out of YouTube search. They fucked me again, left and right, every few years by changing the algorithms of how popularity on YouTube is calculated, and my ass is so fucking stretched out at this point, it's time to push back. How you like that for an analogy? So at this point, I want an answer. I'm going to fucking pound the fuck out of these guys until I get one, and it better be a goddamn good one, because I'm not accepting, oh, well, it's just some flaky bullshit. No.
At the beginning of March, Machinima would choose to end their partnership with Phil, though Phil would claim that it was a mutual agreement.
After 6 years of this relationship with Machinima, it has come to an end, all right? The parting with Machinima was because necessarily they cut me. It's not the truth. The truth is that it was pretty much a mutual agreement between the two of us. A lingering kind of a feeling that's been going on for a long time. Okay?
2 months later, DSP would reveal that it was actually Machinima choosing to cut him off rather than a mutual agreement.
As you know, back in February, Machinima basically mistreated me, insulted me, and then decided to end their partnership with me. After I told them I didn't want to work with the company if they were going to insult me and not help me, they said, well, we're ending your partnership then. To which I responded, oh, well, fuck off then. I don't need you. Okay? I mean, seriously, they really have fallen apart. Okay? And I'm at this point, I'm so happy to be done with them, because I don't want to be part of a fucking sinking ship. I just don't. And I don't want to be with a company that's going to screw me over and treat me badly.
At the beginning of May, DSP would reveal the real reason that he had potentially been cut off from Machinima. He would reveal that he was potentially verbally abusive to this representative and tried going around him by emailing someone else in the company.
And I even asked Machinima. Machinima asked, and they got no response from YouTube. So I stopped pinging. Because at one point, how many times are you going to ask, and you're not going to get a response from YouTube? Because they feel like they're so high and mighty and elitist and better than everyone that they can just change their whole fucking website and business without having any kind of disclosure to the people who make them fucking money by giving them their own content. It's so insane that this company operates the way that they do. They're such a company with their heads up their own asses. They're so elitist. Because they're all fucking Ivy League educated morons who have no street smarts. I've said this a million times before. They think that they're so smart and better than everyone that their changes will always benefit everyone, when in reality, they always fuck everyone over. But I digress. I wrote a log to their system. How can this be? Why does it say I'm making half as much revenue or whatever? Per the first response I got, okay, from their customer service department, the guy completely blew off my question, didn't answer. He basically said, oh, well, you know, February is a shorter month, and based off of these ad revenue percentages and CPMs and all of this stuff, it looks like if it had been a month as long as a normal month, you would have made as much as you did in January, but it was a shorter month. I was like, are you an idiot? I made half as much as I did in January, you dunce. This is completely factually incorrect. You're completely dodging the question. I went back to him. I said, that is not a satisfactory answer. And I didn't get a satisfactory answer. I asked for them to escalate it to management. I waited another day, no response. I waited another day, and I wrote them another log. And I said, you now have me waiting 2 more days. You still haven't given me an update. I need an answer. They came back and again blew smoke up my ass. No concrete information whatsoever. And I said, I went back to them again, and I said, this is it. I said, you know, I asked you now twice to escalate this issue to management. Okay. So now I knew basically they weren't going to do that. So I said, well, I know what I can do. I can contact the head of the partnership program. Now, it had been a while since I had talked to him, about a year. Because I had sent this off to this other guy, I get a response the next day, again from the automated log system, the same guy who's apparently an up-and-up guy at the customer support of Machinima. And he says, they said something that when they said this, that was pretty much it for me and Machinima. Here's what they said. They said, we would appreciate it if you don't go out of your way to write and contact other departments here within Machinima to basically stay within the lines. Stay within where you're supposed to be talking to us for help on customer support in this log system. And don't you dare go outside and try to contact anyone else for help. All right? That was it. Because literally what that is, that's passive aggressive. That's talking down to me. That's telling me, treating me like a child. Like, how dare you try to, you know, do something that's not within these little guidelines and rules. And you run outside of the dotted lines, right? And I literally said, I feel like you've insulted me. And therefore, I'm going to be honest with you. I want you to escalate this issue to management. I don't care if it's your manager, if it's the CEO of the company, whoever it is, they need to be aware that this is an issue going on with YouTubers and people under your partnership program. And I want you to know that if you feel that this is how you're going to treat me as a partner, I don't want to be with you anymore. And I said that in black and white writing in this message to them. I don't want to be with you anymore. If you're going to mistreat me and talk down to me and not get me help and basically talk to me like a kid. The next day, I got a message from Machinima saying, and it was from the same guy, so again, went against my wishes, we have decided to execute our right to end a partnership with you on all of your channels. So let's recap this situation. I did nothing wrong, okay? I wasn't in violation of YouTube rules. I wasn't flagged for being advertiser unfriendly. All of a sudden, I literally started making half as much money as I usually did. It was to the point where I was afraid I was going to lose my house, my job, my livelihood. Everything was going to be repossessed. My life was going to be fucking ruined. I didn't have a backup plan to fall upon, okay? I contact Machinima for help for a week and a half. They give me the runaround and don't give me any answers whatsoever on what's going on. And they refuse to hold YouTube accountable and get answers from YouTube. Then I go to a contact who I'd already had from 2 years running as a contact of someone who's helped me and told me to go to him on these issues. I went to him, was told he wasn't with the company anymore, and then I was scolded by Machinima for talking to the guy that I was told previously should be my point of contact for issues like this. Talked down to like a fucking child. So I laid down the line with Machinima and said, if that's how you're going to treat me, I don't want to be with you anymore, and they released me from my contract. Like I said, I never did a thing wrong with Machinima. In there, I never violated a policy. I never did anything wrong with them, ever. And all I did was try to basically stick up for myself and keep myself afloat and not have my business fall apart. And to be treated with such disrespect from them was the last straw, to which I said, I don't want to work with you anymore if that's how it's going to be. And then they cut me from the contracts, basically. So it was mutual, honestly. I said, that's it. If you're not going to step up and help me, I don't want to be with you anymore. And they said, okay. And then they released me from my contracts. And that's what happened with Machinima.
It would go on to say that he's the one that operated a successful YouTube channel, so he deserves respect.
Dragging their feet and they're basically insulting me. To hell with that, you know. I would rather be with a company that's not going to respond at all than a company that's going to basically talk down to you and treat you like a kid. I can't contact someone who's helped me dozens of times in the past couple of years with issues like this. You're going to yell at me and talk down to me like a child? Go fuck yourself. Yeah, I'm an adult. Sorry, I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel. Me. I'm the one who puts out the content that's entertaining and has a fan base. Me. I'm the one, not you. You're the company that just took a cut of ad revenue and protected me from copyright issues. It's not some grandiose thing where you're better than me or you know better than me. I'm the one who put the content on YouTube. All the content creators of YouTube are the ones who made the site successful. Not the partnership companies, not Google or YouTube itself, the content creators. We're the ones who should be treated with fucking respect. It's insane that you would ever be talked down passively aggressively by one of these MCNs. You ever get that? You say, fuck you, and you get the fuck out of there.
After Machinima had dropped him back in merch, DSP would explain that he couldn't get a second job because he didn't have a second curve for himself because his girlfriend, Panda Lee, was using it.
Everything you need, it's every solution that I look to, or everything that I look to as here's what I could do, or here's what I could do to fix the situation, there's a messed up thing that screws it up, that throws a monkey wrench into it, okay? And this is being real, it wouldn't work because right now Leanna has a part-time job and she constantly is using the car to go back and forth to this job. She works a good 5 days a week, okay? How are we going to make that work? How am I going to have hours that are around hers or hers around mine? It won't work. You know, our jobs aren't going to give us special schedules. And I'm sorry, I can't afford 2 cars. It's just simple. I can't. It's not that I'm against looking outside of YouTube for job opportunities. But right now, it's not even viable. Like, I couldn't even get to and from the job. on a daily basis because of everything. And, you know, I don't know what to do at this point, you know.
Chat members in his stream would suggest driving as an Uber driver when Panda Lee isn't using the Cur as a way to increase his income. He would refute this idea by saying he has back pain while driving.
I can't drive on the highway. I still don't because of my back. And even though my back is good, meaning it doesn't have a lot of issues with pain or whatever, I do every once in a while still get extreme tenseness. Every once in a while I get muscle spasms. I get some issues with my back injury. So I have not driven on the highway. I'm not even kidding you. I haven't driven on the highway since about 2009. And I don't want to because that's a risk. That's a danger. That's actually a physical risk. If, God forbid, oh my God, I tweak my back when I'm driving and now my disc is killing me. I could drive off the highway and kill myself or someone. So that's why I don't. I just do local driving and that's it. So, like I said, for local stuff, I'd be fine with that. My problem is if anyone needs to go on the highway, I can't do it. It's too much of a risk. That was actually one of the things that initially when I was diagnosed with my back injury, my doctor said, he says, there's some changes you're going to have to make, and one of them is going to be driving long distances and driving on the highway. You got to basically nix them because those are things that will stress your back, and or if you end up having a spasm or pain or whatever, you could have a super high risk.
After Machinima had dropped him, DSP would express concern because of all the detractors making him look bad. He would have trouble finding a new partnership network.
Know that none of the horrible things that they say about me are factually true. That what they've done is they've taken maybe a small thing and spun it completely out of proportion or took it out of context. You know what I mean? Oh, well, those people just take those videos of Phil directly what he says, and that's how they make him look bad. Yeah, but they don't put it in context. That's the point. Anything said out of context could make you look bad. If there's a specific situation going on and I make a statement that normally if you just say the statement sounds weird or sounds inflammatory, but if you put it in context of the situation, right, then it makes sense. But that's the thing. People don't have time for context on YouTube. I can't control that. There's no way that I can control that, right? I can't control that big negative element. I've tried my damnedest. You know, if anything, you would think that embracing this is how you don't play and understanding that at its heart, that this is how you don't play movement when it started was meant to just basically make fun and laugh at how bad I am at games and to show that, you know, I'm pretty much, you know, when I'm playing a game and I'm sucking, in particular those original ones, and I sucked at them and people spun that into a hilarious movement. And I get that. That's why I've embraced it. That's why I'm saying, okay, you know, you want to get your video featured, put it on my channel. I'm okay with those kind of videos. But the thing is, then look at what it's become. This huge nasty thing where people are personally insulting myself and my girlfriend and my family and everything I've done on YouTube, and they make up slander and, you know, basically anything to make me look like a horrible human being. In a lot of ways to hurt me, because that's what it is. A lot of these videos and or the things that people say about me are intentionally done to be slanderous to hurt me. Not to laugh or to make fun or to make me try to improve like a lot of people claim. But a lot of these things are there to hurt me. So I'm nervous that a partnership company would look at me and say, well, tons of potential, right? Tons of money-making potential. But there's this negative element that comes with it. And we don't know if we want it. You know what I mean?
Fortunately for Phil, he would find a new partnership with Goose to run his ads. Even though Goose offered good ad revenue, they could not protect Phil from content ID claims like Machinima had. This would lead to a company called Laveria to offer Phil better ad revenue, content ID protection, and even let him claim Detractor videos so he could claim the ad revenue from them. The offer would be so tempting to Phil, he would drop Goose and immediately sign on with Laveria, signing on his two main channels, Dspgaming and KO Gaming.
Into the mix of things, and they want to basically try to get some established YouTube channels under their wings. Now, the truth of the matter is a lot of YouTubers aren't like me. They're not transparent. They don't vlog about this kind of stuff. They keep it under wraps and behind the scenes. They feel that not sharing business information with their viewership is the best course of action. I've always been the opposite. I've been one of the most honest people on YouTube. When this stuff happens, okay, I'm very honest and I talk about it publicly, okay? And, you know, I try to make sure that everyone has information about what's going on with me. And when this whole fiasco with Machinima was going on, I did my best to kind of give you as much information as I could without violating my contract with Machinima, okay? So everyone knew that I was going to be leaving Machinima and going with a new company. And because this is a company that, you know, is a company that probably no one's even heard of. Because I never heard of them, and I actually said that to them. I said, you know, the one reason I'm really not jumping on the chance right away is because I've never heard of you guys. And they said, yeah, well, that's on purpose. We're kind of we're starting up, and we're trying to recruit people into our network to have established channels that are going to be bringing in views and everything for our network. And you're one of the people that we figured we could recruit because you've been talking about you're now basically a free agent. You're not with Machinima anymore. So all this stuff going on and negotiations behind the scenes, and boy, was it really, really hard for me not to mention it to you guys, because you know I like to talk about this stuff publicly, and I did not purposely. Everything is now in place, and here's what's going to happen, because officially as of Monday, I am going to be leaving my partnership with Curse. Okay? I'm leaving it. It's going to be delinked. So Dspgaming and KO Gaming will be unlinked from Curse as of Monday. Then this new network is going to link me into their network, all right? And as soon as I get linked into them, which really shouldn't take that long, I'm going to enable all the advertisements again on all of my videos, because it's going to happen just like it did last time. All the ads are going to go away for a day, and then all the ads are going to come back. It's going to take about a day. It took actually around 8 hours on Dspgaming last time.
The Detractors would look into this new company and ultimately find out they couldn't deliver any of the things they had promised Phil. Phil would shortly after find out the truth as well.
Things weren't settled. I hadn't agreed on anything yet. I hadn't officially gone with anyone yet. I hadn't 100% decided on anything. And the bottom line is there was a couple networks that were promising me these things, but they wouldn't give me like a concrete answer. Like, we're going to give you a managed partnership. Okay, when? Oh, don't worry about that. Just go with us now and you'll eventually get it. I'm like, wait, but no, that's not right. You got to tell me by when. I'm 35 years old. I'm not some teenager who just sees a contract and says, wow, this is amazing. I'm going to sign my life away. I want to know definitively what's going on and promise me dates and promise me everything. And honestly, I couldn't find anyone who would do that. I had people promising me the world, but no one who would actually in writing commit to any of the things that they were saying, meaning it was probably bullshit. So after a week of negotiating and going through all this crap with people, by the say is this: next couple of weeks are going to be very tight and very tentative for me, because I don't know what's going to happen with this experiment I'm doing. Anything you do, you watch the videos on YouTube, great. Please turn off your ad blocker. I gotta ask you to do it, because at this point, it's the only way that I'm able to pay my bills at this point is with a combination of ad revenue from YouTube, what I'm making on Twitch, Patreon, everything combined, Teespring, everything. And if any one of those things goes away or falls apart, this whole thing could fall apart, and I can't keep doing it. So please, if you're watching my videos on YouTube, you're not watching the live streams, please leave your ad blockers off, and please, just continue to watch. I can't really ask for much else, all right? I know that you guys are being very patient.
After being fooled by Laveria, DSP would go back to Goose having the same partnership he had before. Despite the troubles he was having with his finances and partnership network, he would have something positive happen in his life in April of 2017. He would become engaged with his longtime girlfriend, Panda Lee.
Oh, well, it was because that month Phil promised he was going to make a fucking trailer for Project 7. He didn't do it, so he didn't come through, so therefore I'm just going to completely fuck his life over, destroy his ad or his revenue income with false copyright checks. It's all justified, right? Fucking fuck you. Seriously, because that's mental illness, that line of thinking. Oh, someone didn't come through on a Patreon goal that they wanted to come through on, but it didn't work out. Let me completely destroy their life and their business. Wow, you're smart. Like, you really, really stuck it to me. No, what you did is you fucked my life over. And you put my life on hold for 3 fucking years here, where I've been trying to fucking be able to do things to advance my life, and I haven't been able to do it. All right, so congratulations, you scumbags of the earth. You were successful in basically fucking me over for a long time here. So it finally has gotten to the point, all right, where we're looking at our finances and we're like, well, things may turn around in 2017 now. I'm feeling positive. I'm doing better stuff on my streams. Leanna is working at her job and still has her own business going. And we're like, at this point, there's no definitive time when we can look and say we're going to be able to go on a trip and do the big proposal like I wanted to. So we just did it. We were just like, enough. Enough is enough. How long are we going to wait? Because who knows? Literally every time when we were about to start planning this trip, something else would happen. And it would screw us over again. And we're like, how many times are we going to delay our life for this, right? So I proposed. She accepted. Great, right? Good news. Now, in regards to a wedding, it's not happening.
A month later in May, Panda Lee would have an anxiety attack while at work during Phil's podcast. DSP would leave abruptly but return to the podcast hours later. He would go into detail about Panda Lee's medical emergency and make it a subject on his podcast. DSP's first concern would be his cur, making sure he could get access to it by telling Panda Lee to leave the keys with her manager at work, and he would go get it, then meet her at the hospital.
And basically they said, you know, your girlfriend here is not doing too good. She had some kind of an anxiety attack, and she needs, you know, she needs something. And basically paramedics had showed up. Okay, now Leanna has a history of doing this, having these attacks. It's not her fault or whatever. She just had it in her life. She's had a bunch of them, and she just happened to have a really bad one at work today. It's happened before, and if it's at home, usually there's no problem. We can get her to calm down or whatever. But at this time, it happened in the middle of a work day. She was really stressed out apparently, and boom, it hit her. And basically, it was so bad that no one could get her to calm down, and they had to call the paramedics. So I was like, okay, what should I do here? You know, I don't have a car, so if I'm going to come to the mall, I need to get a taxi or whatever. Because she has the car. She had driven to her job, right? And I needed to get a taxi to her job so that I could, obviously be there and help her out. So I called her cell phone to see what was going on. And she answered, which I didn't expect she would answer. I was like, okay. So I called the cell phone, and she's like, you know, I'm here with the paramedics. They're going to take me to the hospital because it's so bad. And I said, all right, well, here's what you do. Leave the keys with your manager, because what I'll do is I'll take a taxi to there. I'll get the keys. I'll drive from your job to the hospital, and I'll meet you at the hospital. Okay? Because we leave the car, now we can't get anywhere, right? If I just take a taxi to the hospital, it wouldn't make sense. Let's do it in the right order, okay?
DSP would spend a good amount of time complaining about how long he had to wait. At the hospital, they would give Panda Lee a pill that would help alleviate her anxiety attack. DSP would conclude with saying, "Do not take her to the hospital again, just give her the pill. It's a waste of time to take her to the hospital."
Wait, that's it? So you're not going to prescribe a medication, you're not actually going to do any tests, you're not going to do anything, that we just waited 3 hours, all you did is you gave her a pill, which you could have fucking done, and just left her somewhere. There was no reason for her to come to the emergency room whatsoever, because they did nothing. They didn't actually help her in any way besides just give her a pill. So we wasted over 3 hours in this emergency room. That was it. That was it. And then we're like shocked. We're actually shocked that this is it. This is the whole treatment that we got. So 3 hours in a hospital, in an emergency room area, nothing whatsoever useful was done whatsoever to Leanna. The drug that they gave her to help her was an hour earlier. That's American healthcare. Now, by the way, I guarantee you, we don't know what the bill is because we don't have it yet. They're going to mail it, obviously. I guarantee you it's going to be like $1,000. I'm not even exaggerating. I guarantee you that bill's going to fucking show up, and it's going to be anywhere between $500 to $1,000. I guarantee it. Oh, my God. The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm going to tell them, you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it. You can't give her a pill. You want to give her a pill, give her a pill. And that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
DSP would receive donations and make sure to shout them out while he's explaining Panda Lee's emergency.
If you have a problem, pop the pill, right? And it'll cure the problem or whatever. But obviously she goes, but we don't recommend you do that all the time, because as you can see, you are tired and loopy, and you don't want to be that all the time, right? And I'm like, this is the most, like, stupid, what's the word I'm looking for? Patronizing woman I've ever heard in my life. She's given zero useful information whatsoever, and we waited 2.5 fucking hours for her. Okay? By the way, I'm not done yet, but I want to give a shout out to Smart Weirdo 95, who did a 2,000-bit cheer. Thank you, Smart Weirdo.
Shortly after this, DSP would announce that him and Panda Lee had broken up. He would announce this through a tweet longer at the end of May. He would say, since there's tons of speculation and it makes sense to clear it up, yes, it's true that Leanna and I have broken up. We actually broke up a while ago and she moved out 2 weeks ago. He would go on to explain they kept it quiet to avoid drama and that they still had a good relationship, and he didn't plan on making a video on this subject. Less than a month after Panda Lee had moved out, DSP would start tweeting someone named Kat, one of his fans. At this time, she was just one of DSP's fans, but she would have a bigger role in DSP's story down the road. An infamous trolling event would happen in May where detractors would call Phil the guy, or reference him as it's the guy. Detractors would call him out on past controversies by saying it's the guy and then reference one of his past controversies while playing a multiplayer game of Friday the 13th.
Do you know there's like a guy in our group right now who's like streaming this whole thing? He's sort of like semi-famous.
Oh, yeah, I think that's DarkSydePhil. He was the guy that got caught for masturbating in front of children. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
so
in front of
he
children.
was caught masturbating. I think he's like 35 years old.
Oh my
Yeah, he
god.
was masturbating in front of children
That's
on
right.
YouTube
Yeah.
live stream. Hilarious. He's like
He's
he's a
twitching.
pervert or something. I think he's a
That's
pervert
right, I'm a
or
huge
something.
pervert, guys. That's all I do. I just masturbate constantly in front of children. You're absolutely right. That's
You
what I'm
got
known
caught.
for.
You got exposed for doing that. That's
I got
that's like-
completely exposed.
yeah,
Absolutely.
you did. You didn't
I
even
know.
know the camera was
You
on.
know every inch of
Are you the guy?
every inch of my dick
Are
and
you
balls.
the guy?
Right? You know
Are you
every
the
inch of my
guy?
dick and balls.
It's the guy watching his Twitch.
Is that really him? Is he the one
Yes.
that got caught? Matt?
Yes.
Really? He was the guy that got caught masturbating in front of children. I think he's
I'm
like
literally
30.
watching his
That's
He's
Twitch
like in his
right
30s
now.
or something. He's in his 30s and he did that in front of children.
That's right. Yes.
But
On-
I've seen
on
so much.
purpose.
I'm a fan.
What?
I don't know what to say.
Of course, and I did it on purpose. That's why I'm still on Twitch and I'm still on YouTube and not banned, right?
Yeah, so you didn't get banned? You didn't get fired from any MCNs or anything, right?
No.
You didn't get fired from Machinima? No?
No, I didn't.
No? Oh, you didn't,
No.
you didn't get released? And what about Laveria? Laveria,
Oh
what did
my
they do?
God.
They dropped you.
No, they
cut you
didn't.
when they found out that video. And I really feel bad for Leanna because she seriously has mentally
my God.
problems.
Here we
I
go.
feel bad
Whoa,
for
this
her.
is really
I feel bad for
personal.
her because Leanna is innocent and you're the one.
Here we go. A fucking idiot. Well, now I put it into that. What an idiot. The hilarious part is the guy sounds so fucking, like, pathetic and lame. You heard his voice? And he's just, like, so excited that he gets to do this on a stream. He's like, wow, you're the guy! Yeah, you're 35 and you're the guy! Yeah! He's probably beating off right now. He's probably beating off. Oh, yeah, I got to say that on the internet. Yeah! What a fucking idiot.
At the end of April, DSP's lease on his BMW would be ending, so he would be looking into getting a new car. It was been a portion of a podcast complaining about the car and how he never got his free maintenance because they never called him.
So I contacted the guy in Connecticut. I called him, I emailed him, and I'm like, dude, what's going on? What happened with this car? He completely blew me off. He never responded. He basically just never contacted me for anything. I was supposed to get free maintenance on the car because it's a BMW. They never even contacted me to do the maintenance on the car. So I never got my free maintenance on the car at all. They fucked me over, basically. And they shipped me this car and basically said, well, he's gone. He's across the country. There's nothing he can fucking do. So fuck him. And they completely ignored me for 3 years. So I already had, once all that happened, I was like, I have no intention of ever going with these people again. Like, I couldn't believe how badly I was treated, just getting the shove off, basically. Because they didn't live up to the car they were supposed to give me, everything. They basically just blew me off like assholes.
DSP would insist it was cheaper getting a brand new car instead of a used one because he couldn't get the benefits of 0% interest on his loan. Destiny, a large content creator, would find DSP's logic humorous and mock his financial knowledge.
Cherry Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry Dude, that's not how it works. BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage...
Oh my god! Hey, this guy is a living meme! No. It's apparently under the impression that getting a new car is cheaper than a used one? Wait, what?
A vehicle to replace the incredibly expensive leased vehicle that I've had for the past 3 years.
Oh,
So
no.
I'm done paying for this car now, which is good because I'm so done with it. I've paid so much money for this car for the past 3 years because I got roped into it.
Roped into it.
Right now, it seems to be a buyer's market for cars. And what I mean by that is you don't even need to have like impeccable credit.
What? A buyer's market for cars? What does that even mean? This hurts to listen to. Is this into the mind of somebody financially illiterate? He's fucking himself over. What? Like, he's gonna walk into a dealership. He's gonna walk out with a fucking $30,000 loan.
But anyway, the other thing is some people were like, well, why aren't you buying a used car? We did look into that. We went to a couple used car lots.
Oh, no.
And what we found out is, number one, these used car lots do not do any kind of promotion with financing whatsoever. No money back, no money off the price of the car, and high interest rates on the loans. So the used cars we looked at, they have zero warranty, okay? no free maintenance or anything for any period of time.
The free maintenance doesn't matter. You had free maintenance in your BMW and you didn't get the oil changed a single fucking time. So that means he is gonna buy the extended free maintenance fucking package. He is gonna buy, like, oh my god, dude. These are horrible decisions.
To find out, it's almost the same price, like slightly less expensive, by maybe like $50 a month, but no warranty, no...
$50 a month? That's not how you're supposed to look at a loan. And he shops by monthly payments. He is the ultimate consumer that people market their shit to. This is it. I just found it. I didn't think these type of people existed. Like, is this car better or is this car better? Well, this one's better. It's $50 a month cheaper. Okay, for how many more years? What?
To stack on all the trouble DSP is already experiencing, he would receive a copyright strike from Atlus for playing Persona 5 in June. Atlus had specific requirements to not play past a certain point in the game to avoid spoiling fans. DSP would claim that he did nothing wrong, but nevertheless, he would receive a strike for his content.
In regards to my YouTube channel, Dspgaming, it's a horrible situation regarding the publisher, Atlus, and my gameplay through of Persona 5, and it's so flabbergasting, okay? It's so shocking that what's going on is happening, that... basically, no matter what the situation is, it's bad news for various reasons, which I'm going to talk about. So you may be saying, well, what happened? Today, I received a copyright strike against Dspgaming, not a claim, like, for example, a content ID claim where they take ad revenue or not blocking the video or muting it, an actual copyright strike. Phil, did you go past the publicly listed requirements that Atlus put on the internet on their own blog site, saying that you cannot go past November 19th in-game because they don't want you to do that? If you do, there's a risk of copyright strikes. No. So it makes no sense whatsoever for Atlus to have particularly targeted my 2 videos and giving me a copyright strike. Another thing, not a content ID match or a copyright strike for these videos. It doesn't make any logical sense. It doesn't benefit them. It doesn't benefit anyone. And I've done nothing wrong per their publicly listed criteria that they put up for people to play their game in a Let's Play setting. I did nothing wrong. I literally did what I was told by Atlus to the letter, and still getting a copyright strike is preposterous, and it needs to get fucking fixed.
To add to DSP's troubles, a documentary-style video called Down the Rabbit Hole would be done on DSP. It would gain over 6 million views, bringing more attention to DSP's history on YouTube and his past controversies. In the summer of 2017, the notorious Detractor group called Sons of Kojima would collapse from internal strife. Most of the issues would stem from their leader going by the name of Fred Fucks. He had a strong stance against not monetizing Phil, though he made special exceptions, and he would go on to harass other detractors. Internal messages would be leaked and the group would collapse onto itself. These leaks would reveal how they've harassed other detractors and how they've been targeting Phil. It would reveal that they were behind at least some of the copyright strikes in 2015. This would give Phil a sense of vindication now that he had actual proof that the detractors caused them some trouble. He would make a twit longer expressing his thoughts on this. It was obvious that vast majority of the shit was always them, as they are the only group who delved that deep into my personal shit. I would not be surprised if they performed the vast majority of negative things against me, including the doxing, DDoS attacks, false copyright strikes, prank calls, pizza deliveries, signing up my emails to hundreds of spam email sites, signing up my physical mail to dozens of catalogs and magazines I don't want, sending me feces in the mail, yes, all of that happened, and even swatting me. There's a line between laughing at someone's shortcomings and trying to destroy their life and the lives of their families, and it's not a fine line. I feel bad even when I inadvertently hurt someone, but these people deliberately try to destroy me for literally nothing. No logical reason. That's wrong on so many levels. My life is already destroyed in a lot of ways, both financially and personally, and I'll probably never recover from the financial situation I'm in that they created. I've got a good thing going with Twitch, and I'm going to focus on the positives instead of the crazy amount of negatives I've suffered at their hands. So please, don't keep contacting me with the juicy new info, as I don't care. Just let me do my daily thing and be who I've always been since day one, and let's keep the stuff positive moving forward. Everything else is just white noise we can block out. Despite his financial troubles, DSP would reveal that he was still playing mobile games, multiple of them, and in the past he has revealed that he had spent hundreds of dollars on them.
I currently jump between 4 mobile games when I play mobile games, okay? I play Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle. I play Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. I play a Marvel video game called Marvel Future Fight. And I play a game called WWE Champions, which of all things, if you can believe it, is a WWE game that plays like Candy Crush.
In August, DSP would reveal that he was becoming more and more desperate with his financial situation and asked people to please pledge to his Patreon.
The funding. It's literally the same amount of money I've been looking to raise on Patreon monthly since I started Patreon in February of 2015. It's never gone up. I don't understand why so many people have either lowered or withdrawn their pledges, and we're not. Right now, we're just over $200 under the goal. All right. So number one, this is alarming for me because I want to do a Halloween marathon, but I got to stick to my guns, and if we don't hit the goal, I can't do it. You know, then what's the point of ever having goals? What's the point of ever trying to motivate anyone to pledge if I'm just going to do the events anyway? So I can't. I got to stick to my guns. I've been doing good all this year. Consistently, it's been good. And then all of a sudden in July, it went boo because YouTube doesn't do their job and doesn't sell ad space in the summer. But I'm in a bind, folks. You know, I wouldn't be bringing this up if I weren't serious. I need your help. Please pledge. I want to do this Halloween marathon. I want to be able to pay my bills in September and not have my credit destroyed and everything because I couldn't make monthly payments and shit. I need your help. So please, if you can, pledge to Patreon. All right. Or if you watch my daily live streams, the way that you can help out directly is to tip me during the live streams because those tips go directly to, boom, my bank account, and I can pay bills with them right away. All right.
As DSP's financial troubles grew, detractors would try to troll him by taking out trial accounts on Amazon Prime, subbing to him, and then canceling their trial, hoping they would deduct the money from him, getting his hopes up and then disappointing him. DSP would thank the detractors because he still received the money and then began insulting them.
I used this card, this 1-cent card, and I created 3 dummy accounts, both on Twitch and then on Amazon Prime, and I linked them, so I got the free Prime demo, and I used those to do the subs. Aha, you're not going to get paid. Wrong. I get paid for all of that. You signed up for a free trial. Free trials count. So even if you've never had any intention of spending any money on Twitch Prime or Twitch, or you know, Amazon Prime or anything, I still get paid for those demos, those fake subs you did. You're an idiot. You paid me money to do a failed troll attempt. I love it. I just love it because I love it when I see the stupidity of the idiots who don't like me, the people who are just so fucking empty-headed, brain dead, and they think that they've got me, and then it backfires tremendously, and I make out because of it, and that's exactly what happened today on stream. So again, thank you to everyone who showed up. Thank you to everyone who contributed with cheers and subs and tips. Thank you to everyone who basically did awesome stuff on the stream. You guys are awesome. And to the idiot trolls who tried to troll and failed miserably, thanks for the money, dummies. Because that's exactly what you fucking are. A bunch of fucking empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks. Wow.
Phil's growing financial trouble would become a regular talking point for him in his videos. Videos such as this, Serious Talk, Right Now I Need Your Support, and Thank You For It had become commonplace amongst DSP's content. Detractors began referring to these types of videos as the monthly beg, as they have been occurring almost monthly since the beginning of 2017.
If you want to help, all right, if you want to see me be successful, you got to act soon, because basically something has to change by March. I don't ever want to do this, but it seems like once a month I have to make a fucking video like this, because YouTube fucks the fuck up every month now, all right? You can pledge to my Patreon, and I'll say it again, $1. I'm serious about this. $1, ladies and gentlemen, to my Patreon. If everyone who watched gave me $1 a month, I would never have to mention this horse shit ever again. If you do like what I do, you like the live streams, you like the videos, and you want to see me keep doing this, there's many ways you can help. You've also got my Patreon here, and thank you to everyone who does already do that. Obviously, subbing to my Twitch and you know, bit cheering and stuff like that helps me tremendously. In this regard, things are good. Right now, yes, YouTube ad revenue is still down, way down, but because I'm doing good on Twitch, it's kind of making up for it. And what I'm going to see within the next month or two is the money I actually make between YouTube, between Twitch, between the tips and stuff people are giving me on streams, between Teespring, which I got to advertise now, of course. That's helping me out. A lot of things are all coming in. Patreon, which obviously still helps me out. All these income sources. Can I make as much money as I used to before the ad revenue drop? Seriously, I just want to fucking play games and have fun. And just share that with you every day and not have to worry about any of this shit that has nothing to do with me doing anything wrong. I've done nothing wrong again and again. And people, oh, Phil likes to play the victim. Play the victim. No. There's a difference. If you play the victim, it means that you are trying to get sympathy because you want people to think that you're the person who's constantly screwed, but it's not what happened. This is true. I've done nothing fucking wrong. I didn't cause YouTube to lose 50% of their ad revenue this year because they lost all their advertisers because they're idiots. I didn't make a new process to get you a switch from one MCN to another that makes you have AdSense associated with your account and then make it you can't ever unlink a declined AdSense from your account. You know what I mean? Like, whoa. Play the victim? That's not the case. I need your help to keep going. I want to keep making videos. I want to keep doing streams. And whatever you can do to support, whether it's, Teespring, whether it's on Twitch, subbing, cheering, tipping, whatever you can do, being there for the streams on Twitch, all that helps, okay? And that's all I can say right now. So I'm sorry, everyone. I want to have good news for you, and I keep getting fucking screwed by YouTube as what I make on ad revenue when I'm with a partner network like Curse. So I wouldn't be, again, I'd be in a financial crisis again. It's like every time I get out of it, if you haven't noticed the past month, I've been good. I haven't been telling you, oh God, I'm desperate, I don't know what I'm gonna do. No, things have been good between the ad revenue I'm making on YouTube right now and the money I'm making on Twitch. I'm good. I can pay my bills and I'm able to keep doing this as a job and everything's going good. Now all of a sudden, another possible crisis, because if Curse drops me, I don't know what I'm going to do. There's very few other partnership networks out there that would probably be willing to pick me up. And if they are, they're going to pay less even than Curse. And again, I know I've said it a million times, but thank you for the support. And if you can, when you're watching these live streams, cheering, subbing, tipping, all those things, I now obviously I need them more than ever because it looks like potentially YouTube ad revenue may be going away if I can't get these copyright strikes cleared up off of Dspgaming. All right. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill, and the incredible amount of games, new games that I'll be buying. Just in particular, this week coming up, I'm buying 3 games. 6 months ago, it was February, March, right? It was the whole YouTube ad revenue apocalypse and me taking months to figure out what I was going to do on how to keep doing this for a living and keep my house and keep everything going the way it was. And I do want to say thank you to all of you who were incredibly supportive, who've been coming out and everything's been good, right? In that regard, it's a situation where I've done everything right. I have not done a damned thing wrong whatsoever, yet it looks like I may end up in a ton of financial troubles to the point where I have to sell my house.
DSP's finances would be a common topic for Rich of Review Tech U.S.A. Rich had switched his content from reviewing technology to drama and commentary. Due to this switch of content, Phil would be a common topic on his channel. Over the years, DSP would develop a hate-love relationship with Rich, appreciating when Rich defended him, but hating when he covered his drama and talked about his detractors. DSP would let his feelings be known about Rich during a private question and answer video.
I'm going to tell you about Rich, alright, and the kind of guy Rich is, because I'm sorry, but Rich is the kind of guy who, in real life, I would never, ever want to have an association with this fucking guy. All right? Constantly bring me up and say negative stuff about me and that, oh my God, Phil's YouTube channel's failing and shit like that. Drama. Which is, I don't even know the guy. I don't talk to the guy. I don't talk about the guy. So why he would bring me up in his videos or whatever, I don't even understand. Then, last year, I had my incident where I was caught doing a thing that was quite inappropriate to be doing on a stream. And Rich actually stood up for me and said, listen, it was obviously something, it's not faked. It's something that it was legitimate. It's something that he did completely by accident. And you shouldn't crucify the guy for doing something that we all do. Is it shitty that it happened to him in a bad situation and now it's all over the internet forever and he'll never live it down? Yeah, but I think he can recover as long as he sticks to his guns. He admits that he did it or whatever. And I did, at the time I did exactly what everyone had kind of said I should do. I admitted, I fessed up to it. I said it was an honest mistake. I laughed at the memes. I didn't get angry. And it went away. I mean, even though people still bring it up to this day, I still laugh at it. I still think it's fucking funny what happened. But Rich actually stood up for me in that situation and said positive things about me. 3 months later, take it back. 2 months later, so from May when that happened to July, he's back to making drama shit. Oh my God, he's looking at Social Blade. Oh my God, look at Phil's views on YouTube. They're down. He's going to go out of business. What is any of his fucking business anyway? He doesn't know how much money I'm making. He doesn't know anything about anything. Yet here he is talking shit like I'm going to go out of business. I'm doing horrible at business. It's none of his business, but he loves to do that. He loves to drop drama and shit to get people to come see his stuff. The more negativity he can stir up, the better, because then he can get more attention for himself. Rich is a whore. I'm sorry. Rich is a whore. That is the best thing you can describe it. He had something that he wanted to do on YouTube. He wasn't being successful at it, so he decided to give up on it, throw it away, and now do something that everyone else does, and whore out other people for money. He jumps on the biggest trends, the biggest drama. He'll make you comment about the biggest stories just for his own personal benefit and attention. He's worthless. He could disappear from YouTube tomorrow, and no one would give a fuck. Everyone would be like, oh, well, go to the next drama guy. Versus someone like me, if I disappeared from YouTube, how many other people are there like me on YouTube right now that are genuine gamers who are doing it the way I still do it? They're not doing these highly fucking polished, edited, scripted bullshit. They're doing genuine gameplay and stuff like me. No, everyone's abandoned my formula because it's not nearly as lucrative as doing it the other way around. But I stuck to my guns and I still do what I do. If I disappear from YouTube, there's a huge gap missing. If he disappears from YouTube, fucking who gives a shit? Wipe your ass with him and go fucking watch the next drama guy who's exactly the same, right?
During a pre-stream in October, DSP would complain that since his breakup with Panda Lee, he no longer had anyone at home cooking for him.
You know, it wasn't an easy thing. In particular, the one major change that's really screwed everything up for me is that I don't have anyone cooking dinner for me anymore. I don't really have time to make any kind of complex dishes or anything like that. Because I just don't have the time. You know, I finish my stream around 5 p.m. and then I'm back on stream around 7:30. So I only have about 2 hours because it takes about half an hour or more to get those videos uploaded. You know, I don't have anyone else to lean on anymore or anyone to help me with anything. So it's been pretty stressful, I'm not gonna lie.
A chat member going by the name of Woo Dog Leader would say he recently lost his little brother and he could still function and eat. He would ask what is wrong with some noodles, eggs, or hell, even cheese on toast. This would elicit a volatile response from Phil, with him calling the chat member the king of suffering.
Of course, now we gotta get someone in the stream chat who wants to turn their own personal story into, you know, derailing the chat, and I'm not gonna put up with it, so I'm just gonna warn you right now, you know, War Dog Leader, there's no way for us to know if what you're saying in the stream chat is legitimate or not. You could be someone completely making stuff up, or you could be completely legitimate. Appreciate the sentiment, and sorry to hear about a family member that passed away, but no one wants to hear you make this about how I'm in the wrong for being stressed in my life because you have a situation that's worse. That's ridiculous. Go run your own stream if you want to do that. We don't, you know what I mean? Like, he's trying to make me look like a villain because he says someone passed away and he's doing better than me. Wow. Well, good for you. Maybe you're a stronger human than me then. Maybe you're a better person than me. Good for you. Go run your own stream and everyone could go watch it. This is my stream. People want to know why I wasn't here, and I'm being honest. Enough of this. They're ridiculous. Everyone wants to turn life into like a competition. I'm better than you, right? It was like I was saying earlier, someone in the stream chat was like, well, Phil, I know you're not feeling good, but if it makes you any feel better, I've been crapping my pants out all day. Like, I can't stop crapping. I'm sick to my stomach. And I said to him, you know what, dude? You know, some people, that may actually make them feel better. To me, it doesn't. To me, it actually makes me feel like I don't take pleasure in the suffering of others, right? I don't take pleasure in the suffering of others. I'm not that kind of a person, right? So when people want to compare sufferings and compare life situations, it's like, wow, you're the king of suffering. Good for you. No, I'm just sharing. I'm being honest with you about what's going on. And I'm not going to have someone come in here and I'll try to make me look fucking bad on a stream that's my gameplay stream, that's for me to share my what's going on with me with you. Oh, well, my life is worse than yours and I'm better than you. Well, good for fucking you. Go on your fucking pedestal. You know, go bronze yourself and make a fucking statue to your greatness because you can do better with meals when you have something worse than what's going on with me. Like, what the fuck? Seriously. Get the fuck out of here, man. That is so fucked up that people would do that. Go ahead. You know what? Officially for tonight's stream, you're the king of suffering. You're the king of suffering. Good for you. Thanks for coming in and propped yourself up on my stream. We really needed that. Really. Unreal. It would have been one thing if he comes in and he says, oh, you know, recently I lost someone, and so I kind of feel where Phil's coming from because he's going through tough stuff too, and, you know. No. Oh, well, I do better than Phil. Well, fuck off. No one cares. Seriously. Okay. And now War Dog has earned himself a ban because It's obvious either he's a troll or he's just someone who is just going to be here to derail everything, and tough shit. Goodbye. Goodbye. Moron. I can't take it, you know? So, all right, so I'm having a bad time, right? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to purposely find someone else's stream just to say how I'm having a worse time than them, but I'm doing better. Get the fuck out of here. All right, so anyway, we're done with that shit.
DSP would go on to tweet that Weird Dog Leader was acting like a 5-year-old, literally using the supposed death of a loved one to say, "I'm better than you, Phil. It was BS." DSP would reference this incident in another video, insinuating that Weird Dog Leader was a detractor and liar, and that anyone that would believe him was an idiot.
I'm doing my best, and I want to say thank you for those who are understanding and appreciative, and not making it all about themselves and trolling me every day, because, it's really annoying when I'm not feeling good and I come back to stream and someone has to try to literally bait me to make me look bad, and then, of course, people spinning shit out of proportion of what really happened. People circulating a clip on the internet of me supposedly insulting someone whose brother died, which is not what happened. What really happened was this guy came into my stream chat, claimed that his brother had died and that he was handling it better than I'm handling my own personal shit. He's able to cook meals for himself and get sleep, and I'm so much better than Phil because I had my family member die, but I can handle it, but Phil can't handle stress. This is literally what he was saying in my stream chat. And people were going to him like, dude, what are you saying? Like, why are you bringing up your own personal stuff? This isn't a competition. I call him out, but because I call him out, I'm the villain, right? Go fuck yourself. No, really. If you're that close-minded and that stupid of a person to think that, number one, that guy was telling the truth, and number two, that someone who's taking their own personal relative's death as a way to make them look better than me on my stream, when people are asking me what's been going on with me, why did I miss a stream, and make me look like a weakling or a villain, you think I'm the villain? Go fuck yourself. You're an idiot, and if you believe that stupid shit, go right ahead and believe it, because you're gonna go right along with the millions of gullible idiots out there who believe everything they're fucking told. Seriously, it was obvious troll bait, and I was just trying to get rid of the guy so that I could focus on my stream and get to gameplay, but people want to spin it and blow it up. They didn't see what he was actually saying in the stream chat, all the inflammatory shit he was saying, and it's probably just a fucking troll idiot anyway. And by the way, permanently gone, and we don't have to worry about that shit anymore. We can focus on the positive stuff, the gameplay this week, and not have to worry about people coming in and troll baiting me in my fucking stream chat because I'm feeling bad and I'm feeling down or I missed a stream. Let's take this opportunity to make Phil look bad again. Why? You want to know why they're doing it? Because they're desperate. Because guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, the major group of people who really didn't like me, my detractors, are gone. All right? The people who were doing the really malicious, nasty stuff, they're gone. And now people have to find another way to try to get to me because it's not working anymore.
Weird Dog Leader would go on to a Detractor podcast to give his side of the story, which would infuriate Phil even more. He would go on to his forum saying, because as usual, you've only seen 10% of what actually happened and it's out of context. That wasn't all the guy said, that was Hifu's statement. He went on a continuing rant, arguing with stream chatters who were asking him how he dare use his brother's death to make a "I'm better than you" claim against me. The guy is 100% full of shit and was placed there to try and make me look bad the day before the Twitch promotional stream. How do you think he got a Detractor podcast so quickly? Wake up, dummy. One of DSP's main complaints was that people were not looking at the full context of the situation. Unfortunately, he would private the video so people would be unable to see the full context and there would only be clips from Detractor channels remaining. When Sons of Kojima had collapsed, DSP would mention that he was receiving catalogs and magazines he didn't want, because some detractors signed him up for them. It would turn out that this may have been an elaborate plot by a detractor to get DSP recognized as a business in the state of Washington. The state of Washington would notice that DSP was receiving business magazines and would receive an anonymous tip saying that DSP was an unregistered business operating in the state. It would be revealed that DSP had been operating without paying his business taxes for over 3 years. He would reveal in a 1-hour podcast saying that his tax attorney had failed him and now he owed thousands of dollars of back taxes.
All right. How do I begin? Let's see how I begin here. All right. Just listen to the whole story. Don't assume and jump off or at any point. Listen to the whole story. Here's the whole story. Very, very complicated to do what I do. All right, it is. And every year, it's a nightmare to try to figure out at that one time of the year when I have to figure out, gee, what do I owe taxes on this? Do I owe that? Do I get a refund this year? Do I roll it over? How many expenses can I write off? And so, when I started way back when making money doing YouTube full-time, I got a tax attorney to be my full-time tax attorney. and I pay a shit ton of taxes. Now, one of the major reasons why I wanted to get out of Connecticut is because Connecticut has what's called a state personal income tax. I was like, man, I could literally leave the state of Connecticut and move anywhere that doesn't have a state income tax, or I could move to a state that has a much lower income tax and pay less taxes. And what would be the loss? You know, I work from home. So at the time, all right, I did some research on what states did not have personal income tax. I started looking for houses. You all remember this. If you're longtime viewers, you remember this. It was like 2013 and then 2014, I actually started house hunting. And at that time, I was in constant communication with my tax attorney saying, gee, you know, what would happen if I were to move, say, to Washington or to Texas or to one of these states that doesn't have a personal income tax? He says, basically, that was it. You just don't pay personal income tax. You just pay the federal. You're good to go. And before I ever took one single step towards buying this house, okay, I up front asked my tax attorney 2 important questions. I said, number 1, are there any other taxes that I'm going to have to pay if I move to the state of Washington outside of the federal income tax? That's number 1. He said, no, it's just the personal federal income tax you'll have to pay. Number 2, I asked him in writing, I still have the fucking email. I said, since I'm moving to Washington State, doesn't it make sense that I should get a tax attorney out here who basically has more knowledge of the state laws and stuff like that? To, you know, they'll be more knowledgeable about that. So basically, I'm going to say goodbye to you. You know, after this year of taxes, once I move to Washington in the summer, you know, I'm going to basically not need your services anymore. That makes sense, right? And he came back to me and said, oh no, I'm still able to handle all of your tax concerns. No problem whatsoever. You'll still be fine. Don't worry about it. I can take care of it. You know, I'll do the research. I'm well versed, and we'll take care of I'll still take care of your taxes for you, no matter what. Okay. Okay. Right? I'm not the professional here. He is. This is his job. He's a tax attorney. I get a letter in the mail stating that due to some information that has come across the desk of someone, that they suspect that I, Phil Burnell, own a business called Dspgaming, and I'm doing business in the state of Washington, but I'm not doing it properly. I never registered the business, which is legally required in the state of Washington, and I'm not paying taxes. Now, to clarify, not personal income tax. There's no state personal income tax in the state of Washington. However, in the state of Washington, they have what's apparently, which I don't know, I'm not a tax attorney, it's called, it's some kind of a business, I don't even know the technical thing about it, some kind of a business tax, that if you're self-employed in Washington, and if you fit certain criteria, like you make a certain amount of money, you get income from certain sources, or you receive certain tax documents from the people who you have contractual agreements with, you're required to register as a business and to pay this business tax in the state of Washington, okay? So I get this letter, and I'm looking at it like, what the hell is this, man? Are you serious? Like, what could this be? Could this be true? This is bullshit. And I read it, I'm like, well, I don't own my own business. I don't, you know, I'm not registered. I don't own my own business. I don't. Legally, there's no business out there that's called Dspgaming. Dspgaming is just a YouTube channel, right? There's no business called Dspgaming. It doesn't exist. So at that point, I tried to get my tax attorney from Connecticut involved. All right. I tried to say, what's going on here? You know, this guy is saying that maybe I qualify for having to register as a business and pay business tax and all of this. What's going on? All right. And at the same time, I was still in contact with this guy who apparently was investigating me. So I asked him, I said, you know, I'm just curious, how did this happen? You know, how did you find out about Dspgaming? Because it's not registered anywhere or anything like that. And he said, well, we got an anonymous tip about a company called Dspgaming that apparently was operating in Washington State, and the real reason that we got a whiff of you is because you're on a mailing list for small businesses in the state. Like, you're registered on all of them. If you take a look, it's Dspgaming. It says you're the sole proprietor, and it lists your address, and they signed you up for all of these. I said, well, that makes sense. because that's why I'm getting these contractor magazines. That's why I'm getting all these business-related mailings that I didn't sign up for. That's why I'm getting them all. Someone went out there with my information and registered me as a small business on all these free mailing lists. And then whoever it is that takes care of, the state tax or business tax in Washington got an anonymous tip and went out and looked and said, oh, look at this. If they're registered for these mailings, they must be real. And then they started investigating me. Okay? I send him the form and he goes, Phil, I don't know if I'm comfortable filling out this form. I really feel that at this point, since it seems like, this might be something serious, you should get a tax attorney in the state of Washington. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are you fucking serious? Keep in mind, this guy, 30 years experience as a tax attorney, taking thousands of dollars for me, all right, to do my taxes over the years. He blatantly, I have it in writing from him in an email that I saved on purpose. In writing, it says, you do not have to get another attorney. I will still be your tax attorney. He's taking on all that responsibility for me moving and doing my taxes properly in the state of Washington. Literally says, well, I think you should just get another tax attorney now in Washington. I did two things. The first thing I did is I did research legally online, and I said, I wonder what the liability is of a tax attorney who blatantly lies in an email and says that they're going to do due diligence and basically negligent, because let's say, for example, the state of Washington finds me guilty of not filing business taxes for 3 years, right? Because now at this point, that was August, September. So it was around 3 years at that point of unfiled business taxes, if that's the case. What's the liability on the tax attorney who screwed up? And I found my answers. The answers are simple. Basically, I'm responsible for the money, the actual tax money. I would be responsible 100% for the tax money that's owed to the state. Okay, no matter what, because I owed it if I owed it. All right. Now, what I could do is I could sue my former tax attorney. I could try to sue my former tax attorney for all of that. Now, that would take forever. It would take years. It would have to go through claims court. It's basically going to be, it would be a very time-consuming and an expensive process. And the problem is, my former tax attorney is in Connecticut, so it would be a nightmare for me to do that because I'm not there, right? So basically, I'm shot. Like, I don't know how I could get anything out of my former tax attorney. Because I don't have, number one, I just told you guys, I'm strapped for cash. I'm literally living paycheck to paycheck. I have just enough money to pay for everything I need to pay for. How am I going to have enough money and time to sue this guy when I have to keep streaming and keep paying the bills and everything? It's not possible. I can't do it. Okay. The other thing I did, all right. The other thing I did is I got a new tax attorney. All right. Now this new tax attorney, no surprise. All right. No surprise. Very expensive. All right. So I'm like, on the ends of my extension here. I'm completely overextended. I have no liquidity. I'm to the point where I can't afford anything. Okay. The problem here is that there's still going to be a chunk of money, all right, that apparently I'm going to owe. And the question is, what's the amount going to be? We don't know. It's probably, and he gave me an estimate. He says, just a rough estimate. It's going to be thousands and thousands of dollars. It's not going to be $10,000, but it could be thousands of dollars. And the problem is with the interest, fees, all that's going to be associated with not paying this for years. It could end up being way more. It could balloon. Basically, I'm in a position where I'm screwed. The thing I'm nervous about, two things, okay? Number one, what's going to happen when they finally determine how much I actually owe for these supposed back taxes, and how am I going to pay it? What's the payment plan going to be? How much a month? Especially now that I'm living month to month as it is with the money that I'm making. And number two, what's this oncoming looming payment going to be on January 31st that I'm going to owe? Because I don't know yet. I'm supposed to find out probably sometime in December. All right. But I'm being real here with you guys. Like I said, I don't have the full story. I can't give you the full information. I don't know what I owe yet. I don't know when it's going to be due, but it looks to me like if I just keep making what I was making this year, I'm screwed. And literally, I have no way to pay it. So more than likely what would end up happening is I'm going to get hit with a giant bill from whoever this is, business department or whoever they are. Here's your bill. You owe this many thousands of dollars. And I'm going to say, sorry, guys, I don't have it. But what I'm going to have to do is sell my house. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up because again, I told you guys months ago, all right? This has nothing to do with me. I did nothing wrong. I paid a guy with 30 years of experience who assured me he knew what he was doing to do my taxes properly, and he did not do due diligence when I moved across the country to make sure I was doing my business taxes properly. He didn't even do research at all. He basically just said, there's no state income tax, you don't owe it, and he never went the next step. Now, 3.5 years later, he's shirking all responsibility, like he never told me that he could still be my tax attorney, which is insane. It's absolutely insane, okay? This really sucks. This really fucking sucks. And again, it's not, you did nothing wrong, I did nothing wrong. Out of all the things that you could say, okay, what did I do wrong? At the time when I moved across the country, I overspent. I should not have spent as much as I did on the move as well as furnishing this house. I fully admit that, right? Over the years, you know, I could have done better, more economical choices that I did not make, and that hurt me. When negativity hit me on the internet with this is how you don't play and shit like that, I reacted badly instead of kind of laughing with it or just ignoring it. And because of that, it exploded badly and it turned out bad. You know, look at all the negativity and shit for years. It wasn't until recently that finally the biggest group of people who didn't like me, the SOK, finally disbanded. And now I'm finally seeing a little bit of alleviation of everything that's going on. This is something that I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct legally. Everything was right. And now I get fucked. On top of all the shit that, just think of this year. YouTube ad revenue plummets. Machinima relationship falls apart. Get fooled into trying to join an MCN on YouTube that promises me the world and lies to me, so I have to quit and go back to Curse immediately. Breaking up with my girlfriend, fiance. Oh, by the way, I didn't even mention false copyright strikes. Remember the false copyright strikes I had in the summer? Right? That almost shut down Dspgaming. Forgot to mention those. Getting signed up for all these business mailings and basically being registered, even though I'm not, as a business in Washington, even though I'm not a business. You know what I mean? Which then tips off, because an anonymous tip, gee, I wonder who that was, who tipped off this business department that supposedly I'm doing business in Washington and not paying taxes. And now, on top of it, and then health too. Like I said, some health stuff's been coming up too. And it's all at once. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what the flaming fuck am I supposed to do? What did I ever do? What did I ever do to anyone on this planet that they would literally try to end me? This is what this is. This is because it wouldn't end. Even if I lose the house and I move back to Connecticut, they still will get out. They'll still come for me. They're still gonna, you know what I mean? It's not gonna end. They're still gonna be coming for me.
Back in May, DSP had announced his breakup with his longtime girlfriend, Panda Lee. But by the end of November, DSP would announce that he had a new girlfriend. This revelation that DSP had a girlfriend would be met with criticism and suspicion. The criticism would stem from his financial situation. DSP would reveal that he was paying travel costs for his new girlfriend to come visit him, when less than a month ago he had revealed that he was in a financial crisis due to his back taxes. The suspicious aspect of this would be Phil keeping it relatively private. In the last year, DSP had been trying to make his life more and more private, revealing less and less to the general public. Due to the limited information Phil was revealing, this would lead to wild speculation amongst detractors. Eventually, rumors began circulating that this girlfriend didn't exist and DSP was actually being catfished or hiring hookers, and this is where all his money had went to.
Ever since I announced over a week ago that I have a girlfriend, and I've had a girlfriend since the summer, and I was going to be spending time with her during my time off, these people who, they've literally have nothing going on in their personal lives whatsoever, all right? They're just so pathetic. They have no personal lives, nothing interesting to occupy them, so they have to get into mine. They've been desperately trying to figure out who my girlfriend is. They've been scouring Twitter. They've been scouring social media and my forums and my videos, everything, to try to find evidence of who my girlfriend could be. What they don't realize is that there's no evidence at all because I carefully protected everything. But first thing they did, for several days, they kept saying that my girlfriend was some girl who had tweeted me months and months ago during the summer for like one random conversation, and they basically kept spamming the shit out of her Twitter, saying that she was my girlfriend, to the point where she basically flipped out and said, no, I'm not his girlfriend, you fucking idiots. Ridiculous, right? Now, they're trying to say that apparently my girlfriend is a paid escort. What? It's just insanity. So I just got a troll sub from someone claiming Phil's dating an escort named Kim. Sure I am. Oh my god. The hilarious part, I remember 3 years ago when I was on Twitch, all right, there were two girls who claimed that they were paid escorts, and they had two Twitter accounts, and they would post in the stream chat. Come to find out, it was two catfish accounts, people who were pretending to be these escorts to try to catfish people into, like, sending the money and shit. I would not be surprised if that is the case here as well, that there's someone who made a catfishing account out there to try to fool people or whatever, but I'm not dating an escort named Kim. If you think that, you are literally retarded, and you should go put your head into a toilet and flush to try to wash the bullshit out of your fucking brain, because you are really stupid.
In a twist, detractors would disprove this rumor about DSP hiring hookers. It would ultimately be two trolls trying to frame Phil. This girlfriend would be later revealed as Kat, the person he had been tweeting at less than a month after his breakup. Due to his financial situation, Phil would run a fundraiser for his Christmas event.
And my goal will be to try to drive in as many patron pledges and tips as possible. I need to raise as many funds as possible to help with my impending tax situation. Taxes will be coming due at the end of January, and within the next couple of weeks, I'll actually finally know what I owe, as my tax attorney slash accountant will be telling me what I owe based off of this year's income. And then I'm going to have a lump sum payment due at the end of January, and also I'm going to owe probably a hefty sum of money to my tax attorney slash accountant, coming up in the next month too. So that's going to be the purpose of this stream tomorrow. Is going to be trying to raise as much money as I can to help out with this issue. All right, folks, the whole thing here is there's two reasons why these people are doing this nasty stuff to me right now. Absolutely, the first reason is because, for example, they know I'm doing a fundraiser tomorrow. They don't want me to be able to raise any money. They want me to be a big failure, and no one pledges to me because they think that it's going towards an escort. All right, even though it's not. It's a lie. It's going towards taxes.
DSP would set a goal of $2,000 for this fundraiser event. He would hit that goal and receive over $2,600 in donations. Notably, $1,000 was given from one person. This wouldn't be reflective of all the donations, as the $2,600 was only the money given through his PayPal. He would also receive donations through Patreon and receive money through Twitch's systems such as bits and subscriptions. To detractors, this fundraising event would solidify DSP's reputation as an e-beggar. To DSP, this was an act of desperation, as he had criticized other streamers and YouTubers for doing similar events and shouting out tips. In the end, the fundraiser was successful, and fans had hoped that giving him this money would solve the sudden financial crisis Phil found himself in. 2018 would begin with some positivity, with DSP receiving a sponsorship. OPC, a gaming chair company, would sponsor him and promise him a gaming chair as part of the deal. Due to detractors notifying the company about Phil's past and potentially harassing them, the company would cancel the sponsorship with Phil. Phil would be upset that they would not give him the chair they had promised.
And sadly, today it seems that all fell apart. Again, nothing to do with me whatsoever, as usual. Most of the negative shit that ends up going on these days in particular has nothing to do with me at all, okay? Sadly, I had to say it, I do see the perspective of any company that may want to sponsor me and then see something like that and say, well, maybe we wouldn't want to be involved in that. However, this entire situation is incredibly unprofessional, and I want to clear the air, all right? So let's talk. What I see is people in the stream chat start talking about, is Phil aware that basically his sponsorship's over already, that the trolls have contacted OPC via social media and told them that he's a horrible person and linked him to a bunch of slanderous stuff on the internet, and they responded saying they're going to cancel the sponsorship. I'm literally going to read to you, word for word, the email I got from OPC. So there's no one that can accuse of slander or anything like that. I'm going to read from you word for word. It says, Phil, it's been brought to our attention that you have an extensive history across the Let's Play community, with the best summarization being from Lolcow. And then they link to some Lolcow wiki I've never heard of and never been to before. And of course, when you click on it, it's all slanderous, negative, false shit. Phil's a pedophile. Phil's a beggar. Phil's this. Phil's that. All the negative, slanderous shit people have made up about me over the last how many years, right? All summarized on this page. Now, anyone with an intelligent brain knows a website named Lolcow is probably not a serious website. It's probably a website made for malicious slander like this. That's the point of it, to try to pick apart people and make them look horrible. okay? Unfortunately, this history is not something that we want to see when thinking of the OPC brand, and we're saddened by the sight of it. Because of this, we are unable to move forward with your sponsorship. Oops, guess what, OPC? I hate to tell you guys this, that's not how business works. You don't offer something, here are the terms, okay, I abide by the terms, and I begin the promotion, and then you renege on your agreement, which I have in email right here form, a contract between you and me. Therefore, OPC violated the terms of their agreement with me already immediately by canceling. All right, there's no way you could do that. Once you already have a legal agreement in place, which I have in writing, if you do this, we'll do this. I have it all done. In the middle of the process, I already do my half of the bargain. They renege. It's actually not possible. It's illegal to do that. Now, personally, do I really care that much? No, I don't. Not only the fact that trolls literally just linked to a common trolling website about me full of slander that is factually wrong. If you do 5 minutes of research regarding this kind of slander or whatever, you would find out that it's wrong. You'd find out, okay, maybe it's based on a snippet of truth, but what people actually say on a website like the Lolcow website, wiki, or whatever the fuck it is not factually true. All right? There's things that have been massively disproven just by asking me a question and me explaining the situation, but I don't deal with that shit. I'm here to be a positive streamer. Sorry, head of marketing of OPC, you do a bad job. You offered me a sponsorship, had me do everything on the end of my end to do everything professionally, and then reneged on it because of trolls attacking me with slander and you believing it, or saying, well, it's too, after the fact, oh, well, now we don't want that. It's too late. You've already offered the sponsorship. If you want to offer sponsorship, you have to clear that first. You don't, after the fact, find out that shit happened and then renege on your agreements. So right now, there are two parties at fault. The trolls who spammed OPC, of course, with negativity about me that's completely untrue, and OPC, the company, and or the marketing department of the company, who, number one, did not do their job and due diligence to make sure that they were offering sponsorship to someone who they felt was in line with their company, and number two, for actually reneging on an agreement after I went through with my half of the bargain. So who looks bad? OPC looks terrible because they're a bunch of idiots who don't do their job researching to figure out who they want to give sponsorship to, and they cave to trolls without any kind of substantiating of anything said about me, and now I'm left basically looking stupid because I advertise free advertisement for these guys, and it is what it is, right?
Shortly after this, DSP would receive another sponsorship from Spawn Seats, and he would receive the chair before sponsoring them. This company was relatively unknown, so detractors would look into it and discover that this company was just reselling another company's gaming chairs at a marked up price. After harassment, they would also pull the sponsorship from Phil, but this time, Phil wouldn't care.
So while I'm running full speed, I'll make an announcement, folks. Sadly, and this is bad news, of course, but people in the stream chat are all talking about it, so I'll let you know. So, during the course of today's stream, you know who, the usual trolls, basically went and found all kinds of personal information about this company that sponsored me. Apparently found personal info about the guy who owns it and started doxing him. And also information about the website and stuff. And at this point, the guy just contacted me and said, at this point, it seems like it's too much of a risk because he's already being attacked within 1 day personally, and he's going to go out of business and not run that business anymore. Isn't that nice? So apparently my sponsor is now going out of business. Fact of the matter is, folks, it doesn't really affect me because guess what? I mean, I got the chair. I got the chair already. That's why I didn't do a lick of promotion until I got the chair. And I talked to the guy up front about this, the possibility of nasty shit happening. And he said, no, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it. It is what it is, guys. So that's it. I'll be removing the link and everything from my Twitch page during the break. I will not be talking about it on Twitter anymore, and it's all done. I'll be deleting the tweet, I guess.
One of DSP's earlier videos that drew a lot of attention was DSP taking a shower and reviewing a product. He would attempt to recreate this at the beginning of 2018 by taking another video of him taking a shower.
Yeah, I gotta get deep down in there. Oh, yeah. Oh, got a big chunk. Damn. Shake that off. Oh, big chunk. There you go. Now it's time to clean my ass. Oh, 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 It feels so thick and full.
It can be assumed that DSP had done this for the views, as it had received over 33,000 views at the recording of this video. At the end of January, DSP would use his Christmas fundraising money to pay off his 2017 taxes. But now DSP needed the money to pay back the state taxes he has been paying for the 30 years prior to 2017. So DSP would announce another fundraiser at the end of February, 2 months after the Christmas one.
You know, I'm doing a big drive, a fundraising drive this coming Wednesday, the final day of February, for two reasons. The first reason being that, as you guys have seen, this month we've had a significant dip in subscribers, okay? Basically what's happened is every single person who had a gifted sub in the month of January expired and no one resubbed. So right there we had about 60, probably 70 subs that expired that weren't redone. And then on top of that, there have been some legitimate subs that people just didn't renew for some reason. I don't know if it's because they just didn't want to, because they haven't been around, because there's been no new games. I'm not sure. So we've had this big decline. And the thing is, this is the worst possible time for this to be. The actual worst possible time for a dip in subs. Reason being, in April, I'm going to have a big amount of money due for taxes. I'm going to have federal taxes due. For last year, for whatever's left over that I still owe. I'm going to have a new federal tax first payment for this year due. And apparently my back taxes for the state, I'm also supposed to figure out what they are and be told, you know, what kind of a payment plan or whatever I'm going to be put on for those as well. Oh yeah, also, I'm going to have to pay my new tax attorney to handle all my new taxes and all of that. So there's like literally 4 bills that are going to be coming due in April. And seeing an income decline in February is not good, because I get paid for most of this stuff in April. If you guys aren't aware, for both bits and for subs, I don't get that income for 2 months. It's a 2-month stagger, so I'll get it around the middle of April, which is when I need it to pay all this tax stuff. And if I have a big decline in income this month, that's not good, okay?
DSP's fundraiser would once again aim for $2,000, but barely make over $100, ending in total failure for this fundraiser. At the beginning of March, DSP would introduce his new girlfriend, Kat, to his audience and explain why he held off on introducing her.
To my viewership and my fan base, asking, why hasn't Phil done videos with Kat? Why aren't there vlogs? Why hasn't she been in gameplay? Why hasn't she been on streams? You know, and I hear it from both sides. I hear it from very positive people, you know, the kind of people who hang out on my streams daily and we have a great time. And of course, you got the negative idiots who constantly have to spin it in a negative way that something must be wrong and there's a reason why, you know, she hasn't been in everything yet. So what's the deal? Why hasn't there been anything? What's going on? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the bottom line is this. If you guys haven't noticed, in the last year, I have made a very conscious effort to basically try to separate what I consider to be kind of my work life, my online streaming, my videos on YouTube, from my personal life. Now, I know this is a huge change for those of you who've been longtime viewers and fans of mine. As you know, I used to pretty much share every single thing on a daily basis, right? I used to tell you about my feelings about everything, what was going on behind the scenes of the camera, whether it was personal stuff, financial stuff, whatever it was, always, I shared it all, right? And to some extent, that was a positive. I feel that I had a great connection with my audience. But as you guys know, sadly, over the years, there's been some really malicious parties out there who've used that personal information to do really harmful things, including, you know, doxing, swatting, and doing all kinds of malicious, slanderous, you know, just negative things, toxic things on the internet regarding myself and, you know, my family, friends, things in the past. It's been horrible in a lot of things, you know, that people would do this stuff. Okay.
Over time, DSP would refer to Kat as his soulmate. In the past, DSP described things he had missed about his ex-girlfriend, such as her cooking for him and other household duties, so detractors began referring to Kat as his soulmate. At the end of February and in March, DSP would begin receiving suspensions from Twitch. DSP would receive a total of 2 suspensions around this time. Initially, it was thought that DSP's second suspension was due to him saying he would pimp slap an 11-year-old child.
Can I please go in the waiting room?
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, if you look around, you would have been able to know. It literally says waiting room on top of it.
Wow. You're quite rude.
Wow. I'm 11. Deal with it.
You're 11?
Yes?
And your parents bought you a gaming PC? What's wrong with this picture?
You click on it, just so you know.
You click on it. Ah. Good. Now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have slapped in real fucking life if they talked to me like that. I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that. What the fuck? Anyway.
DSP would reveal that it wasn't due to him saying he would pimp slap a child. It was due to him mocking someone's physical appearance.
So I'm looking at this and I'm like, I literally have no idea what this could be. I have no clue. Because even the last thing that I can think of, if you guys remember, over a month ago, right? I did a stream where I played VR chat and there was a kid who was insulting me and I made an off-the-cuff joke, not directly at that kid, but in general about a hypothetical kid who I would slap if they talked to me like that disrespectfully. But I did that before the new Twitch terms of service came into effect. So they couldn't retroactively say, oh, we got you now because we changed the terms, but you said this before the terms changed. You know, it couldn't even be that. So I'm thinking, what in the holy hell could they have said I harassed someone on one of my streams recently? I was like completely dumbfounded by this. It was revealed. All right. Now you can make your own judgments. I'm going to give you no opinion whatsoever. Why I was suspended from Twitch this time. There was someone who came into my stream chat and blatantly insulted me. I don't even remember the insult. That's how often I get insulted in stream chat and everything. I don't even remember what on earth this insult was that this guy said to me. I have no recollection of what it was at all. And apparently I banned the guy. And I said, I verbally said I was banning the guy, and that apparently is okay according to Twitch. I even, you know, basically just saying that you're even calling someone a fucking asshole or something like that is allowed on Twitch. That's fine. But apparently, as I was banning the guy, just listen to what a weird circumstance this was. As I was banning the guy, I must have hovered over his name in the Twitch chat. Okay? And as I was hovering over his name on the Twitch chat, apparently a profile pic for this guy's avatar popped up, and it just so happens it has the guy's real face there. So in a moment of weakness, in a moment of anger of my own, being angry that this guy had blatantly come into my stream chat just to say something really nasty to me, all right, I addressed his physical appearance in a negative fashion. Apparently, this was a huge violation of the terms of service, all right, and this particular person, who apparently I insulted their physical, after, even though they had come into my stream chat, willingly and knowingly, actively in front of everyone, insulted me, and I in my rights, banned that person, because I then lashed out back in defense against them and insulted their physical appearance. I violated Twitch's terms of service, and that constitutes a violation. What I learned today, all right, it's my fault. I screwed up. I did. I'm willing to admit when I make a mistake, and I know that looking back at the situation of exactly the way that things went down, okay, I 100% agree that I was in the wrong. I 100% agree with Twitch that I made a mistake and I need to step up when I'm wrong and say, you know what? No one who's on anyone's stream should be insulted for their physical appearance, period. There should be no situation where anyone is attacked for how they look. It was a moment of weakness for me because the guy came into my chat, all right, and insulted me before I even knew anything about the guy. And again, a random occurrence where I happen to see the guy's face and say something. And by the way, I believe the guy, it was 100% bait, because I believe he went ahead and made a video about it. So there you go. It's not like the guy was, oh my God, I was legitimately insulted by what Phil did to me. It was more like, I was actually just trying to insult Phil anyway and get a rise out of him so I could get him in trouble on Twitch. And that's what happened. Okay? So I admit I'm in the wrong here. I did something wrong. All right?
DSP's birthday is in early April, around the time taxes are due. Due to the failure of his fundraiser, DSP would create an event to celebrate his birthday all week and hope that his fans would come out and support him during this week.
This week, all week long, I'll be basically doing kind of a festive celebration of my birthday, which is coming up this Friday. All right. So what does that mean? It means that during streams, if you come to one of my streams and you cheer, sub, or tip, or contribute, I'll be doing some festive celebrations to thank you. You'll see this stuff behind me all week. And then there's a special day of interactive streaming coming up this Friday that we're going to talk about here in the Week in Preview. It's going to be a great week, all right? This week in particular is a great opportunity. It's my birthday week. It's a great time to give back and say, Phil, we love what you do for a living. And, you know, we want you to keep doing out full content every single day, fun, free stuff. 10 years that I've been doing free video game content on the internet. If you can support this week, please do. How? Very simple. Tip me. Why do I need your help right now with tips? Because whatever funds you give me via tips for the next few weeks, I get those funds right away, and those are going to go straight to the tax situation. If I can get this tax situation over and done with, and it won't be a rolling overdue tax issue for the rest of the year, then I'm in the clear. I can focus on the future positively, and, you know, we can have a great year. But sadly, if, you know, I can't pay these taxes this month, I'm in a situation where it may get worse and worse and worse over the course of the year, and by the end of the year, I might have to lose my house, okay? Happy birthday to me! Ha ha!
DSP would celebrate his week-long birthday, and then when it was finally his actual birthday, he would do a $2,000 fundraiser event. Ultimately, DSP would only receive just over $400 in tips. After this event, DSP would show the folder that contains all the paperwork for his taxes, but he wouldn't show any details or the content of said paperwork. Detractors would point out that the paperwork appears to be blank when he shows it off.
I figured I should show you my taxes. Here they are. There's actually a big thing from my tax attorney that I got yesterday, 2017 taxes. You know, and in here, a ridiculous amount of documents and information about, breaks it down into detail and everything about everything that happened over the course of 2017. Sure. It doesn't matter what I show you in here, none of it is relevant because people will just immediately just make shit up and say that I lied or whatever, and it's not proof of anything anyway, okay? And that's sad. It's sad that the people who criticize me the most are not logical. They're not logical humans. They will literally make conspiracy theories up. They will say whatever they want. It doesn't matter what I show you. None of it will prove anything. All right?
Due to the amount of support that DSP had received, he would feel comfortable enough to say he's going to commit to focusing on his content and not bring up the tax situation anymore.
I'm committing to you guys, all right, that you're not going to hear about it anymore. I'm just not going to keep bringing it up every week on every pre-stream. There's no reason to. For me, what I need to do to move forward is every single day put out entertaining content for you. Whether it's an on-demand video on YouTube, a live gameplay stream on Twitch, both. You know what I mean? Realistically, that's the only way I see myself getting out of the situation I'm in. So that's what I'm going to focus on. No more are you going to hear me harping on it every single day and every single video. So for those who've really been just, oh my God, every time I tune into a Phil stream or a Phil video, he's talking about this again. Those days are over. All right. Now, that may change at the very end of this year if I'm so bad that it's like a last chance scenario. Maybe then I'll have to appeal for your help again. But as of right now, go with the flow. All right. My goal every day to have fun on stream, share those experiences with you.
A week later, DSP would bring up his taxes once again.
And then one final thing before we get to shout outs here. Tips. The cool thing about tips is number one, they're done through PayPal. Meaning you don't have to do them through any other, like, for example, you don't have to go buy bits or do anything else or earn bits to do it. You can just do it right through PayPal. That's number one. Number two, I get tips right away, and it helps me out directly with things like paying the bills, you know, cost of operating the business, taxes, etc. It helps me out. So thank you guys for any of your contributions during the stream. Looking forward to a fun one and giving you guys a lot of shout outs. All right.
Over time, DSP would gain the moniker of Pig Roach. Detractors would initially refer to DSP as a pig due to his perceived greed and habit of snooting into the mic, but they would add in the Roach moniker due to his inexplicable way of surviving any cancellation attempt due to his past controversies. It would become a detractor meme to say DSP outlasted another one whenever a creator is cancelled and deplatformed. Detractors would constantly create new memes surrounding Phil. A new meme would be created when someone would donate to him calling him Dave, Dave being the name of Phil's father. DSP would be well aware of these detractor memes and would actively ban people in his chat for using them. He would try addressing these memes, particularly the one referring to his laugh as ack ack ack.
Hilarious Octoa. We all, as you know, laugh out loud hilariously when the ack meme is used. And even though I don't laugh saying ack at all, it's literally something that some idiot made up and said that I sound like, when in reality I don't sound like that at all. It's much like how they say my laugh sounds like ack. So when I laugh and I go, or does that sound like ack? No. It sounds nothing like that at all. But they fabricated memes for themselves to laugh at, which makes no sense to anyone who actually has a fucking brain. But when you're brainless, you create things to laugh at. So, there you go. Constantly referencing my medical issues. So, I have post-nasal drip, and so you're going to come in here and say, snort. My acid levels in my body that a few years ago resulted in gout, which is actually the result of having imbalanced acid levels in your body. I only had it serious for about a week. And since then, maybe I had 2 flare-ups within that year. I haven't had anything in that regard for over 2 years. Yet these idiots still come in here and try to bring it up like it's some kind of a funny meme that I have a medical condition. It's like, that's not funny. How is that funny? What they do is they try to take something that has a snippet of truth. Do I have an odd laugh? Yes. Does it sound like ack? No. But that's what they do. They take it and they toxify it. They make it degenerated and they basically try to defile it to the point where the reality becomes this distorted mess of nasty, negative shit, and they act like it's fact. And that's how these people, these idiots, get other idiots to believe negative stuff about me.
Phil banning people would become a meme in itself because it was obvious when he was banning someone. Detractors would call it a lean in manual ban.
Nightmare to get people to go from one to the other. It is. It's just going to be a total nightmare. Okay? And by the way, I don't know where the mods are, but I see a bunch of trolls in the stream chat who I'm now going to get rid of. Hold on a second. Let me take care of this quickly.
As the Detractor community grew, content creators would make unique content mocking Phil. One such instance would be a music video called "'Cause You Gout That," mocking Phil's past flare-ups with gout. DSP had hoped he would see relief from detractors when Sons of Kojima fell apart. In reality, since the Sons of Kojima collapsed, existing detractor channels would grow and new detractor channels would appear now that the Sons of Kojima were no longer harassing detractors over monetization. One particular thing that detractor channels would do would be to restream his content. These restreamers would provide commentary over his livestream, and one of the most notable ones would be almighty Tevin. DSP would be upset with these restreamers because their commentary were usually negative and they would usually get more viewers than him.
There's people, they try to do their own streams, they try to make their own videos, and they can't get 100 people. But then they restream my shit illegally and do drama comments or insulting comments over it, commentary, and they can get 1,000 viewers, But that's it. Drama garbage content for immature people is all the rave on the internet right now, and there's no police. There's no internet police to take care of that shit. So right now, it's allowed. It's like the Wild West of the internet.
In May of 2018, DSP would find himself in drama due to his comments regarding the release of State of Decay 2. Some content creators would receive early access to State of Decay 2 to stream to an audience. DSP would not be one of these creators that would receive early access. He would go on to tweet, "Those playing State of Decay 2 a full week early are paid shills. They're walking advertisements, not true gamers, and are doing solely for a paycheck. I'll be paying for the game and playing it this Friday just like many of you, and my reactions will be legit as always." Phil's take on this would receive an angry mob of responses from those in the gaming industry and other content creators. DSP would delete this tweet and post a follow-up tweet on this. He would go on to say, "People who actually watch my streams have heard my fully fleshed out thoughts on things that my idiotic earlier tweet failed to intelligently express, and it did nothing but make me today's biggest internet jackass. So yeah, less of that moving forward. Sorry again." He would go on to express that now he was worried about being banned from Twitch or Goose for one stupid tweet, and that this was supposed to be his time off. He would express that he's considering using Twitter for only business purposes moving forward because trying to articulate something on Twitter only creates drama, something that he hates and is tired of. A month later, DSP would do an infamous livestream talking about his depression.
The topic I want to discuss to end my podcast this week, or this month, whenever you want to say, is depression. All right, depression is not a joke. It's not something to be joked about, by the way. Even though you'll have comedians who are self-deprecating and they'll joke about their own depression and whatever, in reality, it's a very serious issue. And if you don't take it seriously, it could really negatively affect your life, the lives of others, to the point where if it's untreated and or unmanaged, it could result in death. You know, I can't, like I said, there have been days over the years, you guys who are longtime viewers, there have been days when I said, I just can't stream today or I can't do videos today. Sorry, guys. That's because I was depressed. And I couldn't actually shake it off enough to come out and put on a happy face and put out entertaining videos or streams or whatever for you guys that day. Okay? Okay. So people now are going to argue with me about semantics because they're being jerks in stream. It's not a disease, it's a disorder. All right, it's a disorder. It's not what I'm talking about. We're not here to argue semantics and shit. All right, we're here to talk real turkey about what this is, this disorder. I'll call it a disorder. Oh, for the little Nancys who might get offended that I said disease instead of disorder. Oh my God. Okay. But that nagging feeling back here never went away. So my whole life, everything that I've strived to do, everything that I tried to turn into a pot, I say a lot of times, I'm the king of hate, right? I'm the guy that when people talk down to me and they say I can't do something and I'm a piece of crap, and I use that negativity, I use that toxicity to fuel me, right? To say, no, I'm going to persevere. I'm going to punch through the boundaries. I'm going to become, that person that they say I can't be, and I'm going to be successful no matter what. But even though I have done that, there's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me that I'm a bad person. It's telling me that I don't deserve any success. It's telling me that I'm ugly. It's telling me that I'm fat. It's telling me that I'm gross. It's telling me that I'm not funny, that I'm worthless, that I'm a sellout, that I'm a shill, that I'm a piece of crap, that I don't deserve any kind of positivity. I don't deserve my girlfriend. I don't deserve the love of my parents. I don't deserve to live. And it's there. And it never fucking goes away. There have been days when I'm in the middle of something completely positive and fun, right? There's no reason for me to be sad. There's no reason whatsoever for me to be thinking about negative things from my past. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the thought of something incredibly bad and negative from my past jumps into my head and it kills my mood and it makes me sad as shit or angry or upset, and it doesn't go away. It's still there. And it sucks. It's people, just like people, ignorant idiots in the stream chat are saying right now as I'm describing this to you, oh, that's just a self-esteem issue. Oh, it's this and that. Wrong. And that's what I mean. That's the worst thing you can do to someone who has this, is to tell them they're wrong, their problem isn't valid, it's something else, and how dare you act like you have a problem. That's the worst thing you could do, because it just makes them feel even worse. But there's other ways that it could, sadly, negatively affect everything. And one way, and this is a big one, and this is one that in particular, this is the first time I'm ever publicly discussing anything like this with anyone, any of you guys that have ever been a viewer of mine, all right? And this is the God's honest truth. I'm not making this up. This is not an excuse or a justification, okay? I take full responsibility for my actions. But one of the biggest problems with depression is self-destruction. And here's what I mean by that. Here we go, another idiot. Goodbye. You're a liar. Goodbye. Okay. You may notice that every once in a while I'll do something incredibly stupid and out of character. And you say, why the hell did Phil do that? Things were going good, and why would Phil do something really stupid like that? I'll do something dumb and out of character for no reason. And to the logical person looking in from the outside who's a fan, why did Phil fucking do that? Right? Why did Phil insult this person? Why did Phil do this? Why did Phil do that? And there's a lot to do, stress and emotion. But there's this self-destructive tendency for people who actually have depression.
As an example of his self-destructive behavior while depressed, DSP would refer back to his tweet a month ago about State of Decay 2 and say that he knew it was a bad idea, but due to his depression, he still did it.
And I know that. I know that putting that out on Twitter is going to cause trouble. I know that logically in this head. I know that's stupid, but I did it anyway. And it wasn't a mistake. It wasn't a mistake that I put that on fucking Twitter. No, sir, it wasn't. That was my depression pulling me out of a positive moment of my life at that very moment.
At the end of the stream, DSP would express that he had hoped him talking about this would have a positive effect on others going through depression. He would acknowledge that those that hate him may also be experiencing depression and only lash out to him due to his success.
Out there who may be suffering from what I've had my whole life, and maybe it'll give you some positive advice based on what I've told you. And just so you know, you are not alone. You are not a horrible person because you have this. It's not your fault, you know? And I'm starting to tear up, but it's true. Like, so many people out there feel alone. That's how I felt when I was at the bottom. Perpetual T-Man cheered again. He said, maybe part of the reason so many people actually try to hurt me is because they're feeling the same way about themselves. They see me being the successful guy, maybe, and they feel bad about themselves, so then they have to attack the guy. Maybe.
This livestream would be met with immediate backlash. Part of the reason would be because detractors believed that he was trying to pass off the blame to his depression instead of taking responsibility for his behavior. Though another reason they would dislike this video would be due to DSP's habit of using mental illness as an insult. DSP would call people mentally ill for simply criticizing or mocking him in a video, notifying his sponsors about his history, or to detractors who would take it to the extreme of harassing him or the people in his life.
Unfortunately, like I said, those really crazy, really mentally ill fucking people who just can't stand seeing someone be successful, sending fake complaint emails to like the higher ups of this company and getting me kicked off of their business. He took the time to actively download these videos illegally and make a montage, okay? A 2.5-hour montage, okay? Who in their right mind would ever do that? And I'm being serious here. Like, if you're mentally stable, who would force themselves to watch an 8+ hour playthrough of something you don't like, then download all the videos to make a 2.5-hour hate montage? Like, you have to be mentally ill. And I'm being serious. This person, if you're watching this, you need help. You need to go check yourself in. Seriously, like, you need to have the white coats come get you because you have something wrong with you. A normal person would not fucking do that. Shout out to YOLO Dabriyama, where apparently these idiots thought that I guess there was a random Twitch staffer in stream chat earlier, and these idiots thought that he was the guy who's like my contact at Twitch and are harassing the shit out of him. He's not, so they were wasting their fucking time. I never heard of the guy before. Some poor Twitch staffer who just happened to stop by and see what was going on my stream is now being completely harassed by fucking mentally ill idiots. What nice people they are, huh? But they're fucking sick ass people. This is what they do. They're nuts, dude. They're fucking nuts. I don't know what else to say. If you focus your entire life on negative things to bring down others, you're a fucking mentally ill idiot. And you need to fucking look in the mirror and realize it or go get help. Because you're not doing anything for yourself. You're not bringing me down. For 10 years you've been trying. I'm not going anywhere. You know, you got to do something better with your life. Because sadly, as you guys know, I have a group of jerks, mentally ill kids out there who every time I try to do something positive like a sponsorship opportunity, they'll try to ruin it for me. Let's say I would make a Twitter post, okay? Literally, it didn't even matter what I posted about. I could just post the letter P. Just a P. All right? Means absolutely nothing. I just post a letter. And as a case study, you would just look at the comments and it would be like, haha, fuck you, P. P stands for piece of shit. P is for penis, so you got a small one. What the fuck? These people are nuts. These people just are the biggest loser nuts, or they're mentally ill, or both. Who knows? But who acts like that?
To this day, DSP will continue to use mentally ill as an insult. DSP would give a status update regarding his taxes, saying he paid off all his state taxes, but now he had to pay his federal. His plan would be not to pay federal taxes until he has to next year, so he was hoping a boost of money would come in at the end of this year.
The good news is, right now, YouTube is going okay. It's not great, it's not bad, it's okay. Twitch is going pretty good and growing every month, all right? And in a moment, I'm going to talk to you about my future plans, what I really want to do with everything here. State tax issue is actually officially finally fucking done with. Finally. It took almost a year to clear this shit up, and I literally had to call in every favor I had. I had to borrow money. I had to fucking sell stuff, but I paid off the state taxes. I'm okay in that regard. Finally, it's a non-issue. But now the federal tax is something looming on my mind. This is what I mean. Like, for me, it's always, what's the next fucking thing that's going to kill me, right? And for me, right now, I'm in a situation where I know I'm behind on taxes. I don't have the money for them. What I have to hope is that this year, things keep going good on YouTube, things keep going good on Twitch, and I raise enough money that by the end of the year, I can pay as much tax as I can, and hopefully I get that big boom like I did last year near the end of the year. That'll help me with the state tax payment that's due at the end of the year, and then help me save some more for the federal, and by April of next year, I have enough to pay all the federal. I hope. Knock on wood, fingers crossed, toes fucking crossed.
About a month after this, DSP would do an emergency livestream. He would reveal that Curse, his partnership network, had dropped him. Now no longer receiving ad revenue through Curse, DSP had to have his own Google AdSense account to receive income from YouTube. The problem would be that DSP had been previously banned from AdSense due to fraudulent activity.
And I didn't want to talk about it publicly at all. I just want to make this perfectly clear. I didn't want to bother you guys with this, but now I have to, and it sucks, okay? Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail, I'm not partnered anymore. And this was in the works for a long time. Like, this was actually something that I had multiple discussions with Curse about, and it was actually an amicable way that we were going to end our partnership. It basically is a financial decision, let's put it that way. As you guys know, my channel on YouTube isn't huge anymore, Dspgaming, even though it brings in between 1 and 2 million views a month, right? It's not generating tons of revenue. And keep in mind, a partnership network takes a very, very small cut of what you make ad revenue wise on YouTube. And basically, just put it this way, no wrongdoing on my end or their end. It was just, they decided that, that was going to be the end of it. Amicable break, I guess is what you would call, okay? There was going to be a big dip in the income that I was going to make on Dspgaming. I didn't know what it was going to be, but I knew there was going to be a big dip, okay? And that being said, I was very uncertain. I've been telling you guys recently, right, that I've been having a lot of stress. I've been having a lot of problems. I say personal problems. What it is, like at night, I can't sleep. I'm thinking, man, what's going to happen when Dspgaming isn't partnered with Curse anymore and I have to run my own personal ads? What's the big was there going to be a giant difference in ad revenue? I don't know, because I've never done that. You know what I mean? This really sucks, because I've done nothing wrong. I didn't lose my partnership with Curse because I did anything wrong. It had nothing to do with that. And my channel now not being able to be monetized, I didn't do anything wrong, because if I had done something wrong, I wouldn't have had ads with Curse. It's some weird shit going on behind the scenes, right? That's screwed up. And I don't see any way to fix it. I'm solely reliant on YouTube finding a way to maybe approve the appeal, or, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. And, of course, what's going to happen now, because I revealed this to you guys, which I did not want to do, but I had to because now I'm in a dilemma. I don't know what to do, is people will speculate and make up shit. And you could do that as much as you want, guys. Seriously. Okay? You could do whatever you want. And say whatever you want. But the bottom line is that this was a situation where this negative stuff is happening and I didn't create it. I've been very positive with my content recently. I've been doing great stuff. People like my stuff. It's not like, oh, Phil did something wrong and now he's being punished for it. It's nothing like that at all. And this is what I mean. Like, this really sucks. All these situations I've been in recently is not a situation where Phil did something wrong. I'll fess up. When I do something wrong on Twitch, I insult some guy on stream for his physical appearance, which I shouldn't do. Okay, I did something wrong. I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take the punishment for that because I did it. That's something that I lost my cool and I did something wrong. This is a situation where, once again, I've done absolutely nothing wrong whatsoever, and I'm getting punished like I did, from what we had expected to be. Like, we thought Phil was a jerk, and we thought that the stream was going to be 100% toxicity and stuff, and it's not. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't been that at all. It's been a positive, fun experience here on the streams. I have changed. I don't know what I possibly could have done to avoid this, because I didn't do anything wrong. Again, it's not like, oh, Phil did something wrong. I did nothing wrong, In fact, that's what Curse said. They said, sorry, that we, the partnership is going to end, but you've done nothing wrong. We want this to be amicable. We don't want this to be like hard feelings on either side, because it's not.
DSP would stop posting on his main channel, Dspgaming, until he could appeal this AdSense ban.
Dspgaming has lost the ability to have advertisements. I did nothing wrong for this to happen. There's a lot of backstory to it, and I don't really want to get into it in this video, but I'm working with YouTube right now to try to figure out if there's any way we can get advertisements back on DSP Gaming. Quite frankly, it's not looking very good. This sucks because it's an 8-year legacy, over 40,000 videos on this channel that I've historically been able to monetize and make money on, and literally doing nothing wrong overnight, it seems to be getting taken away from me, which is terrible. It's bullshit. I agree with all of you who've been longtime viewers and fans of mine here on YouTube that it is garbage and it's not fair. It's not. But in the meantime, when this is being worked on, I got to do something, right?
To get around this problem, DSP would begin posting videos on KO Gaming, a channel he still had ad revenue on. DSP would continue to have trouble drumming up support from his YouTube audience. In DSP's livestream, he would chat, "I'm gonna make a video about it for DSP Gaming and KO Gaming tonight, asking those who watch on YouTube to pledge to Patreon for real this TM. If people watch on YouTube, there's no excuse anymore. You guys on streams, I cannot really ask for more, you guys give so much already." But those YouTube viewers at this point are just taking shit for granted, and it has to stop. But those who have watched me on YouTube for 10 years and just take it for granted that I'll always be there need a wake-up call. How am I getting thousands of views on my videos and have less than 200 patrons? DSP would release a video called "Alert, my future on YouTube is at stake, please support," and would direct the message to his YouTube audience.
So right now, things are grim when it comes to me and my presence on YouTube. 8 years of work on DSP Gaming, I cannot monetize anymore. I mean, it's great, and I want to say thank you to those of you who have transitioned over to KO Gaming in the last week. Those videos are monetized, and if you guys haven't noticed, those videos are very long. I'm now putting out very long videos on a daily basis. Instead of the old 10-minute parts I used to do on DSP Gaming, the videos on KO Gaming are like 1-2 hours long, which is what you guys have asked me for years. You said just make long gameplay videos that are more archives of your streams rather than these ridiculously short parts. So I'm doing exactly what you want, and I'm trying to make it so that those who still like my YouTube videos and watching my content on YouTube can still watch it. But I'm going to be very upfront and honest with you guys. I need your help. If you guys want to continue to see me upload videos to YouTube, at this point, since I'm making no money whatsoever on DSP Gaming, and I'm making almost nothing on KO Gaming, which I'm going to talk about in just a moment, I need you to help support everything, all right? Now, I want to say this. The Twitch audience has been amazing. They've come out, they've been incredibly supportive during the streams. At this point, I really can't go to my Twitch viewers, my stream viewers, and ask for anything more. Those guys are being amazing. They're cheering, they're subbing, they're tipping. They're going out of their way to support me, okay? So the truth of the matter is this, guys, something's got to give. And, you know, for 10 years, I've been a content creator on YouTube for 10 years, even though this last year, my revenue did completely dramatically drop on YouTube because of the YouTube Adpocalypse. I still continue to consistently upload videos for you guys on YouTube, especially those of you who say, "Man, Phil, you know, I can't watch your videos on Twitch because it's too much. The bandwidth limitations are too high. If I try to watch any video on Twitch, you know, it just chops up and I can't watch it, but I can watch your stuff on YouTube, so please keep uploading to YouTube." Okay, but what I'm kind of telling you guys now is I need to make a living, and I'm making nothing on the YouTube videos. So what this means is that I need you guys who are avid watchers, who are longtime fans of mine, and who love my YouTube content to please step up and support the effort. How? The primary way you can is to go to my Patreon at patreon.com/DarkSydePhil and pledge today. As little as $1 helps, okay? I've been saying this ever since I opened my Patreon 3 years ago. People are, "Oh, I can't make a significant impact." $1 a month actually helps and adds up, all right? The bottom line is, if you look at the amount of people who watch my videos on DSP Gaming and the amount of people who are watching the new videos on KO Gaming, you're talking at least 1,000 unique individuals a day watch my content. Sometimes it's tens of thousands, depending on what I'm playing. If a fraction of those pledged to my Patreon, I would be fine. I would not have, I need you, if you are an ongoing and avid watcher of my videos on YouTube, to pledge to my Patreon, okay? It's that simple. It's do or die time. I know many of you watched me for 10 years, and you probably have this mentality that Phil will overcome everything, and Phil, I don't have to ever worry about contributing to Phil, because no matter what, he always seems to overcome every hurdle. Now I'm in a situation, there's no clear end in sight, there's no way out. You have to contribute if you want to keep seeing me be able to put out videos on YouTube, period. If you want to see me keep uploading to YouTube right now, since it looks like there's really slim to no chance that DSP Gaming is going to get its advertisements back, I need you to pledge to my Patreon.
About 3 weeks after his last emergency video, DSP would do another status update, revealing he was still not doing well and would give tips on how fans could help him. He would switch to making longer videos and ask fans to turn off their ad blockers so they can watch more ads.
So here's the initial data sadly, I hate to report to you guys, it's not very good. All right. So for a week and a half, I started uploading videos to YouTube again on Dspgaming, only now they're longer. I am making, on average, from the numbers I'm seeing, anywhere from half to 1/3 of what I used to make. That is terrible. That is absolutely god-awful, okay? Out of my control. What happened this year that screwed me over? Gee, let's see. I lost my partnership with Curse. It wasn't amicable parting, but I did lose it. It wasn't my choice. And that has nothing to do with anything I ever did wrong. And now I lost my advertisements on Dspgaming for 2.5 weeks, and now I come back, and now everything's down, and it has nothing to do with me doing the wrong. In fact, it's the opposite. I'm doing what you guys wanted. For years, you wanted longer videos. I'm giving you those now, and it's hurting me. Number 2, I gotta ask that you please turn off ad blockers when you watch my stuff. It's that simple. When I've got a video that has 10 ads on it, and you're watching one of them, or none of them, because of ad blocker, I'm screwed. And it was all right when I was back when every video was 10 minutes, and people would watch a ton of videos. Overall, I would still get the ad revenue. Now I don't, right? So please, you gotta turn off your ad blocker when you're watching my stuff. It helps me out. Maybe that's part of the issue. I don't know. Okay. Or if you are doing all these things, maybe you're already spreading the word about my channel. You're already watching my videos without ad blocker, and you're like, well, what else could I do? There's my Patreon, patreon.com/DarkSydePhil. You know, as little as $1 a month helps, but the best.
A few weeks after this video, DSP would release another alert video stating why his ad revenue was low. DSP would reveal that longer videos brought in less ad revenue compared to him releasing dozens of smaller videos. He would say his fans needed to step up because they're the one that wanted longer videos.
Alright, so please guys, if you at all can, if you want to see me continue to keep uploading the longer videos to Dspgaming, you got to do something. You got to try to step up and help me in another way, alright? Because I am literally shooting myself in the foot doing these longer videos, but I'm doing it for you guys because this is what you want. So if you can help me in another way, I would appreciate it, alright? But
through the months of August and September, a chat member going by the alias of Tutankhamun or simply Tut would give Phil thousands of dollars. Detractors would call Tut a pay pig or whale due to the amount of money he was giving Phil. Tut was extremely toxic in DSP's livestream chats, but due to the amount of money he was giving Phil would allow it. Eventually, Tut's toxicity was so bad, DSP's moderators would have to ban him. With this ban, Tut would fly into a rage demanding to get a refund on all the donations he had given Phil, but Phil would refuse. In an attempt to get his money back, Tut would submit a fraud claim on his PayPal account, but according to Phil, this would ultimately fail.
what's going on, alright? Starting back in August, this guy named Tutankhamun came into the stream and was being very generous. He was throwing cheers around like crazy, but then told everyone after throwing crazy amounts of cheers around that basically his account had gotten frozen by Amazon. So then he started tipping me like crazy, and then in September, he went nuts gifting a ridiculous amount of subscriptions to the channel. So when he was doing this, no one knows who this guy is. I didn't know who the guy was. You know, I never is. A lot of it did. Like I'll say, the stuff that he did with cheers and subs did stick. And it ended up benefiting me for a couple months here, where obviously, you know, those contributions helped out a ton, right? And I'm certainly not going to be negative about that, okay? But what basically ended up happening, all right, was I noticed over the last month to month and a half that Tut's behavior was changing to be very negative and very toxic to people in the stream chat. And you would notice when he would contribute, he would try to basically kind of hog the spotlight, okay? He would try to basically be like, oh, the stream's all about me. I'm just going to keep gifting subs, and I'm going to keep doing this, and everyone talk to me. It's all about me. Now, I'll be honest with you guys. I put up with it because he was being very generous. It was helping out. And, you know, sometimes you got to look at the big picture. And, yeah, was it disrupting that this guy was coming in here and basically trying to make it all about him, his big attention thing about him? Yeah, it was disrupting. And, in fact, I got multiple complaints over the past 2 months about this guy, okay? But I said I'm going to put up with it because, hey, it's like they say, the lesser of two evils, I guess. Yeah, it's disruptive to the streams, but at least his contributions are helping out and allowing me to keep doing what I do. So I'm not going to look the gift horse in the mouth, right? So I don't even know what's going on. I'm not involved in it whatsoever. Apparently, Tut came in here and started fights, was threatening people, was threatening the mods, with like physical, oh, I'm gonna beat you up and stuff like that. You know, little kitty shit that's not allowed. You can't say that stuff. And the mods had words with him and were like, dude, we don't know what's going on, but you gotta chill out. We don't know what's happening. And basically, he basically threw a temper tantrum and was screaming, ban me, ban me, ban me. And, this isn't just me hearsay. I read the logs. I read the chat logs. And this is what he was doing. Okay? So the mods banned him. And it wasn't going to be a permanent ban or anything at all. We didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what was going on. He says in an email to me, he sent me 3 emails. Like, they're not, I mean, if you read the string of emails, it's like insane what he's saying. And he did this all when I was streaming, so he knew I couldn't even read the emails, but he was like acting like I should have responded immediately to his emails. And basically the final email, he's like, I want all my money back. And I'm like, you're not getting any money back. Like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Anything through Twitch is already processed and done. And as for the tips you sent me, you've literally on stream announced it was you and said that it was you actively doing it. I even have emails from Tut saying, oh yeah, because I basically, when Tut started to gift me, big amounts of contributions back in August, I started talking with him behind the scenes to make sure he was legit. And at that point, he was very rational. He was like, yes, everything, this is all yours to keep. This is me just trying to be nice, and I like your content, and blah, blah, blah. Now, here we are 2 months later, and the guy's completely lost his mind, demanding money back. I'm like, dude, you're not getting anything back. You're out of your mind. Like, I don't know what your problem is. But, basically you can't violate the rules. I don't care how much you've contributed. No one's above the rules, because then we don't have a safe environment anymore for people to chat. So either you abide by the rules or you're out of here. Okay, I don't know what's going on with you. Why all of a sudden you're doing this nasty stuff in stream chat, threatening mods, asking to be banned, acting like a weirdo, basically. But I can't have it, And so basically, he placed over $1,200 of tips that he had given me since way back when, since August. So over 2-month span that he'd been tipping me on the streams, he placed them all on an alert for fraud with PayPal.
In August, Almighty Tevin would receive a ban on Twitch, making him unable to restream DSP on Twitch, but he would switch to streaming on YouTube. For DSP's Halloween stream, he would dress up as Bob Ross, and Kat would dress up in something that was steampunk-esque. DSP would attempt to do a Bob Ross impression throughout the Halloween stream.
Hello, my children, and welcome to my Halloween stream for 2018. How are all of you? I hope you're ready for a day full of spooks and goblins. Many happy little mistakes that will touch up today during the course of today's stream. Yes, everyone, a little happy little cloud over here and a little smiley face over here, yeah.
DSP's impression of Bob Ross would not sound like him and sound more like Mrs. Doubtfire.
The water's boiling.
Hello! Help is on the way, dear!
Kat wouldn't do much throughout the stream and would just watch Phil play the game. Chat members would question why she was just watching him play a game and also tell her to run now, this was her chance. Other chat members would mock Kat's appearance by saying she looks like a steampunk raccoon.
I can unlock the doorway to go back to the main hall, and that way everything links together. I think. So I got the item in there and got out. That was good.
Up as a steampunk raccoon tonight, too. Oh, well.
Kat would eventually leave the stream, and it would only be Phil for the rest of the marathon. Kat's early departure was to be expected, as DSP had previously stated that Kat wouldn't be there the whole time because she had other things to do.
And, how tired we get, Now, Kat said that she will be here for some of today. She's not going to be here for the entirety of the stream. She may take a few breaks or whatever while I do some stuff solo. But, we know...
Is off now. Like I told you guys, well, I said this last night, but I don't know how many of you guys were here, obviously, for last night's stream. Kat was not going to be here all day anyway. This is her only day off this week, outside of our next day off together, which is, Monday. And she's got stuff she wants to do, She's got stuff she got to take care of, and so, I want to say thanks obviously to her for being here for the first few hours, of the stream. Nice of her to join us and dress up and everything. But she's off. She may be here later tonight to say goodnight, like at the end of the stream, but... yeah, she's off to do other stuff now.
But later DSP would say it was Almighty Tevin's fault and that Tevin had sent detractors to ruin this event.
Some people earlier were asking what happened to Kat. Bottom line is, she's, basically bummed out that so many people were trolling. And it sucks, because I knew that was going to happen. As I've told you guys, previously, Kat has nothing to do with myself or my content or any of the negativity associated with me, and she thought, oh, this would be something nice to do, to dress up for Halloween and come by the stream and hang out with everyone. And the excessive amount of trolling that was going on basically got to her, and she says, I want to go do other stuff. I've been here for 2 games, and I'm not in a good mood anymore, and I want to go do other stuff. So she did, basically. She went off, she's actually not even home right now. She wanted to leave because she was in such a bad mood. And it sucks, because I would, Honestly, if the trolling wasn't so bad and if things weren't so nasty, she probably would be in my stuff a lot more often. But that's the reason why she really hasn't been in anything, because the trolling got so nasty. You know, stuff about stupid shit, you know, about her looks, about her past, stuff that has nothing to do with anything going on. And, you know, it pisses me off because this is something special that we were building up and talking about for weeks and weeks, and she was really excited for it, and she went and got a costume for it and everything. And here she is trying to, she was going to start doing commentary. The first thing she sees when she looks at stream chat is trolling and nasty shit about her. And it totally turned her off. And basically after 2 games, she was like, I just don't want to be there anymore. And I was like, all right. There's a sick motherfucker on the internet called Tevin who likes to illegally restream my fucking streams and has an army of fucking trolls who are the only reason why he has any notoriety is because he copies my shit, and he eggs his trolls on to do negative shit like this, to come to my stream and to basically make fun of my girlfriend and do nasty shit. It's his fault that this kind of stuff happens, and anyone who supports that kind of fucking content is a mentally ill asshole who has no fucking conscience or morals. And the bottom line is the only reason he does it is because he knows he can get away with it, because YouTube won't shut down his streams, even though what he does is completely illegal. They don't care. YouTube does not give a shit. So he runs away, can't do it on Twitch anymore. He's banned from Twitch from doing it. So now he has to go other places where basically it's like the Wild West, and they won't listen and they won't shut down stuff that's illegal or bullying or you know, that kind of stuff. You know, and it sucks because we were looking forward to today a lot. And basically after 2 games, she was so upset. She was like, I just don't want to do this anymore. I'm not having fun because I can't. If I say a word, people criticize me about anything that I say, my looks, and, you know, I just don't want to do it anymore. So, it sucks, you know. And look what happened because of fucking Tevin and his shithead fan base. And it's directly their fault 100% and nobody else's. Because, you know, oh, I make my living and notoriety off of making fun of Phil. You're a scumbag. And you don't deserve any popularity you ever got, and you are eventually going to pay for what you're doing, just so you know. It always comes back to bite you in the end. You will end up having it hurt you in one way or another long term. It ain't gonna be me, but something's gonna come back to get you in the end. When you do so much negativity and just toxic shit, it's gonna come back to get you, trust me.
This would be one of the last times, if not the last time, Cat would appear in DSP's content. At the end of November, DSP would discuss the state of the stream and his financial situation.
Right, because I'm at a point now, ladies and gentlemen, where something kind of happened this last week. And I've come to a point where I need to tell you guys what's going on, because basically there may be some major changes in the next year that I cannot help. I don't want them to happen, but I cannot help unless something changes. I can't keep going the way I'm just going and keep doing what I'm doing. Let's put it that way. Things are going to have to change for the better in order for me to keep doing things the way I do them. Sadly, one of the issues that's been an ongoing thing that's still, to this, it's still giving me problems, is the biggest problem from last year. Now, the full story of what happened between me and YouTube and my partnership network, Curse, because I never told you the truth. I didn't feel like it was going to benefit anyone until right now to tell you what actually happened. Okay.
Phil would reveal that Goose had dropped him because he was not worth the time investment from their employees due to how little money he brought in. Due to Phil being frequently recruited, they had to review each recruit and realize that Phil was a potential liability.
So here's what happened. Okay. I think it was about July, I want to say. It might have been June, but I think it was about July. I got contacted by Curse. Now, this is the first time I'd ever been contacted by Curse, like, personally about stuff. And they said that we need to talk to you. And it's not something that we want to put in writing. It's something that we actually want to talk to you man to man about because of the seriousness of it. I was like, oh my God, what could this possibly fucking be? Right? So I went ahead and I had a conference call with Curse and their management and everything. And basically, here's how the situation went. And none of this is in writing because they said they couldn't put it in writing. This was something they wanted to be informal on a call. But basically, they said, here's the deal, Phil. We know who you are. And we know you've been around for 10 years. And we actually like your content. Like, we know who you are and what you're all about, and we support you. And since you signed on with us a year and a half ago, because at that point it had been almost a year and a half that I was with them, there have been many times when people have tried to come up against you and say that you do horrible things on YouTube, and they've false flagged your videos and they've said all this negative shit. So here's what actually happened with Curse, all right? Curse in 2018 had to institute a new policy, a new agreement they had with YouTube, that if they were going to continue to operate, they had to now manually review every single report that came in for one of their partners. Okay? So here's what would happen. I would do a stream, and during that stream, something would piss off a troll or something would piss off one of the people who illegally steal my content, and they would basically make a meme out of something that happened on a stream, and then those people watching that stream would go mass report me to YouTube saying that I did something wrong during that stream in line with like that meme or whatever was going on, and Curse would get 100, 200 reports in one day that I did something wrong, all saying the same memes. A lot of them were basically copy and pasted from different YouTube accounts, but the same thing over and over. So they would get 100, 200 things on their fucking desk and say, what the hell is this? What, you know, and they would start looking at them and say, this isn't legit at all. It's all bullshit against Phil. It's people basically trolling Phil, but because of our new agreement with YouTube, behind the scenes, we now have to manually investigate every fucking case, and we have to close each one manually. And it basically got to the point where the actual manpower of closing false logs against me was more expensive than keeping me as a partner. So they were making money on me, but the money they were making was less than the manpower it took for them to have to manually close all these logs. Curse said, we're sorry, Phil, you've done nothing wrong. We like your content, but because we have to basically start now trimming people who are not cost effective to keep, we have to basically kind of agree to end the partnership. I was making a lot more money on YouTube when I was with Curse than when Curse had to release me from their network, and it was not anything I did wrong. Curse didn't want to get rid of me. It was 100% these fucked up people who steal my content, restream my content, say negative shit about me, and incite these thousands of people to go false report me to YouTube for stuff I didn't do. Okay? That's what got me out of Curse, as fucked up as it is.
DSP would then blame Tut for his financial hardship. Phil would claim that because Tut gave him a massive amount of money, people would see this and stop donating to him, thinking he would be financially safe now.
But basically the problem here is, as I just told you guys, during June, I completely overextended myself to take care of my state tax situation and get caught up. $10,000 plus of non-existent money went to credit cards that I didn't, I maxed everything out. And I'm thinking, okay, as long as everything stays good, I'm okay. And then what happens? I lose my partnership. I'm making no money on YouTube for a month. Then I'm getting way less than half of what I used to make. Now, along with all of this going on, guys, as you guys know, during this summer, we had a situation with a guy who at first seemed like he was a generous party who actually wanted to come in and help me, and ended up being someone who was completely the opposite, okay? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. His name was Tutankhamun, and actually was kind of a godsend. And the reason I say that, even though his whole intention there was to screw me over in the long run, he helped me out at a time when if I didn't have that extra income, I might have been completely screwed over. And that, basically, this was his intention kind of going along to do this, and that he was trying to get all his money back to screw me over. And I'm sorry, but, it's such a fucked up thing that someone would try to do that. The good news here is that it didn't work at all. It didn't work at all. I kept everything that he had given me. Everything was kept. And this guy's a pathological liar. He went ahead to go to the other Detractor streams and other streams and say, oh no, I disputed all that. I got all my money back and all that. He's completely full of shit. I kept everything. PayPal wouldn't have let me keep the tips, over $1,200 in tips, if he got the money back too. He's a pathological liar. This is some kid who probably has daddy's credit cards and is just spend. His daddy just lets him spoil the shit out of this kid so he doesn't have to deal with him. And he just goes crazy on the internet fucking throwing money at people. And his whole intention was to fuck me over. And luckily it didn't work. Okay? So short term, it was a good thing. And the good thing is, all his attempts to fuck me over didn't work at all, and I'm fine. The bad news here is that what happened was my momentum on Twitch got derailed by this guy. Tut shows up, and all of a sudden, because he's throwing money around, everyone's like, oh, well, we got this guy who's super generous. I guess the Phil doesn't really need my support this month. I'll still watch his content, but now I'm probably not going to be doing contributions on his stream because, look, he just got gifted 600 subs, and he just got a ridiculous amount of tips from this guy. And look at that cheers he got during his Dark Souls stream. Why am I going to contribute, right? What ended up happening then was when Tut went away last month in October, all of a sudden, because people were now in, I don't need to contribute to Phil anymore because he made all that money, my contributions went way down. And in October on Twitch was my worst month of the whole year. I just want you to think about that. The whole year of 2018, the month with the most games, I made the least amount of contributions on stream. And the point I'm making is I didn't change. I didn't do anything wrong. It's just that people thought, oh, Phil's doing insanely well because this guy, right? When in reality, all Tut was doing was putting a Band-Aid on the fact that I had 2 months with no YouTube revenue, fixing that for me. And now, basically how I'm doing now, guys, just so you know, Twitch is a little bit, I think this month, November, has been a little bit better than October, but it's nowhere near as good as it was, say, back June, July, which is what I was relying on. YouTube revenue is up, but nowhere near what I was making back when I was with Curse. And the problem is it's already artificially inflated.
DSP would reveal that he hadn't been paying any of his federal taxes, and he now owes $16,000 for the year of 2018.
Why am I telling you guys all this? All right. Well, because here's the situation I'm in now. I was in a situation where I was forced to basically max out my credit cards and everything in the middle of this year to pay off this state tax issue that, again, nothing I did wrong. I got fucked over by a previous tax attorney. I got that cleared up and I was like, smooth sailing for the rest of the year. This should be great. Tut decides to be a detractor and fucks me over, and people who were positively supporting the streams supported less, and now I'm in a situation where I'm like, I'm in almost the end of November. I don't have a single dollar to put towards my federal taxes this year. Not a dollar. Every dollar that I'm bringing in now has to go towards all my other things. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I don't even know what else to do. I talk to my parents, and they sometimes, every once in a while, something goes horribly wrong, are able to help a little bit, but they're elderly now. They're at a point where my dad still works full time. He does. But that being said, they do as much. They emotionally support me, and every once in a while, if I need such a little bit of a boost or whatever, they've helped me over the years. Not just this year, but over the years, a little bit financially. I can't rely on them anymore. They don't have it. They don't have money to keep giving me for this kind of stuff. I'll tell you this. This is an estimate of the amount of money I would need to raise between now and April. And by the way, this is the amount of money in addition to me making my normal money that I make every month on stream and every month on YouTube. In addition to my normal income, I need to raise about another roughly $16,000 between now and April. That really hurts to say that, because I don't know how I'm going to get it. Like I said, even if I could get loans, even if I could get whatever, it's probably not going to be enough to cover that much. Okay? And the other thing is, some people have said ridiculous things. Get another job. Do you not see that my whole day is here on stream? Like, I'm here around 9 in the morning. I start work. I get my stream up by 10. I'm here till 4. I have like an hour and a half, 2 hours tops away. I'm back until like 9, 10 at night in here. I have like no extra time to do anything. I can't work another job. No one's going to have me working night hours, and I couldn't do it anyway. At my age and everything, I couldn't do it. That's number one. So that's not going to happen. So, it's a really shitty situation where I have no way out. There's like no actual way to go. I can't sell the house because I can't afford it. I can't move because I can't afford it. I can't refinance because it looks like they won't let me without 2 years of tax return history. I don't know if I can get loans enough to pay the taxes. I can't go rely on my parents. What the fuck do I do? And it's just cascading shit. And it's terrible because Kat and I have an amazing life. Like I said, we have talks where we like to get engaged. We like to maybe get married. The other thing about all of this, which that's really messed up, which I do want to talk about here. My parents are getting older to the point where I know they're having health problems or whatever. And they don't want to tell me fully what's going on because I think that they don't want me to worry. But at the same time, I get the feeling that they may be getting ill to the point where they won't be around forever. You know what I mean? And they really wanted me to go visit them next year. And I told them, with the situation, there's no way. And they actually offered. They said, we, in this case, would be able to, like, maybe pay your way, pay for your plane tickets or in a hotel, in a car, or drive our car when you're out here just so we can spend some time with you. Next year, maybe next spring when things die down a little bit with gaming or whatever. And I'm like, man, I would love to commit to that and say that I can, but I don't know what's happening here with all my money and taxes and everything, This sucks. It's just like, and this is why I purposely held all this stuff back from you guys until now, because it was just, you're up to a point where there's so much going on behind the scenes and so much to hide from you guys because I don't want you to come to my streams thinking about this shit every day. You know what I mean? It sucks, you know? I just don't know what else to do. I'm between a rock and a hard place. I really am. I'm between a rock and a fucking hard place. And again, and you know, I'm the kind of person, I don't like to point fingers. I don't. But, you know, I know that now, you know, things that I did in the past, bad financial decisions. When I moved out here, I spent way too much fucking money. And I agree with that. But at the same time, the 2015 trolls who fucked me and fucked over my YouTube channel, this year I got fucked over on YouTube again. Because these fucking assholes won't leave me alone and mass reporting me and I lost my fucking sponsorship. I'm sorry, guys. You know, how much more can I do? And I'm a one man, and a lot of people ask me, Phil, how can you do this every day? How can you put up with this shit? I just don't know anymore, man. Like, I'm trying to make a life here, you know? And all I did for 10 years was try to share my fucking passion with you guys. And now I could lose it all. I could lose my credit. I could lose my house. For what the fuck did I do this year? Everyone tells me this year was the best year since I came back and I started focusing on streams, that everything's the best I've ever fucking done. And you're going to tell me now I could lose everything? What the fuck did I do to deserve it? To lose my partnership with Curse? What the fuck? You know? How are people so evil? How are people so fucked up and evil that this is what they would do to someone? Like, how can you live? How can you morally live? How can you morally restream my fucking content illegally every day and see someone's life falling apart at the seams every day because of the shit you do, the concrete hurt you do to someone? Every fucking day, and sleep in that fucking bed and get a sound sleep. I couldn't. I would be in a mental hospital if this is me doing that shit. You've seen how I only focus on my stuff. I don't engage with the negativity. I try to make my streams positive. I just try to keep stuff going. And now Kat moved in with me and our life together is so good. And to see that might all go away. Can you imagine how she just got here? She already, since she moved here, has changed jobs once to try to make more money to make ends meet. How's it fair to her? She just fucking moved out here, man. You know? She just moved out here to have a life with me, and now that life might end because of shit that I didn't do. Have no money. It's like, for what? Because they fucked me again. Wow. Was it really worth it? Were your jollies really fucking worth it to get me out of my partnership? Was it really fucking worth it to do what you did to me? That now my life might be ruined? A beautiful woman who now I'm starting a life with my soulmate, and now that's gonna fall the fuck apart? I mean, you know what I mean? And not to say that. That's not at all. She's 100% supportive of me. She understands what's going on. I don't want anyone to think, oh God, behind the scenes this relationship's falling apart. It's not. But can you imagine the tremendous pressure on us now with all this going on? And it's like... But the thing is, like, you guys know the ways you can help, you know? In particular, the thing that gets me is I know there's people on YouTube who watch the videos on YouTube and think everything's fine because they're not here for the pre-streams and stuff. They don't know. So that's why I'm going to actually upload this video to Dspgaming so people know what's going on with me. And that this is the situation. If ever there was a time to step up and say, okay, Phil, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I've watched you for years. I watch you on YouTube. I always thought you were getting by on ad revenue. If I can help now, I will. That's what I'm hoping for, you know, but I don't know. Miracles don't always happen. I have no answers for you guys at this point.
DSP would do multiple events in the month of December in an attempt to fundraise all the money he needed for the $16,000 tax bill he would receive in April.
I wanted to make everyone aware. There's 4 special events coming up this month, 4 opportunities where you will have the opportunity not only to tune into something live that's really neat, but also to possibly contribute and help out with my current financial difficulties. If you guys watched the special video I put out 2 weeks ago on Thanksgiving, the situation is pretty dire. If I can't raise a lot of money between now and April, I'm pretty much faced with no other option but to sell this house. And it sucks because I worked my ass off to earn this place. I, at one point, had no problems affording it. The reason that I'm in the situation right now that I'm in is because basically I have lost tons of potential income that I should have been earning because of trollish activities against me, to the point where, again, this year would have been fine if I hadn't done things like lost my freaking partnership with Curse, amongst other sponsorship opportunities that I hadn't lost because of pieces of shit who harassed me on the internet, okay? rather than be negative about it constantly, which I really don't try to be anymore, I basically just kind of held back and didn't mention it all year until I revealed this issue a couple weeks ago. I need your help. If you're one of my exclusive YouTube viewers, you don't come to my streams, the bottom line is you probably don't hear me talking about it much. I need your help. If I'm going to stay here and keep my freaking house and not have to sell it next year, I need your support, all right? So there's 4 events coming up, special events, where I'm going to be basically doing 4 completely separate events and opportunities that if you could join a live stream and you want to contribute and get credit for your contributions, you'll be able to, all right? If you at all can and can come attend the streams, if you want to contribute, it would be amazing. I'll be, like I said, I'll be having running tallies of tips and everything on these special events. If you can't attend those special events, that's okay. You can always still send me a tip via the link right there. I'll actually put this in the description of the video. You could still send me a tip and help me out. I understand that you guys, the YouTube viewers, watch ads. That's cool. But with this upcoming situation, I need you to help me out more or else I'm going to lose my house. And that would be pretty freaking horrible. The bottom line is, if I can hold out for a couple years and just afford everything for like 2 years, I can either refinance the house or by then I'll have loans and things that'll be paid down and I'll be not owe as much. It'll be easier around here. Basically, I need to hold out for a while. And it's really rough because right now I really don't have an out. I don't, besides losing everything and selling the house that I worked so hard for and just having a really horrendous 2019, because it would ruin the whole year. I really do believe that if I keep positive and I stick at it and I work my butt off, that people will come together like usual and we'll get over this. You know, I've overcome every hurdle that I've ever come across in the 10 years I've been a content creator so far. I think we can overcome this one as well, but I need your help. I wouldn't be making videos like this if I didn't, okay? So thank you very, very much for all of your support.
At the beginning of December, DSP would only have 517 subscriptions on his Twitch channel. Over the course of December, one chat member would give Phil over 1,000 gifted subs. This would mean Phil would receive close to $30,000 of income in January. The over $30,000 he would receive from Twitch subs would not include the money from bits and tips directly to him through PayPal. This also doesn't include his Patreon revenue and his YouTube revenue, so his income may be substantially more after the month of December. DSP would do another Christmas marathon like he did last year in hopes of replicating the $2,000 fundraiser that he had achieved. Throughout the marathon, DSP would continue to drink more and more alcohol.
All right, we're gonna pound this. We're gonna finish this. All right, Santa's butt, thumbs up. Okay. I gotta take a drink of Bad Santa after that. Woo-hoo-hoo. It's pretty tough, man.
Due to the amount DSP was drinking, he would become more and more depressive and complain more about the games he was playing and about his situation throughout the stream. Detractors would refer to this as DrunkSydePhil.
Then indeed I shall drink more of my cranberry tart ale here, yes. Oh look, all meaties, all safe, all complete nonsense in high-level Street Fighter play. You know, it sucks that, like, basically I screwed everything up. Like, this month, finances I knew were going to be all messed up, and I was hoping that things would go good during holiday events to make up for it and everything would be all right. And I get to February, like, I double paid 2 bills that I shouldn't have. That ended up, like, emptying my bank account, and it's my fault for being so stressed out that I did that. But I did. I double paid 2 bills like an idiot. So there's no way to get that money back. That money went towards, you know, credit cards that I owe. And it's great that I have those credit cards to use, but I don't have the money to pay bills now. It's like, oh, fuck. I screwed up, you know, but it's because I've been so fucking... You guys have no idea. I've been so fucking stressed out recently. Like, to my wit's end stressed out. Can't get sleep some nights and shit. And it's real tough because, you know, it's not just me, it's Kat too. Like, we're really stressed out to the point where she's overworked, I'm overworked. My voice has been all shot and everything. You know, that kind of, it really saddened me. And I'll be very honest with you guys. Like, I thought today people would come out who I hadn't seen, and people would be very, like, super supportive. And not to say you guys weren't. Some people were coming out and being supportive, but I thought that I would have, like, you know, a bunch of people getting festive and active, and really didn't happen. It more ended up being kind of just a more normal stream, if not even a little slow. And it made me feel kind of depressed with all the stuff going on behind the scenes with me. And then the alcohol got to me. You know, the liquor hit me that, damn, I feel kind of shitty. I feel depressed because I was thinking it would be the polar opposite. People would be festive and active and want to come out and hang out with me. Even if the games were very good, it was kind of the opposite, where people were kind of like, this sucks. And I was like, damn, that sucks. it sucks trying to do something special, going out of my way, hyping it, dressing up, trying to plan stuff for it, dressing up like Bob Ross and everything, and then it ends up being kind of a dud. So I apologize for that, Stuff like this, I have to directly compare it to previous performance. And last year, even though people told me the games I played during the Christmas Marathon were shitty, the Christmas Marathon was very successful. People came out and hung out. The viewership was good. The support was good. This year, it's like slow. And that's not good. I need to at least maintain a level. And basically, I didn't even maintain the level I had. That's not good, And it's sad to me that I really did work to try to build this up and make it something special, and I failed, But that's life. You have victories, you have failures. Today's a failure, you move on, right? You push forward, you try to have a victory tomorrow, and that's what I'm going to try to do. But the other metric is, did I succeed in my goals financially? And the answer is no. I was hoping that this holiday event would make people come out and be supportive, because like I told you guys, right now I'm not in a good place at all. And even though it looks like if I can last a few months till February, then I'll at least be in a better position. Not great. I still haven't done well enough for myself to, for example, pay my taxes and stuff in April. And not to say that I need it by February. I don't. I need it by April. But financially right now things are terrible. And I thought that holiday event like last year would get people out, and it didn't. And so what I could say is, did I have fun? Yeah, I did. Did you guys have fun? Maybe 50-50. But did I succeed in what I was out to do? No. And that's what makes it a little bit sad.
DSP would later apologize for drinking on stream and saying he probably wouldn't do it again. By the end of January, DSP's subscriptions would drop just above 500, below what it was at the beginning of December, indicating that no one had renewed the subscriptions that they were gifted. On his New Year's Eve stream, DSP would talk about positive events that happened this year, mainly Cat, but he would spend the majority of it talking about the negative events.
Saying that I had invalid click activity, which was actually impossible because the account wasn't linked to anything. It was Curse's ads that were running on my channel. There was no way that my YouTube channel could have had false click activity against another AdSense account because it wasn't being used. So someone at YouTube was a lazy fuck. I should take that back. Someone at Google was a lazy fuck, because this was Google employees who fucked this up. Mr. Tutankhamun, all right, is a complete dog-faced liar. Everything he's ever said was dishonest and horseshit. He lied to everyone about everything. He falsely flagged, falsely banned everywhere. I never break any rules, yet they try to get me in trouble everywhere all across the internet. Flagged the shit out of my YouTube videos this year with all false reports. I mean, I can't even imagine what debt has actually grown exorbitantly because of interest rates and expiring promotional rates. So if I get another job outside of this and I stream less, I will make less money streaming and make money on a job that will not pay as much as the streaming.
DSP would then talk about his parents, indicating he would like to visit them soon as they were getting older and they may pass away in the near future. Detractors would be disgusted by this, accusing Phil of using his parents to guilt fans into giving him money. DSP would refute this, saying he wasn't asking for money to go see his parents because his parents were paying for the whole thing.
I mentioned it very early on today's stream. The best way to help me out would be tipping. I don't know how many of you maybe weren't here early on in the stream, because I really do need your support right now with bills and everything going on. I already explained that in my last segment. I don't even know how I'm going to pay my bills in January. I'm being very honest with you. I'm kind of relying on people kind of helping me in the next week or two with tips. So thank you, Murdoch, very much for that generous tip. Go straight to bills this week, okay? There is some stuff going on in my life right now personally that I have really not mentioned a lot that I do need to bring up now, okay? And please understand, this is very personal to me. This is very private, but it's something that I want to bring up because it's a serious matter, all right? In 2019, at some point, whether sooner or later, I'm going to end up having to go back to Connecticut. I talked to my parents about this, and they told me that I could 100% talk to you guys about it and reveal anything I wanted and be honest with you. I told them I was doing this podcast today, and they said, yes, please go ahead and tell them whatever you want. My parents aren't doing so well, all right? They're getting old, and my mom has had a lot of health issues over the years already. The last few years, you guys noticed I haven't really talked about my dad that much. It's because he's not doing very well. My dad is getting a lot of health issues. So it's a bad situation. It's really bad. And the thing is, my parents are basically telling me, listen, we don't know what's going to happen. We could be around for many more years, or one of us could see a really bad turn for the worse. And that's it, okay? I'd be saying, well, what the hell now? It's been like 2.5 years. We've heard nothing about Phil's parents. Well, the bottom line is they're not doing very well at all, okay? And immediately you get a dickhead like ITG Jake. I'm going to read it because I've had enough and he's permanently banned now. Do you want us to give you money to see your parents? Fuck you, Jake. How about that? Fuck you. No. Because you don't wait 5 seconds to let me finish what I'm saying. Now, not only are you permanently banned, but now we all get to laugh at you publicly for being an insensitive piece of fucking shit when I'm bearing my heart to the fucking stream. Go fuck yourself. No, I'm not asking anyone for money to go to Connecticut to see my parents. In fact, it's the actual complete polar opposite situation, okay? With all the stress and everything going on, this is something that has to happen. You know, and it was funny because I was actually talking to my mom about this on the phone. I said, you know, it would really suck if we come out there, we visit you guys, and we come back home, and immediately the next thing I have to do is like sell the house. But if that has to be, I guess it has to be. You know what I mean? So just for pure transparency here, I and Kat will be paying none of this trip if and when it happens. We're hoping it will happen. I already talked to my parents. They said we're gonna take care of it. We understand your financial situation. We couldn't ask for you to pay for any of this stuff. And we will, you know, whether it's you need a hotel room. I don't know if we'll be staying with them. I don't know how the house accommodations are with all of them or whatever. But to clarify once again for the assholes who will try to make shit up, they'll try to tell you that if you give me funds, it's to go on this trip to Connecticut. False. This is 100% my parents said they're taking care of it. Plane tickets, transportation, accommodations, whatever needs to happen so that we can spend time with them. They're going to take care of it, and that's going to be sometime in 2019. Okay, everybody? Fair enough?
As a final message, DSP would complain about the detractors, but say he would try to overcome them and be positive for 2019.
I want 2019 to be a great year, but I'm a realist, and I'm not a pessimist, but I'm a realist at this point, and I know that there is a group of disgusting fucking people who do absolutely everything that they try to do to fuck me over and ruin my life. And they will find every possible way to do it. And I don't know how to shake them anymore. It used to be, okay, so Phil is a scumbag because he does these terrible things. I stopped doing the things that people were telling me were bad. The only thing that people criticize me for now is that I e-bag, which every fucking streamer, every YouTuber who's not a million subs and a million views, all have plugs and all do exactly what I fucking do. It's just that I'm treated unfairly, and well, everyone else can do it, but I'm not allowed to do what everyone else does, apparently. So outside of that, I don't know what else I could possibly do. Like, I'm doing my best to try to be a better person, to improve. And then these people still are trying to ruin my life. It's obvious that's not what it was about to begin with, you know? It wasn't. And I know that no matter how much I work to be positive in 2019, there are still going to be people who will try to fuck me at every turn. And I need to overcome that. I need to be as positive as I can with everything that I do. And I need to really focus in on that. Because if I don't and I lose sight of the positives and I lose sight, I could easily get caught up with all the negative shit that I know is probably going to happen. 2019 will not be a perfect year. It'll be a good year, but it's not going to be a perfect year. You know what I mean? And I need to understand that and not let these negative assholes dominate my streams and dominate my life and take over my mentality in my head and mind fuck me, you know?
In January of 2019, DSP's old partnership network Machinima would close down. DSP would dedicate a portion of his pre-stream talking about the good people at Machinima, but also gloat about the representative that had lost their job, saying they deserved it.
Rest in peace to Machinima, and thank you to those who worked at Machinima over the years who I had direct contact with and who helped me out, okay, and who really were nice to me and did their best to, you know, help me over the years, either whether it was initially Hutch, who got me signed up, who got me my start on YouTube, and allowed me to do what I love for a living, whether it was Chris, who over the years do various different roles, helped me out with different things, and I should say fuck you to the customer service person who at the very end there treated me like shit and disrespectfully, and you know, I guess sometimes karma bites you in the butt because you were so nasty to me and now you have no job. So I mean maybe you should have been a nicer person and not treating me with such utter disrespect at the end there to try to get me to just shut up, treating me like a little spoiled brat instead of understanding it was someone losing their livelihood, and you probably should have been nice to me and actually tried to help instead of being a complete dickhead to me, which you were. So, all right.
In March of 2019, DSP would reveal he would have to do another fundraiser to raise enough money for his taxes.
All that being said, why am I making this video for you? Why aren't I just putting out the videos here on Dspgaming? Well, the reason I'm doing this marathon is because my federal taxes are going to be due on April 15th. I have been speaking with my tax guy, and he's stating that by the end of this week, he's going to tell me exactly how much I owe the federal government. And the bottom line is, the more I can pay out of that, the better the situation will be, okay? Almost impossible for me to pay, to the point where this year, it's going to be such a burden on me financially that I may actually have to sell my house and leave this awesome place where for the past 5 years I've been making videos and streams and doing what I love. You know, Kat and I, my girlfriend who's lived with me for over a year now, love this home. We've built a life here in the last year. I worked my ass off to earn this house through years and years of hard work, and have busted my ass for the past 5 years to be able to afford to stay here. And now it's basically rocking a hard place. So as you, the YouTube viewers, there's 2 things you can do to help. Number 1, you could attend this Saturday's stream. Check out the actual stream at my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/DarkSydePhil. I'll be streaming 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. on March 23rd. Come by, say hello, and contribute if you at all can, all right? It's going to be via tips, meaning the only real viable way for you to contribute and help me out in this situation is to tip me, because you tip me via sending funds to my PayPal, and that allows me to have those funds right away and put those funds toward my taxes. There are other ways you can help, like on Twitch, there's things such as cheering and subbing, but those aren't going to help. Those take too long to actually have any positive effect. It's only tipping that's going to help. Now, if you absolutely cannot make it to the stream on Saturday, all right, you can still leave a tip. You can still do it. If you watch my videos all the time here on YouTube and you appreciate the fact that despite the fact that YouTube makes me almost no money whatsoever to upload the videos here, I really do it as fan service for you guys who've been longtime viewers of mine and love watching my stuff. A lot of you even say you can't watch the live streams for whatever reason, but you can watch the on-demand videos on YouTube. Great. Please, if at all you can, please be supportive and leave a tip, you know, over this coming week or on Saturday in particular. When you leave a tip, there's 2 ways you can do it. You could either leave your name in a message if you want me to see it during a stream and give you credit for it, or you can be anonymous. You can leave a completely anonymous tip. What if you just want to support, but you don't want to get involved with the whole, oh no, if I leave a tip, maybe someone will find out who I am or whatever. You could be completely anonymous. It's not, you know, it's not a big deal at all. I have that option there. No one will know who you are because I won't know. It doesn't give me any information either, okay? So,
back in November, DSP had revealed he needed $16,000 to pay his taxes by April. But when announcing his fundraiser and marathon in March of 2019, he would say he would need over $17,000 now to pay his taxes and his tax attorney.
So that's good, all right? The bad news is, I do still owe a giant chunk of money, and yes, it is due by mid-April, and yeah, I don't have enough money to pay it, hell no. So I do have, just pure clarification purposes, I do have some money, yes, absolutely, from the large amount of subscriptions that were gifted to me by Emerald 7 back in December, okay? But it's only a certain amount of money, and I knew it wasn't going to be enough to pay the taxes. It's not even close, all right? So to give you guys some perspective here, all right, in regards to the amount that I owe, plus there's another thing, I have to pay my accountant, obviously, for, not my accountant, my tax guy, for doing all my taxes and everything. And he's charging me over $1,000 to do the taxes, which is not surprising. Tax guys usually charge a lot of money. All right. So, factoring in all things and what I already have to put towards it, the net amount that I still am going to owe to the government, all right, $17,161. Ouch. That is horrible, right? That's fucking insane amount of money. Yeah. That's what they're telling me I owe by mid-April. Okay?
DSP had received thousands of dollars throughout December, so people would question where this money had gone now that he's claiming he owes more than the $16,000 he originally stated. He would not clarify where the money had gone.
New phase of creation, you obviously have not listened to a word that I fucking said. I said that the total that I just told all of you is after any money I have left over from Emerald 7. You need to open your ears. Because I know it's people like you who basically start shit. Oh, well, Phil didn't say, oh, what did he do with all that money? I just explained that. I just said after all the money I have left over, this is the total left. So open your fucking ears. Because people like you do piss me off when you start. I just explained it. And now you act like I never said it, and then people will have weird conspiracy theories about where the money went. Okay? So stop it. Listen. Listen the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Okay.
DSP would receive over $1,000 during this merch fundraiser, and in appreciation for his audience's support, he would dab for them.
Blind Man was finally unseated by this anonymous tipper. So we are now up to $1,105. Thank you guys very, very, very much. And by the way, I now owe everyone a triple dab. That was terrible. There's your triple dab.
DSP would begin hyping up his birthday week. Like last year, DSP would attempt to do another fundraising marathon on his birthday to raise money for his taxes.
And then on Friday, it's my big marathon. Basically, it's a dual-purpose marathon. First of all, it's my big birthday bash, where I'm basically kind of celebrating my birthday, which is the next day, April 6th. So my big birthday bash marathon, I'll have decorations set up for this event. And the hopes of this marathon, which will be a 12-hour event, just like the last one I did last week, is to raise funds for my taxes via tips, okay? Last one was successful. I need this one to be very successful because I need to make major headway in order to be able to pay towards these taxes and qualify for a payment plan. So I'm really hoping, knock on wood, everything goes at least as successful, if not more successful, as the last event. This time around, I'll have Streamlabs enabled, and I'm actually going to have some special things like a bar that will fill up over the course of the day as people tip to see how close we are to raising funds for the taxes and stuff. So it's going to be a very special event. The Birthday Bash Marathon, also the big Birthday Bash Marathon, and also, of course, raising funds for taxes, okay? That's going to be Friday. So this coming Friday, April 5th, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
For his birthday, DSP would set the goal as $5,000, but ultimately only receive over $1,300.
But it really was a group effort, you know? I mean, take a look. That's awesome, all right? Did I hit the goal that basically would take care of everything and I wouldn't have to worry during my trip to Connecticut? No. But that's still an awesome amount raised. I'm very pleased. Thank you to everyone. Like I said, some people have been asking me questions like, so what's going to happen now? It's very simple. With all the money that I've raised for these taxes, I'm going to go to my tax guy and say, this is what I have. So this is it. Unless a miracle happens and somehow magic falls out of the sky when I'm in Connecticut, this is what I have. So, you know, with this, what can we do?
After his birthday, DSP would finally take his trip to Connecticut to visit his parents with Kat. For a while now, DSP has been saying that he wants to marry Kat.
You know, Kat has lived with me for almost a year, and I'll be very honest with all of you, I would love to marry her someday. I have no idea if that's in the cards with everything, the way things have been going financially and everything.
On this trip, DSP would marry Kat. Detractors would accuse Phil of spending donation money that was spent for his taxes on his wedding. DSP would refute this by saying his parents had paid for the whole trip.
I posted up pictures of the wedding yesterday, and I can already see the 50-50 split of the way that people have reacted. You got the 50% of the people who like what I do and love me and trust in me and believe that even though I needed all this help with taxes, that I did not come out here and spend my own money and spend money on this trip. And then you got the other half of the people who just hate my guts and literally now are saying so many nasty things about Kat and I on our wedding day. And this is what I live with. This is the dichotomy that I live with in my life, that I have staunch supporters and people who just hate my guts. And I said, now, can you imagine? Let's say even in a year's time, can you imagine if I tried to go on a honeymoon when I'm probably still in a financial position where I need help on streams, people to be supportive or whatever with, you know, with their contributions and all of that. And all of a sudden, oh, by the way, even though you guys, you know, you helped me out a lot with everything going on financially, oh, I'm going to go on a vacation now. All expenses paid. Huh? You know, that doesn't jive. And I honestly, I wouldn't feel in good faith. I wouldn't feel okay with going on a vacation with Kat, even if it was paid for.
DSP had needed $5,000 to pay off enough of his taxes to allow him to be put on a payment plan, but he didn't raise that. While on this trip, he made a deal with his mother where she would pay off the remaining money he needed. Not the whole amount of taxes, but enough to put him on that payment plan. But this deal would include that DSP would have to get a job and make a plan for the next 10 years to get out of this financial situation.
No. I told her straight up front. I said, not possible. Honeymoon can't, you can promise us this, and I probably will never be able to take it, okay? But you know my financial situation. And basically I told her about everything that's been going on here over the last few weeks, how I'd been doing multiple marathon streams, how much money I had raised, and based off of what my tax guy had told me, here's what's left. And then, by the way, the tax guy is going to bill me this much for doing my taxes. He's going to bill me this much to try to get me on the payment plan. I basically gave her all the financials of everything. All right? And, you know, sitting there having this honest conversation, my mom said, well, here's the deal. She's like, I need you to commit to a fact that you're going to do some life changes in the short term and the long term. Because you can't keep going like this. She looked at me and she's like, you're happy, but I can tell that you're running yourself ragged. I can tell that you are working yourself to the bone, Kat as well. And, you know, every time I call you or every time we talk on the weekends, you tell me about how the whole week is work. You never tell me that you get to spend time with Kat because you don't, right? And this is not the life that you're going to be able to live for your whole life. She's like, what are you going to do, you know, when you're 50, 60 years old? And you think people are going to still want to tune into your stream all day long? I mean, yeah, maybe I could still do like a part-time stream, but no, who's going to want to sit watching a 60-year-old guy play video games all day, right? In addition to that, you know, you're killing yourself financially because you have all these situations going on with the finances behind the scenes of everything. You're killing yourself to even make ends meet and pay your bills. How are you going to, you can't. She's like, you've worked yourself to your limits. You can't keep going the way you're going. If you keep doing it, you're gonna have health problems. She says, look at us. You choose to force yourself to justify to thousands of people. She says, you should have been able to come out here to Connecticut, have a nice week with your wife, get married, and go home and not have to do a special event when you go home to explain the situation and people, oh, they're scamming and these assholes being shitheads on top of you. She's like, none of that should happen. That's fucked up. That's a messed up life to have. And, you know, you're in a situation where you have to do, you know, why? Who are these kids who are making fun of you on the internet that now they can actually concretely negatively affect your business? What kind of a life is this that you live? I said, Mom, you're right. You know, this is a situation that when I started to get into it, 10 years ago, I never thought that this is where I would be. It was a hobby. It was a joke. I didn't know I would lose my office job. I didn't know that I would have to try to flip YouTube into a living and then YouTube would fall through a million times and all that. So essentially we had this very long and important conversation. Okay. And where it ended up was a few things. The first is I realized, guys, I can't do this forever. I know that. And by the way, don't worry. It doesn't mean I'm quitting doing this anytime soon. I love it. But I know realistically, how long can I do this? I can't do this forever. She has a point. What could I do? Maybe another 10 years? Top 15 tops? Would people care when I'm 50 years old playing fucking video games? You know what I mean? And not to say that I couldn't try to diversify and do other things with my streaming. But I certainly don't think that it's going to be something people are going to want to tune into when I'm an older dude. You know, this is a younger generation. You know, they're not going to want to see me doing that stuff when I'm older. So in reality, what she's basically saying is that I need to not quit what I do, but I do in the long term need to figure out what else am I going to do. And she's right. I agree with her after thinking about it. Being completely honest with everyone. What I need to kind of do is get myself to a financial situation where I don't have to work all day on stream. Maybe where I can do like, all right, my finances are in a situation where now I don't owe so much that I have to literally make a ridiculous amount of money to pay the minimum payments on everything. And so that way I can stream less and I can maybe go get a job that's an entry-level job that pays less than what I make streaming, but it won't matter because I won't owe all this debt to everyone and I won't need to make that much money anymore. You see what I mean? But that's not a short-term thing. There's no overnight fix to you owe less money to the world. You see what I mean? Eventually what's going to happen depending on what happens, how much I can afford and the like, is probably eventually that condo that I have in Connecticut that's a money pit that I can't get rid of and I can't rent and I can't sell, they're going to get foreclosed. They're going to foreclose on it and take it out of my name. And that's going to be a tremendous financial burden off of me. It's going to be at the expense of my credit. But at this point, I don't see another way out. The other thing with the credit cards is I know that with certain credit card companies, you can call and negotiate and say, listen, I'm in a bad financial position right now. I'm just in dire straits. I have a ridiculous amount of back taxes I owe the federal government and that I can't pay them. So obviously I can't pay you anymore, because if I don't pay the back taxes, they're just going to start taking my money and you're going to get nothing. So what I need to do is negotiate with these credit card companies and say, I can pay half of what you actually want, but you have to lower my interest rate to make that affordable so that the card doesn't just keep racking up and never get paid down. So basically, and we have to make these changes because we can't keep going this way until something goes wrong. I was so afraid this year of losing my house because I thought I'm going to have to sell my house to pay my taxes. I realized I can't sell my house. If I sell my house, I can't work. This is the place I have to keep. Everything else goes to shit. This is the place I have to fucking keep. Okay? So, after this long... I mean, this was hours. This conversation was hours. All right? After this long conversation with my parents, finally, basically my mom said, well, since you can't go on the honeymoon, you know, how much do you need to get on this payment plan for these taxes and basically not get completely screwed over? I told her. She gave me the money. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. This money came with conditions. She says, your dad and I are old. We can't work anymore. She said, we got to retire. This is it. You know, we can't do anything else. We can't help you if this happens again. So you have to commit to doing what you're saying you're going to do, because if you don't, we have nothing else. This is it. This is the end of it, you know. This is the end all be all. So let's say within 10 years, it has to be a 10-year transition. My credit gets ruined, but because I'm not paying the crazy credit card payments anymore. I'm not paying for this black hole condo in Connecticut. That money goes towards taxes and pays my basic bills. And now things finally start to go down to the point where, let's say in 10 years, now I don't have to do full-time streaming anymore, and I could go look for a job, and I could balance that with the streaming until eventually we phase out and I'm in a position where I'm healthy and I'm not overworking myself. That's the plan. I don't know how it's going to go. You know, I'm sure there's going to be more ups and downs along the way, but that's the plan. This trip to Connecticut was literally, in more ways than just the marriage, was a life-changing experience for me.
For years, DSP has been claiming that he's changed and evolved as a person from his past toxic self.
10 years. 10 years and I'm still, I've evolved and I've changed over those 10 years, but I'm still here. So different. I've changed and evolved over the years many, many ways. I've grown. I've changed. I've become way more mature, that's for sure. I'm certainly a lot more battle-hardened than I was back then. You know, I've changed for the better. I've really actively done a lot of hard work and self-searching in the last couple of years. And, you know, my 10-year legacy and seeing how I've changed over the years. And, of course, over the years, I've matured. I've grown up. I've changed. I've changed as a person. The things these people used to use as their thesis of why they hate me isn't standing true anymore, so now they just do it for the sake of doing it.
Though during a live stream in May of 2019, DSP would become extremely toxic to its detractors and his chat.
You know, there was a fucking person who my ex, he made her face into a fucking negative emote on his Twitch channel, which is against the Twitch terms of service and probably one of the reasons why he got permanently banned from Twitch to begin with. I wouldn't know because I wasn't involved, but I would guess that would be one of the ones. Then all of a sudden we break up. Oh, I miss Phil's ex. I miss her. What? You hated her guts. You seriously hated her fucking guts the entire fucking time that we were together. Every time she was in a video, every time that she was in anything, it was negative, 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 negative. Now we break up. Oh, I miss her. Fuck you. All right, so anyway, the difference here is if you're actually on my stream, you're interacting with me in chat, you just contributed $1, right? Those are all positive things. Like, wow, I like to laugh at Phil, and that's okay. I want this to continue. I'll do something positive to contribute. Versus, oh, I go to somewhere where someone's illegally restreaming Phil's stream. He gets no positive benefit out of it whatsoever. In fact, the illegal restreamer receives illegal positive contributions that he shouldn't even be fucking getting because he's restreaming illegal stolen content. You know what I mean? It's a very different situation. I don't care if you're laughing at me as long as you're doing it and saying, okay, I still support Phil's content. I want to see him continue to be able to do what he does versus, oh, let's just steal everything and laugh at him and be negative about him and just do everything we possibly can to fuck him in every possible fucking way. because that's what's happening with those other people. If I made half the money on mirror streams, would I be okay from it? I should be getting more than half the money, because the only thing they're commenting on is someone else's content. They're not even contributing. There's no gameplay. They don't have a controller in their hand controlling a game. Literally, I should be making the vast majority of anything that they bring in, and everything they bring in is completely illegal. But YouTube doesn't care. This is how you don't plays are legal. That's a gray area. This is how you don't plays could maybe be considered legal, and maybe not. It really depends, because in a court of law, fair use is determined by the amount of something that you use. So let's say, for example, I have an 8-hour playthrough of a video game, and someone does a 30-minute this is how you don't play of it. All right, and they chop it all up or whatever. It depends, because there's so many factors involved. It could be in what light is this video used? Is it made to just be a comedy montage, or is it actually made to make me look bad? Because that could be actually considered slander, which is a whole different illegal thing that you can't do. So that's what I mean. Like, this, I would say this is how you don't play. Is it legal or not? That's always been a gray area, always. But people 100% just ripping my streams and rebroadcasting them immediately raw, that's 100% illegal. There's no court of law will ever say that's allowed. He says, basically you have to go out of your way in order to get banned in my stream chat. And that's true. If you're just an average viewer and you're just chatting reasonably, that you're never going to get moderated at all. It's people who have to bring up personal shit, right, that everyone knows is off limits. People that have to bring up detractors, you know that's off limits. You know what I mean? When you bring up the risque stuff to try to get attention and drama, well, guess what? Chances are you might get moderated. And those are the people who get moderated, and of course, those are the ones who whine the loudest that they don't deserve moderation, when in reality, you were the one who chose to talk about it. Sambuca, I appreciate the contribution, but you literally said, why would anyone want to be a mod in Phil's chat? You don't get paid or whatever. Why are you doing? So basically, you just talk shit about the mods, and you wonder why the mods may be a little bit miffed and moderate you. Gee, I wonder why. And again, common sense. If you had it, you wouldn't get moderated. It's not rocket science. But yeah, basically, no one learns common sense anymore. No one. It's like people just they stay stupid. They just stay dumb and keep doing dumb shit. And it's like, there's a thing right here, giant thing. It says, have fun, but whatever you do, don't prod the hornet's nest. But you just gotta go prod the fucking hornet's nest, and because you have no self-control. That's what it is. There's no common sense, no self-control. Everyone just wants free reign to do whatever the fuck they want, and they think that this is real life when it's not. Just because everything's virtual on the internet anymore, and because there's no repercussions for you doing these things, doesn't mean that it's okay to do them. So you come into my stream chat, you act like an idiot, you bring up the stuff that's forbidden, yeah, you're gonna get moderated. No shit. Anyone with a half a fucking brain would tell you that, but you have to actually have that half a brain, and sadly a lot of people don't. You ban people in the past for mocking how you say certain words that don't like people mocking you, so how is King of Golf HD not mocking you by having his name literally a word detractors have used? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't ban people for that. I don't ban people for that at all. Excuse me. In fact, I've brought it up and we've discussed it at length on streams. I was like, is it golf, roof, frog? Apparently there's words that I say that sound weird, and so we talk about it. It's a joke. It's kind of a running joke. I don't ban people for that. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. See what I mean? People hear, oh, Phil just bans people for making fun of him for saying that he says words weird. In reality, it doesn't happen, but you heard it from someone who probably got moderated for acting like a complete asshole in stream chat, and that's what they told you, and you just believed them. Perpetual short-term help, which of course sounds like a stab at me, says, oh, you sound like you're agitated today. I'm not at all. I'm actually not agitated today at all. I'm just reacting to what people are talking about. Joe Splamoni, completely false. He tipped me $1 and said, I hate to break it to you, but all the troll channels give you free publicity that is crucial to your success, and without the detractor attention, you would be long gone. Wrong. If the detractors never existed, meaning if back in the day, if those videos, like This Is How You Don't Play, didn't completely slander me, I would actually still have mainstream following on YouTube. Now, yeah, things change over the years, and I probably would have had to reinvent myself. More than likely, if I had wanted to remain a mainstream YouTuber, I would have eventually had to change to the way that all the other mainstream YouTubers do it. Longer videos, abridged content, all thumbnails with my fucking face all over them. All those, I would have had to. I just would have had to eventually adapt if I wanted to stay a full-time YouTuber. I just would have had to do that, okay? But I went from being one of the top guys to an unknown for gaming because of the people slandering me, because of the people literally stealing my content and making me look bad, and then people hitting me with false copyright strikes. If it wasn't for those 3 things, I would still be at the top of the YouTube food chain when it comes to gaming. I would have eventually adapted to the times and changed for the better, I think, but I still would have been there. So you think that, oh, that brings more attention. Yeah, I would say maybe out of the how many tens of thousands of people who hate my guts now because of the negative stuff out there, maybe a couple hundred, maybe 1,000 have eventually checked out my stuff, and maybe a few of them actually became real fans. But like I just told you, the problem is those people don't come and watch my streams anymore. They go watch the guys who illegally steal, and those guys get all the benefit from it, not me. You have no fucking idea what the fuck you're talking about, and you should stop trying to protect your fucking idols who are just fucking criminals and thieves and scumbags, because it shows.
In May of 2019, a content creator going by the name of Pro Jared was exposed for cheating on his wife. In 2016, Pro Jared had tweeted that he had taken a wrong turn on the internet and ended up reading DSP hilarity. Haha, whoops. After Pro Jared was exposed, DSP would tweet hashtag Pro Jared hilarity was at the top of everyone's Twitter feed. Haha, whoops. DSP would follow this up by saying, pro tip for content creators, if you've done something worse than this, whether it's public or not, quit. Because I'm still here and you won't be. And good luck living with that. DSP would include a picture of him being caught live masturbating. This tweet would go viral. In the pre-stream later, DSP would reveal that he holds grudges against content creators that badmouth him, and he waits for the day that they're exposed for something.
Tweeted once and basically said, well, you know, the whole Pro Jared thing has drawn itself out, but just a, you know, fair warning to all these bigger guys who have punched down on me for years. You know, I know how to bide my time, and I'll be keeping an eye on you, and we'll see what happens. You know, because it's like I said yesterday on the pre-stream, I fully expect that this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to these guys, that they're basically going to be doing things that they're going to get exposed for, and the whole thing's going to blow up all over the internet. And when it does, when these things blow up all over the internet, you know, it's going to bite them in the butt. And, you know, a lot of these guys, sadly, I hate to say it, have insulted me over the years. So don't be surprised if every once in a while when all of a sudden they get exposed for stuff that a tweet comes out from me, you know. But that's going to really be the extent of it, you know. I'm not going to be doing any kind of thing in my content or whatever that has anything to do with it. I would much rather just play games and have fun and not make it all about that. I don't, you know, you guys are the regulars. You come in here, you're here to just chill out and relax and have a good time with me, and that's kind of the deal. That's what I want. So no worries.
Because of this viral tweet, DSP felt confident enough to do a livestream called Debunking 7 Years of Slander. DSP would go into great depth about his history, and this deserves its own episode in the documentary. Unfortunately, in June, a YouTuber going by the name of Etika would take his own life. He was a beloved member of the YouTuber community, and his passing would ripple throughout the platform. DSP would tweet out "Rest in peace, Etika," and that mental health is not a joke, memes can be hurtful, and people should feel responsible for their actions and pay attention to their repercussions. DSP also would dedicate a segment of his pre-stream saying "Rest in peace, Etika." This wasn't unusual, as other content creators would pay respects with their own videos saying "Rest in peace, Etika." Some would even use this as an opportunity to promote mental health resources. But DSP would receive criticism that he had monetized Etika's death, as he had done with others in the past. DSP would refuse this, saying he never monetized the video, and if they saw ads, it was YouTube's fault. He would include this picture showing it was demonetized at 392 views. In the comments of that tweet, people would show there were mid-roll ads in that video. As seen here, these views are less than the 392 that DSP had in his image. Notably, at this time, YouTube wouldn't place ads on videos if the creator chose to keep the video demonetized. Additionally, mid-roll ads are placed by the creator, not YouTube. This would indicate that DSP had monetized the video prior to hitting 392 views, then demonetized when he took that picture to show it on Twitter. Even though DSP demonetized it for ads, the very first line in the description was asking for money. This was a pro look for Phil, as Etika's name was used in the title, but then the very first line in the description was a plug for him. DSP would later rant about Etika and detractors on his stream. The rant would be viewed negatively, as it would seem that DSP was trying to make the situation about himself.
SJ says, I watched Etika for a long time. I'm really sad about what happened. Did you ever come close to being mentally unstable from all the trolling and hate that you get? I hope you're doing well, and please talk to someone if things get too hectic. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, there's times when it really does get to me, when things go really bad because of it. Or when I just want to express something genuinely, you know, that's something positive, and these idiots have to literally turn it into something negative and just say, oh, see, nothing, Phil could never ever genuinely do anything good, or never ever genuinely have a positive feeling about anything, because in the past, here's 5 things he did wrong. And they do this all the time. They did it on my tweet. I made a tweet about Etika, just basically saying what I just said, okay? And, oh, look, in the past, Phil has referenced mental illness, and in the past, Phil has done this horrible thing and that horrible thing. How dare he make a tweet about something like that? Fuck off. Seriously, but that's what I mean. These people, they just want to bring you down. Here's a tweet about a guy who apparently was so mentally disturbed by people fucking with him that he committed suicide. So let's now attack the guy making the tweet. But the tweet's about someone who committed suicide because they were attacked, so let's attack the guy making the tweet. It's like, do you not have a brain in your fucking head? But this is what these people are. They're immoral. They don't care. They do whatever they want to, you know, because it's anonymous and they can get away with it, right? It's messed up. It's a messed up online culture that, oh, something went wrong. Oh, someone trolled me. You know what I mean? It's not even like that. It's just you could just wake up feeling completely fucking awful about yourself and about your life for no valid reason. Now imagine that compounded by people for no valid reason shitting on you constantly just to be shitheads and treat you badly because they can. Can you imagine what someone goes through? Can you imagine what Etika was going through if that's the case, the situation he was fucking in? You see what I mean? So it's fucking awful that people do this shit and have zero conscious thought about, oh, the repercussions of my actions, and that could actually concretely be really hurting someone badly by acting in this way or doing something fucked up like that. They just don't give a fuck because they're so selfish little fucking pieces of shit. And they think that it's just funny, it's harmless, and it's safe, and it's immune because it's all on the internet. And in reality, it's not. It's fucked up. It hurts people. It's hurt me and my loved ones, you know, and others. And I can't imagine, you know, what kind of stuff that guy went through that to the extent where it got to the point where he couldn't take it anymore. You know, it's fucked up. It's seriously 1,000,000% fucked up that anyone would do stuff like that for the jollies, for the lulz. And the fact that, you know, people have to go through on a daily basis, me being one of the people, is pretty nasty. I mean, it's remarkable, you know, that I don't know, that's, again, like I said, my mentality has always been, the people who fuck with you and say, oh, I want you to fail or whatever, I basically use the fact that I'm still here as my motivation to keep going and say, well, fuck you, because I'm still here, and that's just proof that, number one, I'm doing something valid that has worth, and number two, that people like me for it, and number three, that you're wrong saying that I don't have value or worth and I should just go away. Right? But if I didn't have the support that I get from you guys, the viewers, and, you know, if I didn't have a loving wife, you know, and I didn't have all the things going for me that I do, who's to say where I would be today? You know what I mean? He says, if you feel bad, I thought you used the hate to fuel you. Oh, I do. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, when people basically say you're not good enough, you're a piece of shit, you're not a good content creator, you're a horrible person, you're a scammer, you're this, you're that, and it's all bullshit. It's all lies. I you know, and the fact that I'm still here, despite the fact that these idiots say all this shit about me, it does fuel me to keep going. Absolutely, 1,000,000%. But the thing is, even though I use it to fuel me and say I gotta keep going, it doesn't mean it doesn't add up, man. It doesn't. You know, that's the truth of the matter. You know, I don't know. It's just a fucked up, life is fucked up, and especially this whole new online culture is so fucked up that people could just be so nasty or disgusting to each other anonymously and get away with it, and it's okay. Oh, that's just meme culture. That's just YouTube culture. That's fine. No, it's not fucking fine. It's not fine to throw out all common sense, all common decency, all common morality, and flush it down the toilet just because you're online and you're fucking anonymous. It's not. It's fucked up, and people shouldn't promote it. They shouldn't propagate it. They shouldn't, you know, spread it. They shouldn't say it's funny. They shouldn't laugh at it. None of that should be okay. None of it. You should have something up here or something in here that tells you what you're doing is wrong. And the fact that there's so many fucking people out there today that don't know that and don't have that feeling is very fucking disturbing for the future of this fucking planet. There's so many people that have no actual conscience on the inside and they'll just fucking hurt people nonstop because they can. That's fucking disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting, and I feel absolutely fucking horrible for Etika and his family and his fans because it's a fucked up world we live in, and I feel sick. And that's the truth. See, Benboxer, it doesn't matter, though. That's the thing. Benboxer's like, oh, those people are losers. You can just ignore them. But that's the problem is it doesn't matter that they're losers who start the rumor. When it becomes a meme, and now it becomes, oh, it's a funny thing that everyone repeats about you. Now it becomes truth. It doesn't even matter if the meme is true or based on a snippet of fact. That becomes a common belief that people now have about you. There's a lot of people out there that just believe that I'm a racist, I'm a pedophile, I'm a scammer, I'm this, I'm that. I mean, I can tell you a million things that people say about me, and they believe it. Just because it became a meme to hate on me, they believe that shit, you know? In particular, I don't know with Etika what the memes were about him. I have no idea. But obviously they must have been pretty fucking bad if they got to him that bad, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, you know, for me, I have a million things that say about me. You can say, oh, just laugh it off. Until you go to try to get a job, and someone does an internet search about you and finds 500 disgusting, vile things that people have said about you coming to the forefront of the internet search, right? And now why are they going to want to hire someone for their company who has a million things negative on the internet about them, right? That's like, oh, just go get another job. I couldn't anyway. Even if I wanted to quit doing this and go get another job, I would never get hired. I would have to, like, go out of my way so strong to convince people that all of it's bullshit. You know? It's pretty fucked up. Clip of me from 2016 having an embarrassing moment where something was on camera that should not have been. Did it show any nudity? No. Was it in front of anyone significant? No. It was a bunch of people on a pre-stream that didn't even know what was going on. But people have now said, oh, look, this is Phil who publicly masturbated on the internet, full nude, in front of children. And I jumped over that car and it still hit me. But anyway, in front of children, and he should be banned from the internet and all of that. And it's like, see what I mean? And that's the kind of shit. If someone does an internet search on me, they hire me, they see that, immediately that's it. You're disqualified, right?
Notably, only a month ago, DSP had used that image of him masturbating during a livestream as a meme to diss another content creator. In August, DSP would reveal that he would have to do another fundraiser to pay bills, but this time, if they hit $1,000, he would have a positive surprise.
I'm trying to raise funds via tips in order to pay bills. Alright? Make no bones about it, and me not beating around the bush here. I'm gonna be very transparent and honest. Things are not good with me at all. Financially, they're really bad. The worst they've ever been. And there's a combination of factors that have happened. There's some that I can reveal and some I can't. I can tell you one in particular this year. It's been really tough for me. Is that YouTube once again had a ginormous dip in revenue for me. In a nutshell, things are bad. All right, and I wish that they weren't bad. I wish that I could come here and say, oh, you know, there's a silver lining. Right now, there's really not. All right, and I've been really struggling these past couple of months. Basically, every month, what's happening for me is I'm barely making enough to pay my bills, and I end up not having enough to pay the bills on time, all right, and the bills end up going unpaid for weeks, and then I pay them late, and I have late fees and stuff going on, and you know, you can only do that so much. Just being honest, you can only do that so much, and the like. If we hit the tier 1 goal, which by the way, I don't foresee us hitting it quickly. I don't, because it's going to be a reasonably big goal to try to help me out here. If we hit the tier 1 goal, there's going to be a huge positive reveal on the stream. Alright? This tips goal that I'm about to put on the stream is realistic towards what can really significantly help me this month. This is, if any of these tips that are raised today are going to go straight towards bills. I have to reiterate this because all the time people try to say that I'm making shit up and Phil does this and that with his money. Any money that I raise today is literally going to go to my bank account later today to pay bills this month. Period. So thank you to anyone, even right now, considering tipping me. And rest assured, anything that you guys contribute is going to go straight towards bills. All right? And if you help me out and we hit this tips goal, I'm going to be ecstatic. And I'm going to be really happy to do this positive reveal. And then maybe we can go even further. All right? All right. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and update it. Tips goal. Let's do it. All right? Is this a large number? Absolutely it is. But I feel that this is a reasonable number that would help me a lot this month. And so it is what it is. If you think that that's absolutely ridiculous, all right? If you think that's absolutely out of control, I don't blame you. But I'm just being honest. That's what's going to help me, you know? So we'll see how we do today. We'll see how we do and go from there, okay?
DSP would easily hit this goal with one donator giving $250. You would then reveal this positive surprise.
But I promised everyone there would be a big positive reveal if we hit the tips goal for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we hit it, if you can believe it. And I really do appreciate that so much. This is going to help me tremendously this month. And hopefully, I don't know if it's good enough, but it'll definitely help me out to not be in the position I've been the past few months. Okay, guys? So thank you to everyone who contributed today. That being said, people have had monstrous speculation. What is this positive thing that Phil's going to announce? You know, what is it? Is it a green screen for The Office? Is it that his wife is pregnant? Is it that he paid off one of his big debts and now things are going to be better? Is it that he's got a new pet? Is it that he's got, you know, there's all these things that people had ideas of. And I'll be honest, some people were close, but some people were not. No one hit it right on the head. All right, and I'm going to explain. But since we hit the goal, enough with the suspense. Let's just get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, I got someone I'd like you to meet. Come on up here. Come on up here, buddy. You want to come up here? You want me to pick you up? Someone who actually is not a new addition to the family. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. This is Jasper, ladies and gentlemen. Jasper the cat. Arr, get that twisty.
DSP had stated there would be a tier 2 goal if they would go beyond the initial amount he had asked for. One contributor would give him $1,000, making his total over $2,000 in donations. After this donation would come in, his chat would ask what was the second goal, and he would say there was never a second goal.
So what I think I'm going to do, I've been thinking about this, all right? I'm going to have a goal that's reasonable, but I'm going to have a goal that if we hit it, that there's a possibility of a tier 2 goal, all right? That's even better than hitting the tier 1 goal, all right? So allow me to explain how this is going to work. Positive reveal. What I can tell you is this: you're going to love it, and it's going to be something that could positively affect streams moving forward, all right? Now, if we hit the tips goal, and this big positive reveal happens, and you guys like it, and you're like, man, this is awesome, okay? What I may do, and depending on when we hit the tips goal, by the way, I may do a tier 2 level of goal. All right. Now, the tier 2 level of goal will basically mean if we hit it, I'm going to do something really cool. Now, I'm not going to spoil, because again, if I spoil, you'll know. And that's what I mean. Like, I wish I could have told you guys all this information way ahead of time, but it spoils the surprise. So tremendously helped me this month. Thank you to anyone who gave anything today. I was not expecting anything like this. Thank you very, very much. And Jeff, wow. Thank you, sir. That is amazing. Thank you for helping us. Really. Thank you. There is no tier 2 big positive reveal. What I was going to say is I was going to reveal him, and then if people were interested, I was going to offer that we could have him as part of the streams, as like a second part of everything, and that's what it is. So he will, if you guys, there is no, guys, oh my God, like, the second goal. Guys, I just told you what the second goal was going to be, was I was going to say, all right, now you know that I have a cat. Let's have him come into the night streams, right? That was what it was going to be, so relax.
DSP's chat would be outraged that they had essentially donated $2,000 to him to reveal that he has had a cat for most of the year. In the past, chat members would ask Phil if he had a pet, and DSP would flat out say no and lie to them. He would justify it by saying he had to keep it private to protect his family.
Just did a 100-bit share. Basically, people are being negative dicks about it. They're morons. What's hilarious is so many assholes are now in the stream chat, and they're so angry, all right, because, number one, I had a super successful streaming day, and number two, because now I'm happy with the pet, and people like the announcement of the pet, and these assholes, oh, see, you donated, and this is what you got. What did you think it was going to be, honestly? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they wanted to hear some crazy life-changing event like cat's pregnant or something. You know, that's what they wanted, so they could have more drama content. Oh, no, what drama content can you make out of a cute cat? None. So now they're all pissy about it. So, good. Fuck them. Oh, you lied to your fans and viewers for months. As I said, I have had to keep things private for a long time. Now, being an interactive streamer, people will sometimes ask me direct questions about stuff that I have to keep private. You're right. I'm not going to reveal every personal, private thing about my life on every fucking stream, right? So you're right. I said I didn't have a pet for a long time until I was ready, until we were ready to do a reveal of it. So that's why. It's for the protection of myself, my family. I'm not obligated to tell you anything about anything until I'm ready. Liquids First wants to know what's the difference between revealing the cat before and revealing it now. I mean, I could sit here and tell you a million reasons, but there's no point. He's here now, okay? And that's the important thing. A lot of my chat is not mad, Liquids First. The people who are mad are you, because you're a detractor, and there's a bunch of them in the stream chat, and they're all pissy about this because I raised so much money tonight, and fuck off. It's that simple.
A month later, DSP would have an interview with the Quatering. During this interview, DSP would say that he would have revealed Jasper anyway, even if they didn't hit that $1,000 goal.
You know what the big one that came up with the most was this cat thing. Do you know what that's about? Like,
oh, yeah.
People said, here's how it was told to me, that like he had an X goal for money, and then to reveal something, and then it was his cat. What was that even about? Was that, how long ago was that?
That was a few months ago. 2 months ago? 3 months ago?
Okay.
It was fairly recently.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. That's probably why they're all talking about it, because it just happened a few months ago.
Oh, okay.
But no, I had a stream where I told everyone it was a special event, a marathon style stream, that I was going to be playing a certain amount of games, certain type of game. You know, it was a kind of a gimmick event because I needed to raise funds. I was in a big, bad financial position. I had a bunch of things coming up that I needed to pay, and I looked at it. I know I can't do it. Now, I know my fans will support me if I ask for it. So I said, I'm going to do a special marathon stream to raise tips. And if I hit a certain level, a goal level of what I like to raise during that day, I'm going to give you guys a positive reveal as a way to say thank you. And this is something that could maybe even affect positively my streams in the future or my content. We'll see, you know, but that's how I spun it. It wasn't, oh, you know, this is a life-changing event. I'm promising you guys the world that there's going to be some crazy thing if we raise a certain amount of money. And I never even told anyone what the amount of money was or anything. It was just in fact, that morning, I just out of my head pulled a random number out of my head, never expecting that I would reach it. And the number was $1,000. Okay. I was like, I'll never reach this on one stream. I'll never do this, right? That's crazy.
That'd be a killer stream.
What the hell? I'll pull it out of the sky. I'll put it up as a goal. Maybe it'll motivate people. If I had got a couple $100, I would have been thrilled, right?
Yeah.
So I do the stream, and it's about 3/4 through the stream, and it's almost over. And I'm like, well, guys, you know, just so you know, here we are. The stream's almost over. There's the goal. Here's where we are. And people were like, well, are you still going to reveal the thing at the end of the stream? I was like, I don't know. We'll see. And the truth of the matter is, I was going to do it anyway. I didn't tell anyone that because obviously you want to motivate people to contribute. I was going to do it anyway. But I want to motivate people to contribute. All of a sudden, people started coming out of the woodwork and started contributing. If you can believe it, we hit the goal. Okay?
Damn.
So I'm like,
that's a good day's work.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So a group of people. Oh my God, that's it? So Phil charged $1,000 to see his cat? Oh my God, I can't, what a dishonest scammer. He said this was going to be something amazing and he was going to really contribute to the streams, and this is a bullshit. And that's how they spin it. Now, on top of all that, what ended up happening in the next 20 minutes was crazy. So I'm playing with my cat and everything. A longtime fan of mine came out to the stream late and was like, oh, this is amazing. And he gave me another $1,000.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I've never had a donation that big. Like, that's crazy.
It was nuts. I was like, I wasn't expecting that. That's crazy, right? I'm super happy now, obviously. But then again, so now the new conspiracy is this whole thing was planned. Phil already had someone lined up to give him the $1,000 behind the scenes. So the whole thing was a scam to get his other fans to give him money too. You know, this is what I mean. This is what these people do. They think these crazy conspiracy theories up.
Okay.
And they spin them into fact. And you mentioned these channels that just detract on me constantly. They all had their own weird story about the cat story that Phil scammed his viewers, not out of $1,000 but $2,000 somehow.
Okay. Yeah.
And it was all a plan behind. It was some malicious plan behind the scenes. It's like, but if you were there and you were live for the event, you would realize none of that happened. It was actually a very positive, fun stream. People were having fun with games. They were contributing slowly. And then all of a sudden they realized, oh, man, he didn't hit the goal. Let's help Phil out. And at the last minute, everyone kind of rallied. We hit the goal. It was amazing. Okay, here's my cat. You know, not really a big deal. It wasn't like I was publishing this for months that this was going to be a crazy, life-changing reveal for everyone. It was just something as a reward, a little positive thing at the end of the stream if we hit the goal.
All right.
And like I said, I was definitely going to show the cat anyway. I wasn't going to, like, hold it back as a secret. I was eventually going to show the cat, but people just want to make shit up. And that's the thing. That's the hot new thing. That Phil's a scammer. His $2,000 cat.
Detractors did not like this interview as they felt like the Quatering did not challenge Phil on the inconsistencies in his stories. They felt like DSP was given a platform to spread his misinformation. Quatering would address this by saying he didn't want to make this a gotcha interview and would say he tried to bring up all the topics that people wanted. In October of 2019, DSP would receive $20 from a fan to buy Untitled Goose Game to play on stream. DSP would state that he used the money to pay bills and wouldn't be able to play the game.
Talking with you guys, gee, maybe I'll play Astral Chain or maybe I'll play Code Vein. I can't afford them. I'm not exaggerating in any way, shape, or form. I can't even afford right now to buy a game. We're going to talk a little bit about this in a moment, but as of now, I have basically spent all my money and I have no money to pay bills again. All the tips you guys have been giving me, I've been putting straight towards bills. And as of last night, I got the notice overnight that my bank account's at $0. So yeah, so I have no money for anything. As of Friday and onward, I'm going to still be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I don't know what I'm doing yet because the bottom line is I told you guys I have no money. I literally have $0 to my name right now. 0. So I can't afford any games. I was going to play Untitled Goose Game, except that last night I got the notification that I have no money. And I was like, that really sucks. You know, every day the money I get from tips, I'm transferring to my bank account. So essentially I'm overdrawn. For them to tell me that I have that, you know, the notice that you're, you know, no balance or whatever. So I don't have money for it right now. I want to play it. It's only $15 supposedly, but the money that was given to me yesterday for it, I already had to put towards paying bills. You know, that's more important. So, all right, if you were to buy me Nintendo Shop credit, that would help me to afford games such as Untitled Goose Game, which I was going to play, but now it looks like I can't afford it right now, or Luigi's Mansion 3 later this month. All right. All those credits are listed on my Amazon wish list. That's one way you can directly help the streams is by helping, you know, defray the cost of all these games coming up. Okay?
The person that gave DSP the donation would complain on his forums. DSP would respond to this by saying, "So you've made an ass out of yourself. You never contacted me directly about this, but instead apparently decided to post stuff up here, talk to detractors, complain to Twitch, and act like a general drama-filled dick. I immediately refunded your money using the funds I raised in tips on today's stream because that's all I have, and apologized that this was the situation I'm in. I explained I need Nintendo Shop credits to buy games because all money I raise has to go to bills for important stuff like keeping the electricity and internet on, to say the least. So then I check my Twitter and the forums and I see this. Instead of actually talking to me like a man, you apparently are trying to recruit me to Twitch using video evidence that was ripped from my streams by detractors. Guess what? That's not what a man or a fan does. It screams entitlement instead of understanding what's going on and asking for the money back. Destroy DSP, the evil scammer who is out to steal as much money as possible. You had a knee-jerk reaction instead of acting rationally, and now everything you've done was done in vain because 1, you have your money back, 2, I haven't violated any rules of anything, and 3, you've just exposed yourself as a complete asshole." DSP would rant about this for 30 minutes during a stream he had dubbed as a chill stream.
Alright, so here's what happened. It's very simple. As you guys know, sadly, recently I'm in a lot of financial trouble. And I knew at some point this month, I was probably going to end up in the same situation I am every month, where I run out of money, my bank account overdraws, I get told by my bank your account overdrawn, and essentially you guys tried to help me out by tipping me, and I try to put that in, and I don't get paid by Twitch until the 15th of this month. And I basically was like, I can't really afford it now anyway. I know there's other games coming out this month, including just some right off the top of my head here, WWE 2K20, Outer Worlds, Call of Duty Modern Warfare, among others. There's like many games coming out in October that I need to afford. So I said, if I'm going to spend money on a game, it's not going to be on a game like Code Vein or Astral Chain. I'm going to take whatever money I raise to either pay bills or to save up to play one of these games later in the month, and that's the deal. And it was a mixed reaction. Some people were angry at me. Some people were like, all right, we understand. But someone who's a longtime viewer and a longtime sub of mine asked me on the fly during the stream, out of nowhere, after me not even mentioning it, "Well, Phil, are you interested in Untitled Goose Game?" And I was like, well, I've heard what this game is. This game's basically a meme generator at this point. So after mentioning this on stream, DJ Runo, unsolicited, sent me $20. Okay? I didn't ask for it. I didn't say, oh, please pay for the game for me or anything. I was just like, unsolicited. He said, well, here you go. Here's the money for it. Please play it this weekend. So I was like, okay, sounds good to me. And in reality, I even put it on my schedule last night. I have a schedule I put out every night. I said that later in the week, I think I put it for like Friday or something like that, that I would be checking out Untitled Goose Game. And I'm thinking everything's fine. Okay? Because overnight, I got a message from my bank saying, you're overdrawn. And I was like, oh shit, it's like pretty early for that to happen this month because what's it now, the 7th? and I don't get paid by Twitch until the 15th at the earliest. That's the earliest I get it. Sometimes it takes longer for the money to clear. So I'm thinking about all this. I'm like, you know, to being a responsible person, there's no way that I could buy another game right now. There's just no way. I need to spend all the money I have. I need to put towards bills until I get paid by Twitch to try to at least get me past another day before another bill couldn't clear or whatever. But I know unless I'm constantly raising more, that I'm just going to be in this situation. All right. So that's literally all I know about this situation as of my earlier stream today. Now, earlier on that stream, there were some people who were very upset that I wasn't going to be able to play Code Vein. I wasn't going to be able to play Astral Chain. And they basically were trolling me. And they were being dicks on the stream, yelling, "Oh, Phil, you should still play it. How could you say you were going to have it? You had it on your schedule on your Twitch page, and you're not playing those games. And this is very ridiculous of you to do that." I had literally on the pre-stream just explained how bad of a financial situation I was in detail. And so you would think if you had like, if you were mature, maybe you would have some empathy for me and say, okay, I understand, you know, you're in a bad financial situation. I'm not going to be demanding and be a dickhead and entitled person who's going to demand that you play new games when we know you can't afford it. No, instead it was the opposite. There were a few people on the stream who were really being assholes to me during the pre-stream today. So I got angry, admittedly, and I said, no, you guys, I'm not going to listen to this shit. This is ridiculous. It pisses me off that you guys are being entitled like this and demanding that I play games I can't afford. You should be understanding that this is a situation I don't like to be in. This is not... I want to be able to buy all the games. I want to be able to play all the games. I can't anymore. You know, this sucks. This is my life now. I'm in a different situation now than I used to be when I used to be the guy on YouTube to play every new release. It's not me. I am in a bad position, and, you know, sadly, I don't know if or when I'm going to get out of it. I'm trying my hardest, you know, but it's very stressful. It's depressing. It messes with my head. It makes me feel like shit that this is the situation that I'm fucking in. And I want to play these games and I can't. And I'm sorry for it, but that's just life, okay? So I do it, and it says, essentially, I am a contributor to Phil's streams, and I was watching his stream yesterday, and I said that I would contribute if he bought a game with the money that I sent him, and I sent him the money, and he said that he was going to get the game, but now he's saying that he can't spend the money on the game, and if people still want him to play on this game, he didn't say the name of the game, by the way, that they should send him Nintendo credits. And therefore, I think that this is ridiculous because he's basically making us double dip in order to see the game. And I just want my money back. So immediately I read it and I was like, you know what? He's right. Even though I didn't solicit the money, okay, I didn't ask for people. I didn't say, oh, I want to play Untitled Goose Game. People send me money to play it. That's not what happened. What happened was I was explaining to everyone how I can't afford games right now. He asked me, am I interested in Untitled Goose Game? I said, it sounds interesting. And then he just sent me the money for it. And after that, I said, okay, I'll spend that money to buy it. But then it comes to find out immediately that night that my bank account overdrafted, right? So the situation changed overnight. But fair enough. I read this message. I was like, you know what? Fair enough. The guy's right. He definitely sent me, even though I didn't solicit him for it, it's kind of messed up that he expected me to spend the money exactly on what he wants me to spend it on. I think that's ridiculous that people just upfront will send you money and then, oh, now you must use it for what we tell you. Like, then don't send me the money. Confirm first, right? But it is what it is. He's right. So I refunded the money immediately. Oh, well, now I got more information because I talked to the detractors, and the detractors video captured Phil's stream today and got all this information. Apparently, Phil was asked directly about Untitled Goose Game on his stream earlier, and he went off and he exploded. And he said he absolutely refuses to give the money back. And he said that if anyone who asks about this topic will be banned from the stream chat. And they showed me his explosion on stream, and I watched the video of it. And man, I can't believe that Phil acted like that. What a horrible person. I suspected that Phil was scamming people all along. But, you know, I still sent him money anyway because I wanted him to play particular games. So I didn't mind that he was scamming people. He literally says this on the forum. So here's what really happened. DJ Runo is an idiot. He actually went and watched Detractor videos, which literally, again, as usual, this is what the detractors do, took stuff out of context. They took, when people were insulting me and basically pissing me off on the pre-stream today, stating play Code Vein and play Astral Chain and why aren't you playing all these new games? Basically, they were doing it to insult me because, as I had said, I was trying to very calmly explain to everyone and apologize, apologetically say, I'm sorry I can't play any new games right now. I don't have money to do it. This really sucks. I hate being in this situation. If you'd like to see me play games, please send me PlayStation Network credits or Nintendo Shop credits. But all money I have right now has to go towards bills because I have no money. I'm overdrawn. Okay, that's what happened. And then people were insulting me. Oh, fuck you, Phil. You said you were going to play this and that, and you're a bad streamer and all this. So essentially, insulting me on stream, that's what I responded to, and I exploded. If you thought I was a scammer all along, why would you contribute? Why would you continue to be a sub? Why would you ever contribute on the streams? Now, he actually then admits on the forum post, well, the reason I did it is because I want to see Phil play certain games. So you're not contributing because you like me as a person. You're not contributing because you like my content. You're not contributing because you want to continue to see me to be able to do this full time. You're not contributing to help me out. You're contributing because you directly want to see something for selfish purposes. He's essentially admitting the only reason I give Phil money is because I want something out of it. Not because I'm trying to do something nice or help him out or because I appreciate the years he's been a content creator. Oh no, because I want something out of it. That the way this works is if you're really contributing to my content, you're basically saying you like the content, you want to see it continue, and, you know, not to say that it's entitled, but if you're directly saying, I'm going to give you money so you play a game, I get that, but at the same time, like, don't make that the end-all and be-all of what you're doing. DJ Runo today literally admitted on the forums, he thought that I was a dishonest scammer, and he believes everything the trolls say, but he continued to give me money anyway. But now all of a sudden, this is it, and now, because he's personally affected by something, he's now going to report me to Twitch and get me in trouble. There was no scam. I never asked for him to give me any money for this game. I never agreed up front beforehand that I was ever going to play the game. In fact, I had never really even mentioned the game on my streams at all until he directly brought it up, asking me if I would be interested. He sent me the money unsolicited. I never asked him for it. Then, when he said he was upset that I wasn't getting the game, I immediately refunded his money. Nothing there is a violation of Twitch terms of service. Nothing there is even considered immoral or messed up. As soon as I heard there was an issue, I immediately remedied the situation by giving the guy his money back. In this case, this is DJ Runo being a moron, believing what he's told by detractors that's completely untrue. All he needed to do was actually watch my videos himself to see what happened this morning and see that what he was shown was taken completely out of context. And all he had to do was be a man and message me and say, hey, Phil, I think it was kind of messed up that I sent you that money yesterday and now you can't get the game. Can I have my money back? To which I would have said yes and sent him his money back immediately. But instead, he has to be underhanded. He has to do stuff behind my back. That's the worst. You guys know my history. You know how many people have fucking stabbed me in the back over the years, including people who I consider myself close friends. And they decided to just be nasty to me without ever being upfront with me about anything. That's the most fucked up thing you could possibly do to me, is to do shit behind my back like that and not be a man upfront say, Phil, I got an issue with you. Because the truth of the matter is this. Anyone who's actually come to me and said, Phil, I got an issue with you, I'm cool with that, and we get the issue resolved. That's the kind of guy I am. Like, I don't want anyone being upset with me or being angry with me. I will go out of my way to make sure that by the end of the day that people are happy with the situation that involves me. So for someone who's a 2-year supporter to literally believe bullshit with no substantiation, to go behind my back and try to get me in trouble by trying to report me to PayPal and Twitch, rather than just saying, hey, Phil, can I have my money back because I don't like the situation, is the most fucked up, disrespectful, pussy shit a person could possibly do, and I will never ever respect someone who ever acts like that ever on this planet, because I'm tired of getting fucked over by pussies. People who are passive aggressive, people who have no guts, who have no honor, who just want to fucking talk shit behind your back and fuck you over because it gets them ahead. This guy essentially went to detractors to try to get ammo so he could do a false report against Twitch against me. He can go fuck himself. I don't ever want to hear from him ever again. And I hope that he fucking never, ever involves himself with myself or my content ever again. I don't need support from an asshole like that. I don't. I don't need an asshole backhandedly supporting me when in reality all he's doing is trying to get something out of me. And then whenever things don't go his way, instead of being basically a decent human, turns into a complete piece of shit and tries to get me in trouble. Go fuck yourself, DJ Runo. Seriously, don't ever come back. No one wants you here, especially me.
At the end of October, DSP would reveal that he had a week to raise $1,800, so he was doing another fundraiser.
You guys know how bad things have been for me this year financially. Yeah, everything else has been great. You know, personally, my life's been great. I got married earlier this year. Didn't pay for any of it because I couldn't afford it. My parents paid for everything. But sadly, behind the scenes, you know, as you guys have known multiple times over the year, things have not been great at all. And all I can tell you is this. that this year I've made a lot of changes, and I'm in the process of making a lot of changes to make things better so that it's not constantly, oh my God, the sky is falling, the house is burning, and I need immediate dangerous help right now. This has happened a few times this year already. If you remember, I've had a couple marathons where I had big, like, goals to try to raise funds and stuff. And every time that I did it, it ended up being successful, but then you get that backlash and a bunch of people who are just complete assholes who want to try to fabricate stuff about the situations. If you remember a few months ago, I did a marathon where there was going to be a big positive reveal. So people were very supportive, and then at the end of the marathon, I revealed Jasper, and all you hear is that Phil charged thousands of dollars to show his cat, which I didn't do. That's complete bullshit. So the situation is this, without giving you any specifics, because I can't. I saw out advice on this, and as basically told you don't give any specifics about stuff that's going on because it could be used to hurt you, but if you need to appeal to the people who support you the most, you have to, right? Well, it's essentially become to the point now where I'm behind and I have to pay a certain amount of things by the end of this month, and if I don't, all the stuff that I've kind of been working for all year and could come to fruition in the next several months to early next year will fall apart if I can't pay stuff. And that's the problem, is like I'm in a situation where I don't know what else to do because there's nowhere else I can borrow from. I have no credit. All right, my credit's ruined. I have nowhere I can borrow from. It just really sucks. I'm in a situation where like I need to make a payment of a certain amount by the end of this month, and if I do, then I'm good. Then I'm actually on pace to start to do slow recovery. I'm going to change the tips goal, all right, to basically be what I need to raise in a week. Now, the other thing is, I would need to raise this by the last day of October because I need to make these payments by the end of October. It has to basically go into effect as of November 1st. So essentially, what's today? Today is Wednesday, right? So essentially, I have 7 days. I have 7 days to raise $1. No, not $1, obviously. I'm kidding. No, it's about this much. It's about that much, about $1,800, okay? And I need to raise that in about 7 days. Now, you might say, that's an oddly specific amount. Well, yeah, because I did the math and I figured out what it was. And I hope that you understand that this is me being real. I didn't just pull a number out of my ass because I could have easily overestimated and said, more than that. I'm not doing that. I'm telling you exactly, essentially what I need, okay? That's bullshit. And no, this has nothing to do with, a horrible health crisis with my cat or my wife or me. I'm not trying to make this out to be something it's not. Understand? I'm trying to be as upfront and transparent with all of you as possible. I don't want you to think that there's some weird lingering thing behind the scenes. I'm not that kind of guy, and I refuse to do that. I refuse to make up some fucking sob story excuse for why I am in the situation I'm in. You guys know why I'm in the situation I'm in. I spent way too much money that was outside of my means when I was making more money back in the day, expecting I was going to keep making that amount of money. Well, guess what? Boom, I didn't make that much money anymore because of the actions of people who fucked me over, screwing over my YouTube channels and other things. And even though now on Twitch things are great and my streams are great and your contributions are great, all the debt of my past won't leave me alone. And there's no way for me to magically fix it. Like I said, this is an ongoing, very long process. Okay? I'm basically in a situation where everything I've worked for this year is probably not going to be able to happen. In which case, that's it. Like, there's nothing else to fall back on. And more than likely, the next step would be people will try to start suing me for money. And I will more than likely lose the house. If you're a bit fan of mine, and maybe you've been holding out on supporting me, or you've been planning on supporting me in some way, what I can tell you is, yes, this is an important time right now. There's not going to be another time that comes up in 2 months that's more important. Right now, I need to do this. Okay? This would actually, if I can raise this would put me on pace to be good, and I'm serious about it, that I need the help, all right? I wouldn't have been doing a special segment with the camera facing me talking about it like this if it weren't serious. So please consider, if you can, and you're a fan of mine, and you like what I do, and you want to see a light at the end of this tunnel, which I hope is coming at some point, please support me now with tips if you can, all right?
By end of October, DSP would hit this goal at $1,810. But the very next day after hitting this $1,800 goal, DSP would set a new goal for $500, dressing up as Yoshi for his Halloween stream. He would justify needing this additional $500 to pay for new games in November.
And before we get started, the one thing I would like to say is thank you so much over the last week for all the support. You guys stepped up. You really helped me out in regards to the tips goal that I had set. Yes, as official as of yesterday, I made the payments I needed to make by month end. They should have cleared as of today. Of course, I can't confirm because I'm on stream, but they should clear as of today. Everything should be good to go in that regard. All right. Now we move on to the future. Okay. So thank you very much for all your contributions. If you like my content, if you like my live streams, you like the fact I do special events like I'm doing today, you can just be here and hang out and have fun and don't have to worry about contributing if you can't or if you don't want to. No one's forcing you to do so. And the best way you can contribute is by tipping me. The reason being, number one, I got a bunch of games coming up that I need to afford, including Mario and Sonic at the Olympics, Death Stranding, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, Pokemon, Shenmue 3, and that's just the 5 games I'm absolutely playing in November. There's a lot of other remasters that I would like to eventually play, including the Medieval Remaster, Super Monkey Ball Banana Blitz, bleh, the Disney Collection, which includes Aladdin.
DSP had mentioned that he would stop paying his Connecticut condo mortgage, so they would have to eventually foreclose on him. This would happen on November 15, 2019, where his bank would proceed with foreclosing on Phil, revealing that he had almost $130,000 still owed on this property. This would be the beginning of one of the most chaotic times in DSP's life. There would be additional financial revelations that DSP couldn't hide, and the detractors would uncover one of his secrets. But this will be for another episode of The King of Hate. As always, thank you for watching, and please consider subscribing as we continue this documentary. And a shout out to all my members, thank you for your contributions.